Honorable members, I must profusely thank Honorable James for rescuing me from Honorable Matthias. She was delaying me, Honorable James. You saw I have been here an hour ago. Yeah? No. I did not need blue lights. You can see Honorable James rescued me without blue lights. Just to say, Honorable Matthias, can you please release the chair to start the meeting? And the meeting is now starting. And in this meeting, we never brought any blue lights to this meeting. This meeting has always been starting without blue lights. Where have you ever seen any blue light in this hall? Yes, Kosan. Do we have blue lights in this hall? You have security. Okay. Honorable members, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Ngiyakulotshisa mgcini sihlalo, ngilotshisa nesitshaba sonke, lotshani.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Good morning, Chair. Ngiyabingelela the yonke.
Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach.
Morning, Chair. I drive to work quietly in my own car. Don't need blue lights and I fear nothing and no one.
You fear for God.
There you go.
Honorable Dian Kolabala. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Ditto.
Good morning, Honorable Ian Cameron. Good morning, Honorable Klopa.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Voter Vessels.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Matthias.
Good morning again, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Advocate Arense.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, and apologies. Apologies.
Yeah, I will come to that.
For the absence of my colleagues, they're busy with
I will come to
Ad Hoc
that
Committee
that
related
part
work.
of apologies. With due respect, Advocate Arense. Mr. Tejan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
I normally start greetings here. I can see the chairs are empty. So, for the record, let me say good morning, Honorable Nhlanhla, so that you understand there is somebody from the ANC. Good morning to our guest.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning and welcome. Good morning to the staff of Parliament.
Good morning, Chair.
And good morning to the caucuses of political parties, the staff of caucuses.
Good morning, Chair.
The members of the media, good morning. Have you rejoined us, Bulelani? Because you have been away. Were you away or AWOL? Thank you so much. Bonan, Mr. Ramano, good morning. Do we have apologies? There are the standing apologies that we read yesterday. We may not have to repeat them. Can I check if we have further apologies? So Kanyile will join us later today. Honorable Skosana. Yes, you can.
No, Chair, I can't do that. It's, I've just send you a message. Thank you, Chair.
Did you send me or you send Bonani?
No, I've sent you because there was no one. You were on your own there.
Don't worry, Chair. We can see Guti, you are left alone. We are here for you, Chair. Ungakhali, Chair. Thula sizwe, ungabokha.
Okay, can we acknowledge the presence of Honorable Mkhize from the MKP? Good
Thank you,
morning.
Chair.
Good morning. How are you?
Thanks for yourself.
Members of Parliament, when they come here to support us, we always acknowledge their presence in our proceedings. It's a customary practice. In fact, it has now become consecrated. Advocate Aremse. You wanted to record apologies, sir.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. My colleagues, Advocates Mkhize and Mkhwanazi, they are currently engaged in Ad Hoc Committee related matters with witnesses, prospective witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have two guests that are standing here before us. Dr. Jean Redpath from the Dullah Omar Institute, if I'm correct. Thank you so much. And then we also have Advocate Makebula. Yeah, which institution are you representing, or civil society organization?
Yes, I can say because I was a union leader before, and now a lot of policemen came to me to help. So I'm preparing a lot of policemen that are victims of this SAPS information get and non-compliance with the law. So I can try to present it in almost every.
The members want you to speak to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Are you coming from public submissions or civil society organizations?
Public submission.
You made a submission.
Yes, I make a submission, Chair, and also I send an affidavit. Now that I could see that the time is too short, I prepare a short submission after that I can take the committee through.
Okay. Yeah, we are going to have 4 presentations today, honorable members. We had desired to have all the 4 of them here when we start the meeting. Unfortunately, we only have 2, and we hope that the other 2 will arrive. Yesterday, we were supposed to have had 6. We had 3. we still have 3 that is outstanding, and maybe we can check, we can talk between ourselves and check how many members are available tomorrow. Whether it's going to be possible for us to proceed tomorrow. Depending on the availability of members. If we are going to have members available, we may have to take 4 more appearances tomorrow. I'm saying this because yesterday when we started, members requested that we must clarify certain matters. Can I check, Andile, are we ready to brief members about the possible appearance of Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi tomorrow?
Good morning, Chairperson, again, and good morning to the honorable members and my colleagues. Chair, the issue of Mr. Mkhwanazi will be dealt with by Mr. Ramano. I will only deal with the issue of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Okay. Mr. Ramano, are you? Chief Whip, welcome. Yeah, you see, when we did the greetings and there was nobody from the chairs of the ANC, I then greeted myself to record the presence of the ANC, because when I'm sitting here, I'm sometimes forgotten that I'm coming from the African National Congress. So I said hi, Soviet Lahajan, hi. Unfortunately, nobody responded. But welcome. We received your apology yesterday and it was accordingly recorded. Mr. Ramano.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. Mr. Mkhwanazi is not in a position to appear before the committee tomorrow. If you remember, Chair, Mr. Mkhwanazi demanded that we should provide him with protection. I think it is his own people. And then I contacted Parliament's protection services for them to look at the issues that was raising around the security. And the offer that was given was that he can come to Cape Town, and then as soon as he lands, there will be protection offered or escorts offered. Mr. Mkhwanazi refused that offer. He says that he doesn't want to be protected by people that he doesn't know. He prefers to have his own people protecting him, and he was requesting that Parliament must fund that for a period of 7 days. Yesterday, I contacted him so that we could book flights for him. I requested him to provide me with his ID number so that I can arrange flights for and accommodation for him. And then he told me that he would not give that unless the security details that he wants is in place. So that is how far it is. But before the meeting started, I spoke to Advocate Mkhwanazi, who was under the impression that Mr. Mkhwanazi is coming, because apparently that is what he told that he will be landing today. But I don't know if he bought his own flights or what, but he never indicated to me that he was coming. So there is that confusion. That's all that I can say, Chairperson.
Okay. So, as it stands, honorable members, like you inquired yesterday, as at now, it is uncertain as to whether Mr. Mkhwanazi is going to be here tomorrow, given the ridiculous demands that he is making to Parliament that he has his own private security, which he is using regularly, and then Parliament cannot provide him with any security. He wants his security to be paid for 7 days by Parliament. And this is the report that you requested, but because this is not a committee meeting, what I'm going to suggest that we do is that, because we now know that he may not come tomorrow, let's agree to schedule public appearances tomorrow. And then we will have time to discuss this matter and agree on the way forward. Is that okay? Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana.
No, Chair, that's not okay. For one reason, Chair. We developed an instrument for this committee that we will use for our protection. The terms of reference are very clear on what must happen in instances like this. This does not need a meeting. This is a sign of refusal by Mkhwanazi. The only thing that the legal team must do, they must subpoena him to come here. So I don't know really that what is it that we must discuss about when the terms of reference are clear as to what should be done on instances like this. So Chairperson, this does not need discussions, doesn't need a meeting. We can't hold a meeting and put Mkhwanazi as an item, a person who undermines this committee. All of us here are protected by people we do not know. When we come from the airport to here in Parliament, when we come from our villages to here in Parliament, we don't know those police people. But because it's a protection that has been given to us by Parliament, we respect that. And we have confidence that Parliament can't sell us out as easy like that. So this does not require a meeting. Mkhwanazi must be subpoenaed, Chairperson, today, not tomorrow, because we don't want a stigma here at the tail end of our proceedings or at the tail end of our work as the ad hoc that will say, because we have run out of time, then there's nothing you can do anymore to bring Mkhwanazi here. It must happen as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I guess that the issue of the public participation as well should not happen randomly. I mean, we have a schedule here. If those people are not here when they're supposed to be here, then let's not bring them in here. Yesterday, we were supposed to have 6 people. We had only 3. For whatever reason, if it's the lack of our administration, let's take the blame. But we cannot go on like this. That people do as they please here. You know, I mean, if they are not willing to come here, let's not beg them. For instance, later at a later stage, I'm going to talk about Paul O'Sullivan. What he said on that interview. Really, Chair, we can't go on like this. Please, those who are not here, if they are not here, we cannot reschedule for them to suit them. We have a schedule. We know, they know, unless, as I said earlier, our administration did not do well, or there's a lot of issues about them. I mean, today we were expecting six people as well, if I'm right, Chair. We only have 2. Now, it means that they will come. Some will say, no, I'm not available. I'll see you next week like Mkhwanazi, or for whatever reason. Then we must dance to their tune. It can't be right, Chair. Thank you.
No. Honorable members, there is nothing we disagree with you on. But remember, today we have guests that we have invited here. They must present. We have given you a report. A decision will be taken, but we cannot turn these proceedings into a committee meeting now. It will be unfair for our guests. We just give you the report that this is what is happening. And even if we were to go there, the route of subpoena, we will not have Mr. Mkhwanazi here tomorrow because it's a process. And because he's not here, or it is uncertain that he's going to be here, let's agree to proceed with today's business. And then those other matters, we deal with them. Or if you want to have a committee meeting now, let's release this guest to go and then we have a committee meeting. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if we're going to do our committee meeting much later, we're going to waste the whole time when something can be done in the background. It's actually getting frustrating now with the level of engagement or what Parliament is doing and not doing. Chair, and I think we've been extremely patient. Number one, we need a reason and an explanation why those that were supposed to appear yesterday didn't appear. Was it because they were not available and we had requested too late, or was it because of Parliament, us not being able to just get people here to Parliament? And we must also need to take this public participation very serious. It can't just be a haphazard on the issue. So firstly, we must be answered, whose fault was it that those that were supposed to show up yesterday did not show up? Whose fault is it that those who are supposed to be here today are not here? Is it on our side? Is Parliament incapable of just, Chair, arranging for people to come and show and appear before us? Because this committee it's just degenerating terribly now. We've been undermined by Paul O'Sullivan. Parliament has done nothing about it. It's been over 2 months now, Chair. He said we had a witness here. He sent a message. He has threatened a witness. We have done absolutely nothing. We still don't have a forensic investigator. Now we are being asked about Brian Mokhosi busy telling us it's because we have set a path to where we are being treated like this. And I don't know if it's intentional of this GNU leadership here in Parliament to make us look and decapacitate this committee, that by the time we are done, there's no findings, there's nothing credible that's going to come out of it. It's just going to be that we have ticked a box and we've done something, but there's actually nothing that we've done except waste taxpayers' money.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Chair, in the meantime now, we must decide that Brown Mokhosi should have been summoned here a long time ago. We also want to report on how far we are with that Paul Sullivan's. No, Chair, no, we've been very patient. How far we are with that, because these delays is the problem, Chair.
Honorable Matthews, do you support the subpoena of Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi?
Yes, long time ago, and we want an update on how far we are on the subpoena of on that Paul O'Sullivan as well. And then we want to have a meeting so we can complete the rest of the witnesses, because these delays, it just looks like it's very tactical. And we're going to end up on the 20th of February being unable or incapable of submitting a decent report to Parliament. So yes, he must be summoned. It should have started a long time ago when he started acting up. And we want to also an update on how far we are with the summons with Paul O'Sullivan. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other member who wants to speak on the matter of Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi? That he must be subpoenaed. Agreed? Thank you so much. Andile, can we move to the report on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Good morning again, Chairperson, honorable members, and to my colleagues as well. Chairperson, as you may be aware, this is a committee of the National Assembly, and therefore the issuing authority in respect of summoning witnesses before this committee is the Speaker of the National Assembly. Accordingly, I'm advised that this matter is under advisement before the Speaker. Yesterday, I was reliably informed that the Speaker will communicate a decision within the next day or two. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, that is the report. Any taker? Honorable Scosan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You know, the issue of Paul O'Sullivan, it shows you when yesterday I spoke about white supremacy. You know, I went on to check as well the meaning of use an Irish idiom. I'm not sure whether, Chair, in this house, can I really interpret that for the house? If you allow me to do that, I'll do so. I need your guidance because really we can't.
Yeah, but there is a report now that we will get a response from the speaker.
Yes, hence I'm saying we are waiting for that report, but I wanted to ask first for you that when you finish, please allow me to tell this nation what did Paul said to us as members sitting here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Angibingelele Hlala. Chair, I'm kind of a bit confused here. When it comes to Brown Mokgotsi, we decide here that we subpoena him. But when it comes to Paul Sullivan, we must wait for the speaker. Can you kindly clear that for me, please? Number two, the president of the country, President Ramaphosa, is guarded by people he doesn't know. From former President Thabo Mbeki, former President Zuma. So that's the most expensive and very, very protective unit you can have. So those people, if they claim that they feel they will be killed, why were they not killed before? Now that they're going to come to Parliament, they fear for their lives. I think, Chair, we are being playful to this issue. We should be done by now knowing that Paul Sullivan has decided and has told us straight in our face like this, that he's not going to come. Why should we be delaying? Why should we be taking further steps and waste time? That guy is gone. He must be subpoenaed and come here. That's it. I respect the parliamentary laws, but Chair, let's be fair. If Mokgotsi is subpoenaed and the decision is ours, same as Paul Sullivan, I support that he must be subpoenaed. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I'm extremely dissatisfied by that report which we have been given by Andile. It's a miniskirt report. He does not even tell us when he wrote to the speaker, because a report should give us a paper trail to say, this is the last communication we had with Paul O'Sullivan, and this is his last response. Based on this response, this is what we did. We wrote to the speaker. He comes here and tells us, I am told that the report will be given to us by the speaker in 2 days. By who? And who addressed the issue to the speaker and how? We must be taken seriously here and not embrace mediocrity, because that report that has been given to us is nothing but mediocrity. So let's be given clarity here, proper clarity here, Andile. When did you last get a response from Paul O'Sullivan? And did you write a letter to the speaker informing her about the quagmire that we are currently confronted by as this committee? Okay. We can't be given reports like that, Chair, and call ourselves a committee of parliament.
Honorable Matthews.
Yeah, I support that, Chair, because this issue of the summons of Paul O'Sullivan, it's been 2 weeks in the making. So for us to get a report that the speaker is going to give us a report in 1 or 2 days, it's unacceptable. You also told us in the last admin meeting that the speaker is going to give us a report, or you're going to come back and report to us about the additional resources we need in this committee. Dullah. So we're not going to play happy family here, Chair. We also want now, we must know, why are the witnesses not here? Whose fault is it?
No, but we can't discuss many.
No, we can. We can't. Every time, Chair, you come here and you're telling us, you've just told us these ones couldn't make it. Yes, whose fault is it that so we need to make a decision whether they must continue appearing here, or if it's Parliament's fault.
Can we be systematic?
No, I'm raising three.
If you raise 3 matters at once, how we can't be discussive in a meeting.
No, but I'm not. They're very separate.
We
Chair,
take items.
Okay,
No,
but
wait,
I raised that and you didn't respond to
Wait,
it.
honorable member. we took the item on Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. The decision of this meeting is that the witness must be subpoenaed. Correct. That's the decision the meeting has taken. Number two, we are on the report of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And I thought you will speak to that report.
Chair,
Mr. Tejana has given us a report here. And then there are those two other items that you raise. We will come to them. But if you want to cluster them at once, it can be a way to deal with issues. We must deal with one issue and resolve it and go to the next.
But what is going on here, Chair? I'm raising those also to show what is going on here and how we are being deliberately decapacitated as members of this committee to be able to do our work. And I raised that issue about that Paul O'Sullivan again, to say, are we also going to wait another week and then the speaker's going to come back and say, I will give you a report in 1 or 2 days, because that Paul O'Sullivan matter. So I'm raising it with the Brown. We've resolved that. Are we going to get a report in another week on what the speakers decided to do? Like, what's going on, Chair? Do you know yourself what's going on? Where does the speaker even enter? So the speaker must do it. Where is the speaker? That she cannot even come and deal and tell us why exactly she has not summoned, if that is her responsibility to do that. Or maybe, Chair, you need to tell us, or Andile must tell us, when did we approach the speaker to say we want Paul here, so we know how long it's going to take to deal with the issue of Brown. Because we are just getting these bird eye reports, and we've been tolerant very, very long. And we're about to close on the 20th.
Honorable, no, there is no need to be intolerant, honorable members. Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, just as a matter of procedure here, I think it's very unfair on our witnesses here to be present whilst we are dealing with these issues. I propose perhaps we can just ask them for a few minutes to wait outside, and then we conclude this matter and then call them back. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. If they want to go out, they can go. But remember, they are members of the public. Meetings of parliament or committees of parliament are open to the public. Chief Whip.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues and all and everyone who's here. No, Chair, my proposal is slightly different. I want to suggest that because you have confirmed 2 witnesses for today, and they're already before us, let's proceed with them and see how far we can go. At the end of that discussion with them, we can then have an opportunity to discuss our own internal matters. That's what I want to propose, because I think it may be unfair for us to ask them to be here at 11 o'clock and tell them to go outside and wait for us to deal with in-house matters. So my humble submission to the meeting is that let's proceed with them now, and then maybe after lunch or whenever we can deal with our own internal issues. Thanks.
It is not easy, Chief Whip, to preside over a committee like this one. The suggestion that you make is an old suggestion. When we tabled these reports, we tabled them and pleaded with the members to say, because we have invited guests here, these are the reports for you to know. And the reason why this report is given is because the work of the committee must not suffer. We have the instant decision that we must make is that Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi is not here tomorrow. What do we do with tomorrow's day? Do we finish our business today and then come back next week? Or do we schedule appearance of other public submission, so that if that decision has to be taken, the committee must take that decision and those people must be informed that they must be here tomorrow. And then the issue of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi is not going to be resolved today or tomorrow. To summon a person, a witness to appear before the committee is a process. And furthermore, the point that you raise, yourself and Honorable Saul, is that there are witnesses here, there are guests here that have been invited. They must be given an opportunity to present. And then thereafter, the committee can look for a time where it can take decisions that are necessary to take. But even if we are going to take decisions on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Mr. Mkhwanazi, which we have done already, what remains is that we still have to decide whether we are coming back here tomorrow or not. That's exactly what we must do now. So I want to check the rest of the things the administration has heard, what you want them to do. But for now, do we have tomorrow to use as a committee? Can we schedule appearances tomorrow? Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I'm going back to what I said earlier, that we can, if we have a schedule for tomorrow, let's not even ask each other what must happen tomorrow. But we can't be dictated. You know, if people hence are saying, is it our administration or there's other issues which we don't know about? Yesterday, we were supposed to have 6. I'm repeating that again. We had only 3. Today, we are only having 2 in front of us. Now, if those other people who were supposed to be here now, unless there was no one, it was the only 2 which we had to deal with now. Then I'll agree with you on that, as far as we are concerned, as controversies were here. But if there are other witnesses who are not supposed to be here, are we going to convene tomorrow for them? It's not fair, Chair.
No.
Let us know why they are not here.
What I'm saying is that tomorrow, in any event, we were going to use the day for Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
And the report that we get here is that all of a sudden now, Mr. Ramano says, I wanted to book him a flight. He's no longer responding. So that's why what we are saying to the committee, are we ending our business today because Mr. Mkhwanazi is not here tomorrow? Or must we schedule public appearances for tomorrow? That's what we want to hear from you. The rest of the issues, we cannot delay our time and discuss them here. Can we agree that we are using tomorrow or we are not using it?
The question, Chair, are we calling public participation as well tomorrow?
Yeah.
But if they fail, like today, they fail to come even today. What if we come in here tomorrow, they are not here again?
We are having 4 coming today. 2 is here and 2 will come.
Oh, they are still coming?
Yes.
Guaranteed?
Yes.
What happened yesterday will never happen tomorrow.
Look, it's not for me to say those things. What I know is that we are having 4 appearances today.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, and if they don't come, it's not I'm not responsible for booking flights or, yes, in the same way as I'm not responsible for summoning witnesses here.
Yeah, but hence, Chair, I'm saying our worry is that yesterday we were supposed to have 6. We had only 3. We don't know the reason why they are not here. They were not
that Parliament was unable to deal with the logistics of traveling yesterday. And that is why out of those 6 people that were expected, unless honorable members want to call the person who is responsible for traveling or logistics in a Parliament to come here now and explain why out of 6 look, there are certain things that are beyond our control as a committee of Parliament, and that is what members must understand. If we make a request that the following witnesses must appear before a committee. And we can't have all of them. It will unfair for us to sit here and start to question each other, why those people are not here. It's not my responsibility. I think the explanation, honorable member, which we give is that the secretariat of the committee has communicated to say, we wish to have the following witnesses appearing on Tuesday. It has not happened. I mean, he called me on Monday night and told me that we are trying our best, but we are struggling to have everything happening the way we have desired. But when we talk to you, we are talking to the leadership of the country. We can't report everything to you unless you suspect that the reports that we give you are not in good faith. But if we trust each other and believe that we can act with integrity, whatever report we present before you, you will understand that this report is coming from men and women of integrity. And if there is anything untoward, it will be unfortunate. But every time we give you a report, we give you a report in good faith. And you must not have anything to suspect. You see, when I'm sitting here as your chairperson, I'm not sitting only as a member of parliament. I have my own personal reputation that I have to protect. I can't come before you here and tell you things that are not there. I report to you in good faith. But if we come here transparent and you want us to be naked, we can still go to that level. But believe when we give you reports, there is no need to suspect each other. We are working for the people of South Africa with the same determination. Honorable Souls.
Chair, I really think it's wrong of us to disrespect our guests like we are doing. Even though they are part of the public, as you've said, I would then lean more towards the Chief Whip's proposal as an act of showing we respect their time, that they are here to come and assist the committee. If we say we finish them so that they can then continue with whatever they have to do, instead of them sitting here with us doing what we are doing, I still don't feel it's correct, Chair. Let's allow for us then to finish them so we show we respect their time for being here with us. And then it is also true that the public must know what are the reasons that the witnesses did not come. And we have that meeting publicly like we're having it here, but not have our guests sit here even though they're part of the public. But we are not giving them the option to sit here and listen to us or not. Let us show respect to them. We are actually mandated to serve them. Let us serve them, Chair, and finish the work that they are here for. Then we have this discussion publicly after we are done with them and they are released.
The statement that you are making is an old statement, Honorable Souls.
I'm repeating it because we are continuing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's an old statement. It's a statement that when this meeting opened, we said it that this guest must be given a chance to.
But we are continuing, Chair.
Yeah, it's not me.
But I'm asking you now to make the ruling that we are going to stop this, we're going to continue.
Listen,
otherwise,
listen to what I'm saying now. I'm saying that the critical reports that you wanted to know about have been given before you. And you have decided that this is the decision that must be taken. And you have also reaffirmed your decision on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. So it can't change. So now let's give this guest an opportunity to make a presentation. And the rest of the matters, like you say, will be dealt with accordingly. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we are available tomorrow for any of the public submissions, there's no problem, since it's Parliament's fault that it cannot even arrange basic logistics for our witnesses. We're also happy to proceed. I raised the issue that we deal with the issue of the summonsing of Brian Mkhwanazi before the guest was mainly so while we are busy here, that process with the speaker and stuff starts and we don't have to waste half a day. But I think we are good to go now. So it was.
That is
thank
very
you.
proactive. So we are going to be here tomorrow, honorable members. It's only Friday that we will not be here. Advocate Arends. So Mr. Tejana, the process to have Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi here must start now. Advocate Arends, do you want to confirm our two guests?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Today, we have as our guest advocate Tengimpilo Makubula, and Dr. Jean Redpath, whom I had engaged on a previous similar occasion some years ago in the KwaZulu-Natal Commission of Inquiry. I'm sure she will, both of them will make some helpful contributions to us. I think the Honorable Chair will confirm that you're not witnesses, so we won't be swearing you in, but just to confirm the attendance. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Do you have any remarks that you want to make?
As regards Mr. Mkhwanazi, we have been engaging with him.
No, the matter of Mr. I mean, that one, there is a decision. I want to check regarding the two guests that are appearing here. In fact, the reason why I'm checking with you, if you have any remarks to make, is whether Mr. Makebula, we must administer oath, because I'm not certain about the nature of the presentation he's going to make. Is he going to make allegations that may need to be probed, or is his presentation like the Dullah Omar Institute?
As I understand Advocate Makebula's presentation, he did serve in the force for some 15 years, and he has represented as a union person. He's represented many police officers, I think mainly black, and he is coming to tell us about some of his experiences in many of those cases. It appears some unfair treatment, which does implicate the terms of reference of this honorable committee. Dr. Redpath's presentation relates to budgetary issues in the police and some other helpful comments about the Institute's interpretation and opinion on provisions in the law that are also relevant to our terms of reference.
Yeah, with regard to Advocate Makebula, is he advocate?
Yes, Chair.
I want to check if there are specific cases or names of people that you are going to mention, or positions that those people might have occupied.
Yes, I'll call their names, but I've got something document on my files. I'll call
Yeah.
this is the first thing, this is.
If you are going to call names of people, then it means we must swear you. And then Dr. Redpath's presentation is similar to those we had yesterday.
Yes, Honourable
Okay.
Chair.
So Dr. Redpath, with you, we don't have to administer any oath because you are not going to make any allegations against any person, but to share with us your knowledge, your observations, the trends that you might have followed, including recommendations, isn't it? Is that appropriate? And you are okay with that? Thank you so much. Can we administer oath on your advocate, Matewul? Before I administer oath, I want to make the following remarks to you that you have been invited before this ad hoc committee that investigates allegations that have been made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, on that day of 6 July 2025, and that the information that you are going to give here will assist the committee in its oversight work, particularly in investigating the allegations, which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPK22. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS. And three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, Advocate Maqebula, the Ad Hoc Committee Chairperson, has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Advocate Maqebula, please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Advocate Maqebula, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
Take an oath, Honorable Chair.
Now that you have elected to take an oath, you will follow me as I dictate. You will say aye and state your names in full.
I, Kengimpilo Maqebula,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
say that evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, but nothing else but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. We are going to start with you, Dr. Redpath, from the from the Dullah Omar Institute. How much time do you need for your presentation?
I estimate between 20 minutes and half an hour.
Yeah, because most of the time will be the interaction between you and the members. You can just give an executive summary in your presentation. Members will pick up issues. They are already prepared for you. They know the questions they want to ask you, and then you will interact with them. And I want you to know that you are not here as a witness. Your status is different from those people who come here to make allegations about certain offices or certain individuals. You are having a conversation with us, even those that are witnesses. The proceedings here are not adversarial. We are in a conversation to find a better way in which we can make South Africa habitable for its citizens in terms of safety and their security. Thank you so much. Good luck in your presentations. Once you finish presenting, you will hand over the microphone to Advocate Maqebula to also present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members, for the opportunity. I would just like to give a brief introduction of the Dullah Omar Institute. The full name is the Dullah Omar Institute for Constitutional Law, Governance and Human Rights. And we do research, teaching and advocacy on criminal justice reform and human rights in Africa. In South Africa, we've done a great deal of work for the Civilian Secretariat for Policing, for the National Prosecuting Authority, for NACAC, for IPID, and we've also worked in countries to the north of us, including Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia. So we've had a great deal of experience looking at criminal justice systems and in the African context. I've also personally achieved my PhD on subnational government, that's a multi-level government, and policing. And my particular interest in resources was sparked, as Advocate mentioned earlier, through the Khayelitsha Commission, where we found that the allocation of resources to high murder rate areas was anomalously low. This then led to a recommendation from the Commission and ultimately a court case in which the court agreed with us that SAPS was allocating resources irrationally and unjustly. And so this is an issue that is very close to the heart of the Dullah Omar Institute, which is located in the center of one of the most difficult areas. And it's a continuing problem, the allocation of resources in South Africa. The second part of the presentation just details the way in which the criminal justice system and policing in South Africa have deteriorated over the last 20 years, in particular over the last 10 years. We managed to halve our murder rate to reach a level of 29 murders per 100,000 in 2011. In the most recent year, that had almost doubled to 46 per 100,000. So in other words, we regressed from all the gains that we made in terms of the murder rate. And the police are absolutely crucial to the operation of the criminal justice system. We also have a reducing fraction of people willing to say they trust the police in South Africa. In 2011, this was as much as 46%, dropping down to 22% in the last few years. In other words, again, a more than halving. We now have far fewer detectives. We had 27,000 in 2014. In 2025, the figures suggested we only have 16,000. This in turn leads to a reducing number of convictions and sentences for serious crime. Although the Department of Correctional Services stopped providing us with data on admissions of sentenced offenders, we know that in about 2001, 243,000 were sentenced to prison every year. The NPA annual reports suggest that figure has dropped to 52,000, massive drop. So what we see is a deterioration on all sides. Also increasing civil claims for damages against the police, for illegal police action, the failure of SAPS to discipline its own members. We see a huge drop in disciplinary hearings, which have actually taken place from a more than 5,000 in 2011-12 to fewer than 2,000. So more disciplinaries doesn't mean that people are behaving more badly. It means that the state is taking action, the police are taking action. And when you see a huge drop like that, you should be seriously concerned. And then we see wasteful expenditure of state police resources in various ways, even though we have this constrained fiscal environment. One of the studies that we did for the Civilian Secretariat showed up until about 2016, 2017, a correlation between how much we spend on policing and what we get out in terms of improved safety, improved trust, convictions, etc. That is no longer the case. So the more we spend, we don't get the benefits in the way that we used to. So the Dullah Omar Institute is urging the committee to take this broader context into consideration in its deliberations. And in here in particular, the trends are in general worse in KwaZulu-Natal. The murder rate worsened more sharply over this time. Trust in the policing is even lower at 18%, and more than 30% of deaths as a result of police action come from KwaZulu-Natal. These are all concerning trends. KwaZulu-Natal has long been an outlier on deaths as a result of police action. So that is the broader context in which both this inquiry and the Nhlanhla Commission are taking place, where we are, as a country, not getting value for money for our investment. And here I want to draw the committee's attention to the budget vote of the SAPS, where we find, as well as the annexures to General Masamola's statement in the Nhlanhla Commission. They run to many pages, but they detail the expenditures on the political killings task team. If you add all of these up, it comes to something like $500 million over the 6.5, 7 years. And I want to point out that this is exclusive of the salaries of the people involved. So this is over and above salaries of those people. And yet the annual report of the SAPS repeatedly makes mention about the strain that the detective service has been under, little to no growth in resources, with emerging and priority crime threats often requiring the diversion to specialized task teams. In other words, SAPS itself is saying that the task teams are a drain on the detective service in its own annual report. I also want to speak to the budget votes of the police, which every year since 2018, they've had in the personnel expenditure table an anomalous expenditures of 8.6 billion associated with only 8 persons, which suggests that they are each earning $1 billion each. Does not seem that this is correct. And it may be that this is where the expenditure for overtime, accommodation, laundry, etc., for task teams is coming from, not just the political killings task team, for any task team. However, that's not accounted for any way that I have been able to find the 8.5 billion. And it's not clear exactly how and in what way this money is spent. So I urge the committee to try to find out where the budget allocation for task teams is coming from and how that is accounted for by the SAPS. There is also, of course, the crime intelligence component of the SAPS, which is a covert budget, which is subject to the oversight of the Intelligence Committee and the Inspector General of Intelligence. And it's unclear whether any portion of the PKTT funding was drawn from this budget, which is not in the public domain. What is clear from the annexes to the National Commissioner's statement is that the money came from national and was managed provincially. It's very clearly stated in the documentation. There's also the possibility that it comes from emergency expenditures, which would be directly against the National Revenue Fund, but this would require ministerial approval and reporting to Parliament, and must be included in the adjustment budgets for the next year. So as the Dullah Omar Institute, we are asking to what end the committee to establish, to what end the voted expenditure of 8.6 billion in the police vote under personnel is earmarked and spent, whether task teams get their money from this vote, and if so, how many such task teams are so funded. I just want to pause here and say that the amount of money is extremely large. The entire budget for the investigating directorate against corruption in the National Prosecuting Authority is only 260 million. And so even the first 6 months of the additional expenditure on the PKTT of 50 million is significant when you consider how comparatively little is allocated to the IDAC. Where the funds for task teams are drawn from, and whether there's been appropriate accounting to the Minister and Parliament, and what policies govern expenditure on items such as overtime, accommodation, and the like. If you look at the annexures, they are showing that accommodation was provided for almost every day over that time period for 6 years. Accommodation, overtime, laundry, meals. Does that mean that these people were not at home for the entire 6 years? It is a significant amount of expenditure. In fact, it is continuing in the most recent part of the documentation, which runs to March this year. 31 million is allocated for 56 people, which works out to around 70,000 rand for each of those people per month, which I believe is more than the take-home pay of an ordinary member of Parliament, something of that order of magnitude. And that's over and above salaries. So, yeah, I'm just raising the question of, are task teams aligning with the priorities of this government, and which I understand to be corruption and gender-based violence as among the priorities? It does not appear from the funding that the funding, which is where priorities are expressed, is aligning with the expenditure. And then we have the performance of the task team. It is true that given the very poor performance in ordinary matters, it is somewhat better than the situation in ordinary matters, but we have to look at it in context. If we look at other interventions of this nature where a phenomenon of high violence was addressed, and here we have a good example in around 2010, 2011, the Gauteng aggravated robbery strategy, which targeted with a multidisciplinary task team aggravated robbery in Gauteng, targeting the arrest and conviction of people at the highest levels involved in that type of crime. It was successful in arresting and convicting, but it was also had a buffer impact on the rest of the province, as well as KwaZulu-Natal, where we see aggravated robbery dropped markedly and murders dropped markedly in both provinces. In other words, the impact was not confined to aggravated robbery. With the political killings task team, we see the impact seems to have been confined only to political killings, as murders in the province accelerated over the time of its existence. And so that should also be taken into account. I also draw the committee's attention, if you look at, again, at the annexures, that the case numbers of the dockets that remained within the political killings task team and were handed over only 4 of them come from 2024, which suggests that only 4 additional matters arose during 2024. In other words, the task team is continuing to investigate historical matters, which one would hope with all this expenditure would have been addressed by now. Then on the role of the minister, I believe you had some input on this yesterday. And here we just want to urge caution about blanket kinds of interpretations of the law. The Constitution says that the National Commissioner controls and manages the police service subject to the directions of the minister. And the minister is responsible for the policing, which means that you, Parliament, can hold him to account for the performance of the police. And so the minister must be able to have some sway over policing. He must be able to direct policy and strategy, if not interfere in individual cases. Clearly, interfering in individual cases probably crosses the line, but when it comes to policy, which is expressed in budgets, there we need to look at what the priorities of the government of the day are, and the minister surely will be able to give direction with the support of cabinet, with the support of Parliament, obviously, and accounting to Parliament on the policy directions that he has made to the police. And then, as Parliament, your main job is not only oversight, but also legislation. And here I want to talk not only about the SAPS Act, which is mentioned in the submission, but also some of you are members of the Justice Committee, the National Prosecuting Authority Act. Both these acts are in urgent need of amendment in order to address not only corruption, but the serious decline that we're seeing in the operation of our criminal justice system. Yeah, so the problems with the SAPS Act are largely historical, as it was originally enacted in 1995. We have a great deal of confusion between provisions of the interim constitution that are still referred to in the SAPS Act and the current constitution. It's confusing and unclear for the ordinary person, and it doesn't meet the requirements of today. There are oversight provisions which were originally intended for community police forums are now what provinces have. There's a failure to provide for crime intelligence at all in the SAPS Act. It's not mentioned in the SAPS Act at all. And to clearly outline its mandate, powers, and limitations. And then we have, of course, the Hawks, the DPCI. The provision for its mandate is so broad that there is very little focus on corruption in practice. And this is reflected in the outputs of the DPCI. You can go and look in the reports of the DPCI, in the annual reports. I think there were 6 preccar convictions in the most recent year. It's woefully insufficient. The Hawks' mandate is so broad that they're barely looking at corruption at all, which is really where the political killings come from. If we want to stop political killings, we have to stop the incentive. Why do people want to kill politicians? Because if they become the politician in northern KwaZulu-Natal, they have access to be able to influence what's going on in terms of tenders, etc., etc. That is the root of it. If we address corruption, then we are addressing the problem more broadly. Then we have the problem of the discipline in SAPS. It's dealt with entirely internally through the Labour Relations Act and a bargaining council agreement, which we think is inappropriate for an armed law enforcement structure. Routine discipline is absent. Many who should be disciplined are not, and the disciplinary system is frequently abused. And the time periods for how long things take, simply too long in the disciplinary system. And we often have situations where people simply resign in order to avoid the disciplinary process and then pop up in a law enforcement agency somewhere else. Then we have top-heavy consumption of resources in the SAPS. Police station human resources are only at around 65% of what the SAPS says is necessary. In other words, the plan says they need 100 people, only 65 people can be allocated in general. Even though there are deep problems with the plan, that just shows the disjuncture between what we're able to afford and what actually happens. And this is not because we don't have enough money. It's because of where the money is. The money is in the wrong places. And that is what Parliament must pay. We hope this process will help Parliament to pay attention to. We still have very low per capita allocations of resources, not only to high murder rate areas in the Western Cape, but also the deep rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape and other provinces. In general, where we have higher murder rates, you tend to have low reported crime. This influences the allocations because people don't trust the police, they don't report, and this in turn leads to a low allocation, which in turn leads to more crime. And so it's a vicious circle, which despite a court order, the SAPS has still not been able to come up with a new formula. I understand that the public consultation process is being embarked upon this year, and we really hope that it will lead to a more sensible and rational allocation to our people who are really struggling in some of the high murder rate areas. Thank you for the opportunity to make this submission.
So much, Dr. Ripath. Look at me, doctor. Do you see the people sitting on this row? Do you know them?
Some of them.
Do you want to introduce them to this committee?
Mbekiseli Benjamin is from Judges Matter.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Mbekiseli Benjamin, and I come from the University of Cape Town. I have with me here my colleagues who are visiting the University of Cape Town for the next 12 weeks. They are postgraduate students from the Villanova University Law School in Philadelphia in the United States. And we are researchers by training. And so we've worked with Dr. Redpath on some of the work that she's done. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. And welcome. How long are they here?
Oh, they are here until for the next 12 weeks. I don't know when, I think that it's till the end of, it's until the end of March, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry, mid-April, I'm being corrected, I'm sorry. It's until the middle of April, and it's part of, they are here in South Africa as part of their training. They are final year law students about to graduate in May, and so this is their last part of their training. And it's next to me, it's Morgan, Brianna, Brittany, and Sydney.
And
Thank
then
you, Chair.
today, why are you here and what is your expectation from us so that we behave ourselves?
I'll hand over to them.
No. Can you explain?
Well, based here in South Africa, we do follow the work of the Ad Hoc Committee. The terms of reference of the Ad Hoc Committee do include a component of investigating the judiciary, which is work that we do. And so we have been following the Ad Hoc Committee from the beginning. And today's proceedings, I think, are important, and we decided to be here physically because part of it, the work that Dr. Redpath does, intersects with some of the work that we do, especially in relation to the courts and the performance of the courts. And so that's why we are here for this session in particular. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Advocate Matabula. Dr. Ripath, thank you so much, and you will pardon us for those delays. Nah. I just believe that you were not unsettled and rattled.
Good order, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the same to you, Advocate Makebula. We must not have done anything that disrupted your chain of thought.
Can I start, Chair?
Yeah, your time starts now. How much time do you need?
An hour, Chair, at least.
Yeah, let's try and work to below an hour.
No, it's fine, Chair. I'll try.
Just a moment, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarity, are they from the same organization?
No,
So we're gonna do, and then,
yeah, like yesterday when we took two presentations.
okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. Protocol observed. Firstly,
There's Medach Nomen here.
oh, sorry. Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Advocate Makebula. I was working in the police for, I think, almost 40 years. I joined SAPS in 1994, coming from the Homelets. I was a union leader for all these years, and also I was a police commander in Grahamstown. Honorable members, my presentation is composed of 5 topics. I made an affidavit, but I could see now the time is too short, so I have to make topics so that the committee can follow my presentation. But if I've got time, I'll refer to attachment. I think the members were given attachments. Those are that I think are important. Firstly, item 1, the heading is going to like this. It's written as follows: unlawfully and unconstitutional dismissal of more than 100 or 200 members of the SAPS in different provinces without a trial, in violation of Section 34 of the Constitution, in violation of Section 35 of the Constitution, in violation of Section 3 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act 3 of 2000, we call it PAJA, in violation of promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination, also in violation of the Labor International Law article that we called termination of service of the workers without a trial, without being given a chance to defend themselves. So I've got that international law article. Office of Foreign Government is signing off that. And also in violation of the well-recognized legal principle called audi alteram partem rule. That says anything that somebody have to answer, we need to give him a chance to explain himself. And also in violation of the laws of SAPS by themselves. First one is Regulation 8.1. That direct how they must investigate conduct of the police. And also in violation of Regulation 4M, that say investigations must be done differently. If you are in charge for criminal case, those one must take their way. If the departmental must take their way. So I submit today that SAPS violated all those laws that then I will explain. Then the second, I'll just read all of them so that the members can follow up. The second one reads, legal admin officers for SAPS Legal Services of Eastern Cape and Free State lie under oath in their opposing affidavit on behalf of the Minister of Police, non-implementation of arbitration awards and labor court orders within time frames, failure by legal services to refer arbitration awards on review within time frames, lack of supervision of legal service activities by accounting officers, involvement of factional battles activities between state attorney, especially East London and Port Elizabeth. Instead of state attorneys to support the departments, they become involved in battles between managers and legal service. Then I explain further. The third topic will be, I will be quick. The third topic will be racism and racial discrimination, racism and racial dismissal of only black and colored police by SAPS white HR officers in Grahamstown, Makhanda from 1996 until today. Protection of white police who committed serious cases in Grahamstown, Makhanda using Regulation 9 of the SAPS regulation. Another topic, racial dismissal of black and colored police for offenses they never committed. Transplanting of non-existing cases by some white police in Makhanda and other areas around Grahamstown since 1996. Submission of uninvestigated case docket to Makhanda DPP's office, where the detectives were forced to submit uninvestigated cases requested by some white prosecutors and some state advocate if the suspect is a white person. Cover-ups for cases committed by some white people and by some white MPA prosecutors, and cover-up by Lieutenant General Nkomo. I'm going to the last topic, but I'll be quick. Corruption and maladministration by promotion panels where qualifying applicants are deliberately hidden on the application so that they must not be seen, must not be shortlisted. So let me quickly go to the first topic. Briefly, in 2016, the National Commissioner of Police and the unions signed an agreement called Code of Conduct for SAPS. What they did in this Code of Conduct, they add a special regulation called the Regulation 9. And that Regulation 9 is only in the police out of 10 million workers in South Africa. They've got that clause of regulation that says in this regulation will be dismissed without a trial. What happened to that regulation? If there is allegation of anything that you did as a police official, you will be called to appear before a brigadier or a general. That general will act as a chairperson, as an employer representative, will act everything. They will stay like this in a meeting. So this general, what will do? At that time, we will be in possession of statements that were photocopied from the criminal case docket. There is no investigation in terms of the Regulation 8. But normally, do they just go to police station? If maybe they say you steal somebody's pen, they'll just go and photocopy those statements and bring it there. So in that trial, what will happen? That is say, I've read the statement of the complainant. What is your plea? Then you say plea guilty or not guilty. Then that chairperson will simply say, those people, those witnesses cannot lie. You did this, I'm dismissing you. So this is the end of it, of this regulation. As I was working with the police for a long time, some of them approached me, some of the regulations were there when I was still there. Then we took this matter to High Court of Bloemfontein on two issues. First one, to say these regulations must be declared by the court unconstitutional because it violated two of the Bill of Rights. The first one is Section 34 and Section 3 of the promotion of, and Section 4 of, we call it PAJA, Section 4 of PAJA. Ne? By saying, in terms of Section 34, any person that have to be investigated or any administrative thing that have been done to a person, it must be lawful. Then you said in terms of Section 34, this regulation is unlawful because, the action leading to unlawful dismissal is unlawful itself. Because one, in terms of their regulation, they have, in terms of Regulation 8, to do investigation. After they finish the member with the report. But what they did, no investigation was done. They go to police station and make photocopies of the docket and say this is the evidence. Whereas their own laws, Regulation 4M says investigations must be done independently, meaning departmental go in this way, criminal go in this way. So he said to the judge, based on that, please declare this regulation unconstitutional. Then the second argument was in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution, that say everyone have got a right to fair trial. Fair trial means a right to call your own witnesses and defense. And in these cases, the chairperson did not do that. So the list of those brigadiers and generals that dismissed these members on page 7, I'm not sure whether the attachment were given to members. Just have a look back. These are the brigadiers. And you find that if there was a rumor from the members, I can't confirm it. They say if you dismiss so much, you promote it to a general. That's why they told me, but I don't want to confirm that one. So what happened? They do that way, then they dismiss them. Then in court, really, SAPS only argue the side of Section 35 to say these regulations were constitutional because were signed by the unions and also confirmed by the Minister of Police in terms of Section 24 of the Police Act. But he said to court, no, they got them wrong. We're saying they are unconstitutional because they deny a right to somebody for somebody to defend himself. And furthermore, Section 36 of the Constitution made it clear that if you want to limit some of somebody's rights, they must be reasonable. There must be a very, very, very good reason. We can't just limit it. Then we make a last example that if in the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, there are many laws they make, but they were taken to court because they are unconstitutional. And they were legally passed by the Parliament. Everything was done, but because there is a violation of some of the Lantiga, these ones are also unconstitutional. On the side of the lawfulness of the investigation in terms of PAJA, honestly, they never disputed in court, but they did not say anything. They just did not want to dispute it. So in short, on this point, I'm here today to say we know the matter is in court. We argue in Bloemfontein on the 20th of November last year. We're waiting for judgment. And SAPS was there, maybe can be my witness. They do everything. But we want to come to say to this parliament, we know that SAPS have got a right to discipline members, but he must act lawfully. He must act within the law. Two, to wait the court. The court can go opposite our side, maybe and say, no, they were right, and this and this. They only go to appeal and appeal and appeal. Then want to say to this parliament, can we, as an interested party, and look to this regulation of SAPS, and also look and see how these only innocent members that were dismissed without trial can be helped. I'm talking members aged between 40 and 30 years and 50 years. They are very, very young. And all those cases that were dismissed for criminal cases were withdrawn by the courts. So I'm talking of clean policemen. we have done nothing, but they are dismissed. Then what we did, now that we do a test case for a few policemen, but now there were others that are joined. So there's another case that is going to be in Bloemfontein soon. We call it a class case party. The principle is the same. The one I think is on page, let me just check. I think it's page 64, the notes of motion. But even on that, we have just come here to cry and say, please, please help us to protect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, to protect the laws against any abuse of laws. Because if you look at it, this is really an abuse of law, because you can't just dismiss somebody. Like this parliament, you have called people to come and testify as witnesses and give them chance to respond. But SAPS are just gone. You just gone. So this is my appeal that I come here today. The members are willing for any help that they can get from the parliament, whatever help they can get it. They are hopeless. We've got trained detectives that staying at home doing nothing. And they were dismissed unconstitutionally, and their cases that were charged for, all of them are free. They found not guilty, all of them. Others not guilty, others it's just withdrawn by the courts. And lastly, on this point, I think the honorable members know that there are always battles in the police. Police are opening cases, one another, and that thing open up abuse, because even if it's a false case, once there is a case number at the police station against you, you must know that you are gone. You won't come back, we are dismissed. Then the second point, I won't belong to this one. The second point is legal admin officers for SAPS in Eastern Cape and Free State. In this point, honorable members, we make affidavit challenging the constitutionality of these regulations. In our affidavit, signed by our members, we said these members were not given a chance to cross-examine witnesses, a chance to defend their cases. And in our affidavit, we attach the disciplinary records of General Adolf, who was the chairperson. And those affidavit goes with those records. But General Billet, assisted by legal state attorney, and I would say, no, these members were given chance to cross-examine witnesses. These members were given a chance to call their own witnesses, which is not there, which never happened. Let me just refer to page 102 of the bundle. It's paragraph 4.5 and paragraph 45.2 and 45.3. This is where General Billet lie under oath to say, no, these members are given a chance to cross-examine witnesses. Although in our affidavit, in paragraph, let me just check. Oh, that's what, sorry for the one. In paragraph 10, page 82 of the bundle. This is an affidavit of Sergeant Saul, Sergeant Prince, and another one. We're saying we never be given a chance. There were no witnesses anyway. But Billet, being guided by the state attorney and everybody, said there were witnesses. So that confusion caused a lot of confusion even in court. And the same as well with the legal admin officer of Free State, Colonel Bukitu Parai Mandovu. On paragraph 110, this is the affidavit of Constable Klapo, who was saying that they were never been given a chance to cross-examine witnesses. Then, Colonel, on page 127 of the bundle said witnesses and applicants were given a chance to cross-examine witnesses, which were never been there. Contradicting with the disciplinary records of General Muloy, because General Muloy was there who did everything. So on our David attached everything to say they were never been given a chance to whatever. Then General Muloy confirmed that one party. This kernel just simply say no, they were given a chance to cross-examine witnesses. Then go to the next point, non-implementation of arbitration awards and labor court orders on time and failure by legal service to refer them on review on time. Honorable members, I have to make a very few examples out of many. Concept West was dismissed in 2018. Then in 2019, it took the matter to arbitration, then got the arbitration award. But legal service keep it almost 3 to 4 years until 2023 to take it on review. At that time, the members have already made an application for enforcement of the award. Enforcement of the award. When noticed that the award is going to be implemented, General Billet rushed to court to say, we want to have an interdict for stay of implementation of arbitration award pending review application. Then he got the order in 2025 June. You have got that order now. Meaning now you have to go again for review. So this is an issue, Honorable, I want to raise because this thing is wasting a lot of money because each case is going to be done 3 times. It was arbitration that was done. The second thing did not appeal arbitration, did not make any application for review and just sit down. But when now the applicant wants to enforce the arbitration award, it then is going to start. Firstly, you have to ask for interdict, for condonation, all those things. And I think if honorable members, you normally see on TV, you find that the state vehicles are being attached by the sheriff, the police stations are being closed, whatever. Some of the reasons are this one, because there are 2 things. If you win awards, it's either you apply for review or you implement it. But in SAPS, many arbitration awards and court orders are lying there in the Office of Legal Services. They are just there. Then you find that now members are waiting on the other hand. But when you start, they have to reapply for another money to make a review and appeal. So that thing is waiting a lot of money for the government. And this is not only in the police, I just want to make another example before I leave this one. I was representing another member in Department of Transport. This member was dismissed, then we agreed. Then we referred the matter to arbitration, that was fine. But unfortunately, the arbitrator did something I never had because we find that in the arbitration, there's no witnesses to testify. Therefore, the arbitrator, what the left for the arbitrator is to reinstate the member. But the arbitrator do investigation himself and submit to him and say the dismissal was fair. Then we took the matter on labor court. On labor court, somebody by the name of Utemba Kakaza, I think it's a legal official for Department of Transport advising the Minister of Police. Although it is written on the records that the chairperson of this case was Mr. Hong, but he just still while saying no, I was the chairperson and making an affidavit. When we go to court, notice that he lied. He said, this case must be withdrawn. He's going to consult. He told her to pay the costs. The costs were paid for nothing because this was a legal admin officer. He knows exactly, but he just lied in court. And the state attorney was there. And the state attorney is the one who commissioned the affidavit of this man, Temba Kakaza. So what I'm trying to say, state attorney and legal services need to be looked at. Because I'm not sure whether when legal service are advising commissioners and ministers, did ask permission did they ask permission to implement, or they just brief the ministers, but this is what is happening. On the other hand, I'm not sure whether the ministers of police and commissioners are able to monitor legal services, their activities, or maybe they are not capable, maybe they don't have what we call a capacity to do that one. So I'm just appealing to that one because this one is called waste a lot of money. I think on paper in 2024, there was an issue that SAPS has to pay almost 2 billion rand for claim and legal servicing. So something's not right. So this is the main appeal that I come here so that it can be looked at. Then the third point, racial dismissal of black and colored police for offenses. Sorry, I jump one. Sorry. Okay, it's racism and racial dismissal of only black and colored SAPS members by white HR officers in Grahamstown. Protection of white police who committed serious cases in Grahamstown, Makanda. Without wasting time, honorable members, I just want to go straight and refer to specific issues. Here we find white police who Constable Zili was charged for allowing a prisoner to escape. In terms of SAPS regulation, allowing a prisoner to escape is on page 1 of the offenses that qualify expeditious process. But what happened to him? He was just given a sentence of 2 months and come back to work. So the record is on page 140 of this bundle. Page 140. Then come to many black police officers. We have got Sergeant Brown. Sergeant Brown was charged for assault. And assault is not on the list of expeditious process. But Sergeant Brown was referred to expeditious process and he was dismissed. Apart from that, these white HR officers in Grahamstown, they undermine the black commanders. Because in terms of the regulation 8, if there is an allegation against your member, you call the member as a commander, you interview it. But what these HR officers did, they just called these members and interview themselves. The black commander only hear that his member is dismissed already. It's dismissed already. This is what is happening. Then after these ones that were dismissed, then there are a lot that were dismissed. Okwete, Opiani, Freeman, Sauls, Prince, it's a lot that were dismissed for Regulation 9. But the white one, not dismissed for Regulation 9, because white HR officers just hijacked the entire system to make sure that this is happening.
So, Advocate, you are saying that there are cases where officers would have been accused for similar offenses. You are saying that there are cases where officers would have been accused or charged for similar offenses, but the sentences were not the same, or the sanctions. Yeah. What? Just get the microphone on so that you are on record.
Okay. What I'm saying, Chairperson, in this point, yes, all common. It's not even on the list of expeditious process Regulation 9.
Yeah.
But Sergeant Brown was referred to and was dismissed. Then Constable Zili, a white police, committed offense on the expeditious process, which is number 1 in that list of offenses, but was given a 2-month sentence.
Well,
so what I'm trying to say is that HR officers is ones that are running the entire process. They decide who must be dismissed, who must be protected.
Yeah,
What is happening?
it's a corrupt practice within the
It's a
SA.
corrupt practice, sorry, the chairperson, a corrupt practice.
Yeah, racism is a corrupt practice. That is what you allege.
Yeah, it's a corrupt practice, yes.
Okay.
It's a corrupt practice. Then the next item, dismissal of black and colored police for offenses now never committed, which was another incident. Now, not this one that I was referring to. This one was only Regulation 9, but now it's the entire legal system. Sorry, it's the entire system. What is happening? Transplanting of non-existing cases by some white police, whatever. But let me just go to the point. Honorable members, for the 25 years, I want to say the police, black and colored police in those areas, Makanda, Middleburg, Grafreinet, they were treated like slaves. I want to use that language. They were treated like slaves because, to explain further, I want also to explain the patterns of white police who committed serious crimes that are still there in Grahamstown Police Station, and the patterns of black police that were dismissed, whose cases were found not guilty in terms of Section 174, of which some of them, they were set up by the white police. Let me start with what was at the clerk? What was the clerk? Was tasked to go investigate a case at one of the places, Grahamstown. He steal a check in a scene of crime and go and cash it. And he was found guilty, he pleaded guilty, and it was a fraud and uttering. It's on page, let me just check which page. At this point, I'll go on, and uttering. Then he was favored because the system is white in that area. He was given a warning, he's still working in Grahamstown. Then we have Captain, I've got records for them. Then we've got Captain Miranda Kutsi. Captain Miranda Kutsi left his firearm in a drawer. Then the police informer come and steal it and committed murder and robbery just in front of police station and killed the shop owner. That informer's name was Mzwandile Maju. It was Grahamstown case 2106, 1996. As I said, that this thing had started in 1996 until today. So nothing happened to her until today, still working peaceful. Then we have Captain Havenga, who was charged for assaultive age, and he was not dismissed, he's still there. Then we have Warosa Leslie, no Brigadier Porter, who were found in possession of stolen documents. Those documents were stolen in my office. They used those stolen documents can I say, they used those stolen documents to frame cases against me. But what is important is that the case docket was open, which was Grahamstown 329 of 12/2010. Now, in the process, in court now, I'm accused person for a case that was created. Let me start with Warosa Leslie, then I go to Porter. The case that was created by Warosa Leslie for stolen document in my office. What he did, he attached those documents there in the police docket, and this docket that was created by Leslie did not have complainant, was not open in any place in police station in Grahamstown, but I was an accused facing for fraud case. Surprisingly, that docket, inside the docket, it was written, if you wish to enter to a plea bargaining agreement, you must contact Advocate G. Tanner of Grahamstown DPP's office.
Yeah, Advocate, let's do this for the sake of time.
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you, by any chance, have knowledge of how many cases you are presenting here?
Let me just check. No, there are many,
Yeah.
yeah, there are many, maybe.
Just give a summary and up until one, and let me advise you what you must do hereafter. Hereafter, at your own time, maybe during this week, tabulate all of them in terms of the categories that you want to bring to our attention.
Okay.
You can do them by type or by province, because you said they are national.
Yes.
If there are, let's say, for instance, there are cases where you allege racism,
Yes.
then you do a table and say, in the following cases, we allege racism.
Yes.
Just give a short summary of what happened. Isn't that you want the committee to come back to you and respond and say, in all the cases that you presented,
Yes.
this is how Parliament is going to deal with them, or this is the approach that Parliament will take. You are seeking relief, but you are also trying to inform our process to say, as and when you go to write a report that goes to Parliament, be aware of the following trends or the following developments in the SAP, isn't it?
Yes.
Can you help us and tabulate them in that way and make that submission? You are within the deadline. It's not a new submission. It's just to help the committee to do its work in a very simplified way. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I must just leave the cases just to tabulate the principle. In the light of that.
Yeah, what I want now is for you to talk to the principals like you did.
Yes. No, it's fine.
You remember when you started?
Yeah.
You read pieces of legislation to say there are the following decisions which were made and they were in violation of the following pieces of legislation.
Yes.
So that's why, to help you now, the committee has your submission. When you come out here, you do a table form, tabulate all your cases. Don't leave any case out. Isn't that you say you are acting on behalf of certain individuals?
Yes.
Yes. Then put all their names and the nature of their cases. And then the committee is still going to have deliberations.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it will happen in your absence because you have now been given a chance.
Yes.
But when we have that table, we are able to make reference and say, Advocate Maqebula, when he was here, he alerted us to the following, and how do we deal with these matters going forward? How do we strengthen the law? How do we intervene? How do we reform the system? Is it fine with you?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Can
It's
you
fine,
now
because- yeah, it's
move
fine.
towards rounding up?
Then what will be is that, Chair, on the side of the police, whom I was saying they break the law, whatever they did, I reported all these issues up to the Office of the Minister of Police and National Commissioner, but nothing happened. Then on the side of...
Kiss the microphone.
Sorry. And on the side of NPA officials that are in my affidavit, I refer the matter to Advocate Mkhwanazi of Grahamstown DPP's office. But I never get a report. The only thing that I got was after that, I was victimized almost every day. Then what I did, I refer a dispute of victimization to Labour Court. But surprisingly, on the affidavit, on behalf of Brigadier Bot, who was victimizing me, there was this comment. It's just a short comment. It just said, Advocate Mkhwanazi, as he said, any suggestion that any of my staff made a decision not to prosecute on the basis of perceived racial discrimination or discrimination is unbecoming and unsubstantiated, Captain Maqebula will be well advised to refrain from personal attacks. I wrote a letter in 2008, then in 2010, I've got this on the affidavit of a state attorney signed by Mr. Betendak, yes. Then lastly, on this part, I received a letter from National Prosecuting Authority. It's on page 181 of the bundle. saying that they've got the matter, they will investigate it, then it ends there. So what I'm trying to say, I come here from just to say, please help us. These are the situation. We need help. Although I did not mention all the names, the MEC for police in Eastern Cape, that was in 2000, recognized these racial inequalities. He wrote a letter to police commissioners, said, please, commissioners, investigate this. In paragraph 2 of these letters, it reads, our office are concerned about the numerous complaints we are getting regarding alleged racism against Black and colored police from dismount trials. This was from the office of the MEC, appealing to commissioners, but unfortunately, guys, it never happened until that time. Then lastly, in an effort as now to fight this, we group one another, then we call to the meeting of the MEC for police in Bishop to say we want a face-to-face meeting because these things are affecting us. But unfortunately, we never given a chance to have that meeting.
Okay,
until today.
let's hear Advocate Sokanyile or Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Is because he's raising the issues that the cases that has been dealing with of the policemen, being some of them dismissed at work without adhering to the SAPS Act and other pieces of legislation governing the workers, even the Constitution. I'm saying that, hence you have said that he must tabulate those cases, but also we advise him, because these issues, it seems as if has been neglected by those who are leading in various departments, not listening to what he's going to say and not agreeing with him that these issues, some of them must be referred to the portfolio committee. And then as we get that report being processed clearly in the portfolio committee. I'm having that proposal.
Yeah. Let's not do that now. The committee is going to consider its report. All the observations that we shall have made during the proceedings will go into our report, and we will make a determination on the weight of the evidence that would have been presented before us. For now, you are left with the last 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. The last point, Chair, I'll just jump. Otherwise, I think the principle is noted by honorable members. The last part, honorable members, a question of promotion in the SAPS. In the SAPS, there is disillusionment. Qualified members are not promoted. I want to make off my case then and leave it there. One, post is advertised. The panel members sit, the panel members have got a piece of document that you have to use before calling the cabinet, the candidate. You check, there is a experience. If somebody has experience, you give me maybe 10 marks, higher learning, degree, whatever, you give him some marks and everything. Then you find that in my case, I was serving 15 years as a colonel. And also fire running, NQF level 8 and everything. So what the panel did, when they go there, they will make sure that this one who's qualifying, let's not shortlist him. Let's just have a reason not to shortlist him. They say to me, lack of experience, and lack of training. And all these candidates that were shortlisted were employed in 2004, other 2005. I was already in office at that time. I finished training as far as 2000. So there's that thing that the committee have to look at and see how they investigate it, because it's a corruption, because there are guidelines, but where they did, they just have their own list and make sure that this one is going to cause a problem. Let's not shortlist it, because if shortlist are going to Nigeria, let's just write something that is not qualifying. Lastly, honorable members, I just wrote this this last page to say I'm appealing to this committee to establish whether the transplanting of 9 existing cases against black and colored police by some white people or advocate, was it an act motivated by hatred or abuse of power or crime against humanity? Lastly, honorable members, our police commissioner have got capacity to address to these things. They have got laws that were given the parliament to use them, but it's not. Lastly, I want to add by the words of Steve Biko, who said, for the Africans to achieve the totality of mind emancipation is to defeat the main element called inferiority that was cultivated by the system. Because what I've observed, they've got power, they've got everything. But if a complaint is against a black person, he will not. But if it's against a white person in the police, you can see helicopters, can see everything coming, everyone is going to be charged for not attending. This situation that we were facing, but I'm no longer there now. Thank you, honorable members, for this opportunity. I think I put my stuff.
Thank you.
On behalf of the members.
Thank you, advocate. Thank you so much. Mr. Nhlanhla, afternoon and welcome.
Afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Mlandu, may you please sit here in front. Good afternoon and welcome. Welcome. May you please introduce yourselves formally to this committee of parliament, starting with you, Mr. Nhlanhla.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Tiani Lincoln Hlungwani. I'm formerly employed by SAPS Crime Intelligence as Section Head Financial Services, Secret Services Account.
You are employed by them now?
I'm formerly employed. Formerly, I'm an ex-employee.
Of Crime Intelligence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mlandu.
Chairperson, thank you, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Chairperson, my name is Melusi Mlandu, is my surname. I'm brought here by the evidence of General Mkhwanazi. I appear in his statement as having taken particular steps to try and prevent the appointment of General Sibiya as the Deputy National Commissioner. So I'm here to support General Mkhwanazi and to place more evidence before the committee. Thank you.
So you are presenting personal cases, the two of you?
Chairperson, I'm here to assist the committee with regards to issues that have already been ventilated, as well as abuse of state resources, corruption, interference in intelligence operations, and a brazen attempt to capture the Crime Intelligence Division through unlawful, irregular, and corrupt appointments. So basically, I'm gonna talk to my issues as well, and the reason, I found myself unemployed.
Learning from Advocate Makebula, the reason why I'm asking you, it's not because I want to intimidate you, but for you to understand that these honorable members have to interact with you, all of them. And as we take a break now, you must be gathering your thoughts on how you are going to structure your presentations, so that within 25 to 30 minutes, each one of you is done with the presentation. Is that understood?
It's understood, Chairperson. I will try to adhere to that.
It has to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to happen. Organize your presentations in such a way that each presentation doesn't last for over 30 minutes. The issues may be many, but you are men of advanced age. We cannot teach you the new hunting tricks. You just have to make sure that at the time you leave here, anything that you wanted to bring up to our attention, you successfully do so. I saw there was a hand up there, Honorable Matthews.
I'm wearing black and white, Chair.
The most African. You see, what I like is that the two of you are sitting in the extremes. You say you are well in black and white, and the chief whip here says white and gold.
Yeah, you thought it was Honorable Matthews and she's wearing red.
Yeah.
I'm so far from red, Chair.
Yeah.
No, Chair,
The most African honorable member.
Indeed, proudly the blackest in the room.
Yeah.
Chair, I just wanted to confirm how are we going to do the process? Are we going to have?
Yeah, we are going to add presentations. And then when everybody has presented, we are going to rotate clarity-seeking questions.
From all four?
And then when we have taken clarity-seeking questions, the next round of rotation is your comments.
Chair, may I propose, subject to your wisdom, of course, that based on the program, that we do the two guests that we've just had, and then we have the break, and then we come back and do the other two. Just a suggestion, Chair.
You will not finish tonight if we take that approach. Because remember, if we come back, I give you an opportunity to, it's two rounds. The first round, you ask clarity-seeking questions. We are going to rotate from here up to there. And then we come back again to say, now that you are clarified, what are the comments you want to make? You give comments. At that time, when we take the second presentation, it may be 6 o'clock. So I think the best is to take the 4 presentations, you take your notes, you have the documents, and then we rotate. Does it make sense to you, honorable members? Honorable Nombalo?
Yeah, no, Chair, look, I'm a bit confused here by the approach that we're about to take. My understanding, Chairperson, is that these witnesses or the other witness, because he says or he has said that he comes here to corroborate with what was tendered as evidence by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. So that person is not a guest. He's a witness. And we must follow, because he's a witness that is not coming here to give a perspective, an academic perspective, like like how the other witnesses have done since yesterday until today. He's coming here to respond to some of the allegations that are in the terms of reference. So it's wrong to want to categorize him as a guest. And if we agree that he's not a guest, we must follow the same procedure we've been following to allow the evidence leader to lead the witness, and thereafter we come in for questions. So I think we're about to take a wrong direction, Chairperson. We're not dealing with a normal guest here. We're dealing with a person whose name appeared during a testimony of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. So we disagree. I disagree, Chair, with the approach that we're about to take.
What do you disagree with?
I disagree with us categorizing the witness as a guest. The approach, Chair, that we've been using with guests differs from the approach that we used for witnesses. Guests come here and present because they give us perspectives, academic perspectives. And then witnesses, they present, their first presentation is made through a witness being led by the senior counsel. That is what we have been doing. So now we are talking about presentations that these witnesses, these people before us will present for 30 minutes. That's why I get confused.
Listen to me, there is nothing wrong we have done. If you remember what we did with Advocate Mkhwanazi, we sawn him in because he's different from the Dullah Omar Institute. It's just that his presentation is different from what you are explaining.
Yes, and then
and that is exactly the approach that we were going to outline when we come to
yeah, maybe Chair, you can outline the approach so that I will understand you from the correct perspective.
Yes.
How are we going to deal with the next two witnesses? How are they going to tender their evidence?
No, I mean, in the case of Mr. Mlandu, because he's presenting a personal case like Mr. Advocate Mkhwanazi, is different. He will present the same way as Advocate Mkhwanazi did.
And the other witness?
Yeah, but in the case of Mr. Hlongwane, the approach that must be followed is exactly the approach that we have been following.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and Chair, I don't think that the case of the other person is a personal issue, because this person has been working for crime intelligence and is here to give us some of the evidence that we need.
That is exactly what I'm saying, that Mr. Mlandu and Mr. Hlongwane are not the same type of witnesses.
No, Chair, maybe I didn't hear you correctly, but Mr. I can't pronounce their surnames correctly, but the other witness is saying he was working for crime intelligence and is here to testify about how monies were misused in the secret account. That is not a personal issue.
You heard him the same way I heard him.
Yes, and that's not a personal issue, Chair, as far as I understand.
You and I are saying the same thing.
Yes, and we can't treat that person because the other witnesses, Chair, were giving us general perspectives.
You and I are saying the same thing.
No, we're not, Chairperson. We're not saying the same thing.
What is it different I'm saying?
You are saying the other witness will testify about his personal case. That's what we are saying. And the other is a witness because he will testify about how he recommended on the promotion of CBI and so on. You are differentiating them. And I am saying, Chair, in my understanding, they fall under the same category of being witnesses. Because the other, it's not a personal issue to come and testify about how monies were misused in the secret account. You can't.
Oh,
Yes.
so your request or your suggestion is that both of them
Must be witnesses.
must be categorized
Yes.
as one
Yes.
set of witnesses.
Yes.
And then that we must follow. Or I missed that. I thought you are saying that I'm wrong on Mr. Mkhwanazi who says he's coming from crime intelligence. It's formally with crime intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Then we agree in that way. Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, you must be honest. Honorable Nomvalo is correct, but you were saying something different when you said all four is going to go now, and the two is going to get 30 minutes to present. That is not treating them like witnesses.
Yeah.
And indeed, they must be treated like witnesses. I fully agree with that.
Yeah.
And I have a problem with the fact that we continue to talk about time. We have always said we are here to work, whether 6, whether 12, whether 1, but the witnesses are here. I propose again, Chair, we take the guests, we finish. As the program states, we go for a break, we come back, we then listen to the remaining 2 as witnesses.
Okay.
And then we take and give them enough time to present their case. And then we question thereafter. Thank you, Chair.
Is that the understanding? Can we come back at 14 hours? Hmm? I want to see the shirt you are wearing, Chief. Because I hear Honorable Sol says, I am black and white. So I want to see if you are also black and white. Yeah. Honorable members, may you please stand up and leave the chambers. Honorable members must sit down. I see that Honorable Breitenbach loves your team, Chief Whip. Honorable Breitenbach loves your team. Yeah. Dr. Ripath and Advocate Machewula. I'm going to check with honorable members that this is the approach that we are going to take. Those who have clarity-seeking questions, may you please raise your hand and identify you. Clarity-seeking questions from the two presentations that have been made. It's Honorable Nombalo, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Breitenbach. The list is closed. Okay. Clarity seeking questions. Is it very clear? Yeah. Can we start, Honorable Nombalo?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I will start with Dullah Omar. On page 4, paragraph 20, you are making a reflection there, which says numbers from, for killings, that's how you put it, rose from 4,395 in 2018/2019 to 6,947. So I think that reflection is made to elaborate on how you think the PKTT was not useful or effective. Now, before I go to my main question, do you understand what the scope of the PKTT was? That's my first question.
Thanks for the question. My point, perhaps I haven't made it clearly enough in the submission, but the point was that if there is any impact of the PKTT, it isn't reflected in the broader trends of the province. So yes, I understand that the scope of the PKTT was limited to crimes involving politicians, prominent people within KwaZulu-Natal. But that should have involved the arrest and conviction of hitmen. It should have involved the seizure of firearms, the finding of illegal firearms.
No, because I don't want to spend a lot of time.
Okay.
I just wanted you to tell me if you understand what the scope was.
Yep.
Not what the scope should have been. You understand what the scope of...
I understand what the scope was, and I'm not just saying that the scope should have been any broader. I'm just saying that it did not have an impact beyond the defined scope.
Because my problem here is that you are making an assessment on the performance of the task team, right? And in your assessment, you are using wrong figures. Is that not unfair?
I wouldn't say that the figures are wrong. They are incorrect. They are correct figures of what happened in KwaZulu-Natal. I was drawing a comparison with another task team which occurred in Gauteng. So I'm asking the question, was the investment of money beneficial to the province as a whole, or did it only have an impact within the target area of the PKTT?
Yeah.
By contrast, the Gauteng aggravated robbery strategy had an impact not only in Gauteng, but also KwaZulu-Natal, even though it was only focusing on the particular.
Yeah, no, but the figures I'm talking about are figures which you have put here under paragraph 20, wherein you are saying numbers rose from 4,000 to 6,000 between the years you have mentioned there. And I'm saying to you, those figures are wrong. Unless you want to say you confirm that according to your observation and your assessment, the number of political killings, because the PKTT must be assessed in line with its mandate. You can't, when you analyze the performance of the PKTT, use a general statistics, which includes other matters which were not politically related. That is my point. So that 4,395, are you only talking about political killings only? To 6,000?
Honorable Member, I'm not. I agree with you that if you are looking narrowly only at the performance of the political killings task team, only at political killings, those indeed did decrease. But I'm asking the question, given the huge expenditure, did it have a broader impact? So yes, I agree with you on a narrow assessment. In fact, and I also said in the submission, there were only 4 cases that came through in 2024.
Yeah,
and so the task team obviously only had 4 new cases brought to them.
Sorry, I have to cut you because I don't want to spend a lot of time. I think what we have done is wrong. We have misled this committee because these numbers are not true, the numbers that we have put here. People who died out of political killings between the year of 2018 and 2019 are not 4,395 in KZN. And they never increased by 2,000 and something from 2018 to 2022. Because here you have written a perspective to influence how we should approach this investigation or how we should view some of the things as this committee. Now, for you to write wrong numbers, I think you need to accept that you are wrong because you wrote these numbers under a topic which says performance of the task team. So you are not assessing any other performance here other than the performance of the task team. So you can't generalize because this thing gives an impression that the task team was never impactful because numbers rose by 2,000 between these years that you have mentioned. So I'm saying you are wrong. You misled the committee, and you need to accept that.
Honourable Chair, I respectively disagree with the member. I draw the member's attention to my paragraph 21, where I explain the reasoning, where the prioritization of political killings did not have a broader effect on ordinary citizens. I think my wording is very clear, and that the prioritization of political killings over other killings, which are the 6,000 that we see there, may be misplaced in an environment of scarce resources that we have in this country.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about any other thing other than this one. When we're done with this one, I will leave to other members. This is how your paragraph reads. You are saying, during the life of the PKTT, the number of murders in the province increased from around 4,395 in 2018/19 to 6,947 by 2022/2023. And you further say a concerning 58% increase compared to the rest of the country, which only increased 24%. That's what we are saying, ma'am.
That is exactly what I'm saying, and it has to be read with paragraph 21. All those paragraphs under part 4 must be read together.
So how does paragraph 21 change that statement that you have made on paragraph 20?
It doesn't change it.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. You have wrongfully criticized the PKTT here by inserting wrong numbers, which are outside the scope of the PKTT. Because the PKTT was responsible for dealing with matters which are politically related. And here you are coming with statistics of all matters.
Honorable Member, that is precisely my point. The amount of resources expended on the PKTT only dealing with a very small part of the murder problem in the province
Let's leave
is
the
of
amount.
deep concern.
Let's leave the amount. Let's talk about the percentages that we have put here. These numbers. Let's leave the amount. I'm saying the numbers that we have used to criticize the PKTT are wrong.
The numbers are correct. They are the numbers of murders in the province. I'm not criticizing the PKTT. I'm criticizing the prioritization of it over other.
Are these numbers only reflective of matters which are related to political killings?
No, they are not.
How are they correct? Because the PKTT, for instance, was not responsible for matters which occurred out of robbery. They were only responsible for matters which were politically influenced. So how do you take the whole work of the police in general and attribute it to the PKTT? Because when you make an assessment, the PKTT leaders came here, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and Khumalo, they gave us statistics to say on politically related matters, these are the statistics, these are the convictions, these are prosecutions. And if you are disagreeing with that, you were supposed to come with a statistic which says on politically related matters, this is a counter statistics that I'm putting. You need to accept that you are wrong because the PKTT was not responsible for all matters in the province.
Chair, I think I have answered the question. I do not see any utility in proceeding to answer with the same answer again.
No, but because you are not giving a proper answer. I'm trying to convince you as a human being. We make mistakes as human beings. It was going to be proper for you to say, I made a mistake here. Then I would have just let this thing go a long time ago.
Chair, it's not a mistake. It's exactly what I meant.
So it's not a mistake to use numbers of general matters to assess the performance of the PKTT.
I'm assessing the use of the resources on the PKTT.
No, but we're talking about statistics here of cases that were dealt with by the PKTT. Ma'am,
That's not what I was dealing with in the paragraph.
I think I must leave you. This evidence of yours, this presentation won't help us because it is not truthful. You are giving us wrong numbers here. Thank you.
Chair, I take exception to being told that I'm not truthful.
No, you are not truthful. You are not truthful. You are not truthful.
Can we do like this, honorable members? You know, from the first day when the proceedings of the committee started, we have said that we are going to uphold the decorum of this house, and that our intention is not to impugn the integrity of anybody. And this is the practice that we must uphold, all of us. Let's be robust. Let's be incisive. But we must do that without being mendacious. Yes. At the end of the day, we are having a conversation here as fellow citizens. And it is not to prove that someone is wrong, but to look at where the problems could have been and how do we walk this path as South Africans to resolve the problems that we have. And I think Dr. Ripath is right, Honorable Nomvalo, to say she takes exception on the statement that you say that she's not truthful. And I equally agree with you that when you look at our terms of reference, we are investigating the dissolution of the PKTT. And the information that we need here, for instance, the SAPS has come here, including the President, Dr. Ripath. The President, when he was in the Northern Cape, he said that the report that he has received about the PKTT was that it was doing a wonderful job and there is progress that was being made. That is a fact. And what you are saying to us is that the PKTT has done its work in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. There might have been successes on the part of the PKTT. There might have been failures. However, there are these other matters. That is how I understand you. There are these other matters which are not political, which have sought up in that province. And when you take the stats collectively, there has been a 58% increase in matters in the province. And maybe the point that you could be saying, I want to bring it to your attention, is that you are politicians. You are justifiably worried about political killings, but you must know that there are also ordinary citizens who are looking at you for protection and they are losing their lives. So that will help to reconcile the two of you, because of course the committee is focusing on the PKTT as its terms of reference. But you want to bring it to our attention that ordinary citizens are also losing their lives. As you say it like this, Honorable Nomvalo, I agree with you, but I am also saying additional to that is that we have ordinary citizens who are losing their lives. I think it's going to help us to move forward. He is right. The report about the PKTT is that there is success. And we are also trying to check whether there was logic, if the minister was justified to dissolve that team when it was at its prime. And what he's trying to say is that if the facts are conflated, they may give an impression that the PKTT was of no impact. And that is why there is this statistic that there has been an exponential rise in murder cases in that province. But where I'm standing, I hear both of you that there are dimensions that you want to raise. And we must find a way to reconcile those dimensions from which you are presenting your cases. And he also emphasizes that anybody reading your report must not have difficulties of understanding that the PKTT was dissolved when it was achieving success in the province, which is an achievement that has been acknowledged by everybody, including the minister who was there when he was here. he testified and agreed that the PKTT did very well. Of course, you are raising another pecuniary implication with regard to the budget allocations that are being made to the task teams. How many of them could have been there? How much resources could have committed? And what has been the output from those operations? I think I have tried to summarize it in a way that every one of us will understand it. Yeah, but I agree with you that you are justified to take exception that you are not truthful, because the stats that you are presenting are correct statistics about the murders that have happened without them being political or without them emanating from robbery or any other form, is that ordinary citizens might have lost their lives. But with regard to the PKTT, Honorable Nomvalo is right that you must not use those stats to undermine the work that the PKTT could have done. Thank you. Can we proceed, Honorable Skosan?
Thank you, Chair. With utmost respect, I'm going to start by saying, because I don't have CV of Dr. Redpath. My question once again, because Chair, I think I've made it very clear about these civil society groups, because they've got an agenda in this country. And some of us, we are victims of that. And many people in this country are victims of that. My first question to you, Doc, who's funding you? Do you have overseas Europeans, Western, or wherever who's funding your institute, the Dullah Omar Institution?
Chair, I would just like to agree with Honorable Skosana. We do have an agenda. It's constitutional law, governance, and human rights, and that's what we seek to promote in everything that we do. The Dullah Omar Institute was established as the Community Law Center, and in fact, members were key in writing the Constitution of South Africa. So we are deeply invested in the success of South Africa. Having said that, to answer your question, yes, we do have funding from a range of organizations. I am not the person responsible for such funding, and so I can't give you a current list. The funding changes all the time. We also do consultancy work. We've done a lot of work for government departments in South Africa as well, sometimes remunerated and sometimes not. So it's also a constrained environment, and that's the situation.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment and move on. All these civil society groups and is the same answer. Very evasive for me. You won't get a straight answer. But your agenda about the constitutionality of promoting constitutionality in this country, for me, is debatable. But that's a debate for another day. You've made reference here. I'm going to go to that performance task team about the MEC Kachalia in Gauteng, who's now the minister. You made that comparison with the PKTT, which is very unfortunate. But I know, as I said, there's an agenda here. Perhaps I must ask you, are you happy about what General Mkhwanazi has done on the 6th of July, of exposing the rot in South African Police Service, the judiciary? Yes. Are you happy with that?
Honourable Member, much of what he said was already in the public domain. Many of us, particularly those of us working in civil society, were extremely aware of the crisis that South Africa was in, to the extent that it has brought it out into the open and we can deal with it. Yes, I am happy that that happened.
Thank you.
But I do not appreciate, I was not happy with the way in which it happened.
No, and I'm saying is the same. I mean, we had General Sibia not happy. We had General, who's the other general, say he was wearing, they were worried about the uniform, the camouflage uniform. And, you know, for me, it's a cabal of people who are presenting to us, who are coming here to make sure that this issue of PKTT, we are told now another story that is not a success. Paragraph 20, which my honorable member, Nomvalo, said to you repeatedly, that these states are misleading. And it's a fact. PKTT, here you said the performance of the task team, which is PKTT in this matter, cannot be held responsible for other matters. Now, you said not only did the project secure conviction about the other one, the one which I said to you about Kachalia in Gauteng, they were able to make a reduction of 50% in the number of aggravating robberies, as well as 22% reduction in murder, both in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. But let me tell you for free that the PKT was a success in KwaZulu-Natal. We have less murders as we speak here. Now, for you to say, you know, I understand that, you know, because you don't have time, the budgeting and other issues, to say 70,000 is too much for one policeman is misleading. Even if it was 100,000 for one policeman, if that money is going to save the lives of our people, you can't equate that to money. The lives of our people cannot be equate that to money. So I'm saying to you, you say, yeah, that paragraph 22. PKT, by contrast, although securing some conviction, has been associated with worsening trend in violence and murder in the province. That's lies. We are misleading us here. As the chair is saying, the president as well appreciated in the Northern Cape the success of the PKTT. But there's this cabal in this country who are not happy about what the achievement of the PKTT. Now, Doc, because of time, the issue of the minister vis-a-vis the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner accounts here in Parliament as well. It's not only the minister who account to Parliament. So the issue of operational issues and policy and directive, we understand very, 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 very well. Now, here, I think paragraph 22, you said it yourself that the National Commissioner must control and manage the police service. But when you say a subject to direction of the minister, in other words, if the minister says to the National Commissioner, he must fire the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, then the National Commissioner must do that. It can't be true. The accounting officer is still the National Commissioner when it comes to SAPS. Do you agree with me on that?
Chair, may I answer?
Yes, you must respond. Dr. Ripath, let me help you. Can we please also hear you saying the PKTT was a success, if that is your observation or your finding, or say the PKTT was not a success without the finances, so that, you know, your answer is the one that will help our proceedings to flow. Because if we are going to spend, you know, a lot of time debating whether the PKTT was a success or was not a success, it's going to delay us unnecessarily.
Chair, I think I said in my oral submission that compared to the very poor performance in our courts generally, The cases at the PKT seem to do relatively well. And I said that in my oral submission. But the point of this paragraph was to say it cannot be judged in isolation. If you are looking into funding, that is all. Yeah. I am not privy to any of the data of the case.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Before we go to the equations now, the PKTT was put in place with a specific mandate to say that there is a spike in political killings in the KZN province. And then what the committee wants to hear your observation, because you have come here to enrich our engagements and probably inform the decisions or recommendations that eventually will go to Parliament. From where you stand, reports are abound that since the PKTT landed in KZN province, there has been a reduction in political killings. Has that been the observation of your institute? Before we go to other equations to say, look, if we compare this against the rate of killings happening in the country, or taking it province by province, or taking it by gender, or by age, or whatever category you may want to bring to the equation, where you stand, from your observations, has the PKTT fulfilled its mandate, or was it near fulfilling its mandate?
Chair, I'm not privy to, I haven't done my own, we are not privy to the case dockets. I haven't done my own research on exactly what happens. You have heard from many other witnesses, the Commissioner, on the performance of the PKTT. And you have heard that in isolation, it is successful. I cannot offer an opinion on that because I don't have sufficient data to do that. I refer the committee to the performance report in General Masamola's annexures. And yes, convictions were achieved. And I refer the committee to the corollary of that is that was over a period of 6.5 years. So while it does look relatively good, when you consider the time period over which it was, maybe your assessment changes a bit. I cannot put my head on a block and say yes or no. I defer to the judgment of General Masamola and others who are aware of how matters usually proceed in the courts, and they have said that in isolation, the performance of the PKTT is good. And so that's as far as I can go.
Okay, so you say from where you stand, its performance looks relatively good. Okay. Maybe you can say at face value, because you say you have not gone into sufficient details.
Yes, I urge the committee to have a look at the report that was given to the President. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wanted us, so that we must not belabor the point, we go back and forth. The report from the Institute is that at face value, the work of the PKTT looks relatively good. The performance.
Yeah, Chair, you know, I must say that I'm going to take the doctor back to his own, I mean, to her own submission. And perhaps before I read this paragraph, do you work with Ms. Dehas? Have you ever spoken to Ms. Dehas? So we are separate. Okay. There have been a blanket claims of excellent performance of the PKTT. You made it, you know, inverted comma, excellent claims. What do you mean by that?
Because I'm not privy to the way in which that was judged.
So you are contesting that, but you are not privy to that.
I'm quoting what people have said. People have
Which
said it is-
people?
according to the chair, the people have come to Parliament, the General Mkhwanazi, General Masimola, and have said that the performance of the PKTT was excellent.
And as I'm saying to you, you say there's a blanket claim. It's not a blanket claim. It's backed with facts.
Chair, I believe that you, the committee has all those facts and is in a position to judge that.
Ultimately, however, you say here, given the extent of funding, the utility of PKTT must be judged not in isolation, but by extent of which it succeeded not only in securing convictions, but convictions which had the result of encouraging a broader climate of safety in the province. My colleague has said, I mean, by the way, he's from KwaZulu-Natal, a seasoned comrade. He knows exactly what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. Not only him alone. The government knows exactly what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. That hence, we are saying the PKTT has succeeded in trying to avert many deaths, in particular in those traditional areas and in the urban areas as well. Hence, I'm saying to its effect, even if you wrote a submission or you wrote a letter to the president to say you are not happy about what PKTT. But let me just say to you, in contextualizing because of time, is that what you said to us here, that your agenda, that's not your only agenda. The submission here is very, very, very clear. The 207, section 207, which we are quoting here, yesterday it was the same from, what is it? Institute for Security Studies. You know, you work with them as well, or you don't work with them at all?
I have in the past written monographs which have been published by the Institute for Security Studies.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarity in your presentation, which what Dave Bruce, if I remember the name, which he gave us yesterday, there's a lot of similarity here. But I'm saying to you, Doc, with due respect, indeed, the PKTT has worked wonders for this country. Whether you are disputing that, you don't want to accept that you are correct, you are incorrect in giving us misleading statement because you've mixed the two. And indeed, the chair tried to pursue you to accept that you might be right, but the stats here are misleading because it's not the stats of the PKTT. You've mixed them. But the PKTT itself has achieved a lot. Do you agree?
Chair, I think I've explained myself already in my previous.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that, hence I'm saying this country is still going through a lot. Our historical history tells us, when I'm talking about white privilege, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I'll be accused, I know, but I can tell you now, Chair, that you will see as well. They will never, we have Paul O'Sullivan as we speak.
Yeah, no.
But it's okay, thank you, Chair.
Honorable member, can we move to Honorable, the matter of Paul O'Sullivan, we have resolved it. We have taken a decision as a committee that he must be subpoenaed, and so let's not make it a swan song of this committee. This committee can never be emblematic of Paul O'Sullivan. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I just would like to thank Dr. Redpath for her submission, which I found very helpful and very insightful. And to state that it may be the view of some members that the political killings task team was an unsurpassed success. That doesn't mean that it's the opinion of all the members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last speaker is the Chief Whip.
I know, thanks, Chair.
And thanks, Dr. Redpath.
No, Chief Whip, wait, Dr. Bradenbach, Honorable Braden, just explain to them that the Chief Whip is the last speaker.
Just did, Chair. I said they weren't here when the list was compiled, so them's the breaks.
Yeah, thank you so much. You are a loyal deputy. You know, blood creates relatives. Loyalty creates families.
Chair, we had a comfort break, so we have to run out.
No. You will explain yourself later. Listen, you will come and plead your cases one by one. Let's allow the last speaker to take the podium. Honorable Ntuli.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Redpath, about your presentation. I think the first observation I want to make, just generally, is that the issues that we are raising, we should look at under paragraph 15, I think are quite important for us to pay attention to in order to understand how the budget vote has been handled with regard to the work of the PKTT. I only have 3 questions. I think the first one is that when I read your paragraph 7, you are giving a lot of details about, I would imagine, many things that have happened or are happening, contributing to the rate of killings and crime and all of that. Just one aspect that I thought you probably might want to say something about it, which is the socio-economic conditions in our country. Because I am of the view that it does contribute significantly to the level of crime. And I hold the view that no matter how much we can strengthen the criminal justice system in the country, but without addressing the living conditions of the majority in this country, we may not succeed to completely eradicate killings, crime, and all these terrible things that are facing our people. What's your comment on that?
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. Yes, you are absolutely right. These things work in tandem. So what we tend to find is that improved safety leads to improved economic growth, which leads to improved conditions. And these things work together. And we can learn from the time period between 2000 and 2010 in South Africa, where we halved the murder rate. And initially, this was actually sparked by great performance of our criminal justice system. During that time period, we suddenly increased. We had Saturday and additional courts. We sent about 250,000 people to prison every year. And there was initially, in that early part of South Africa, we had this terrible time, particularly in Johannesburg, where the murder rate was going through the roof. Then we had the strong intervention of the state, and things started to come down. And then you start to see, and initially this didn't have any correlation with unemployment. But after that coming down, you start to see unemployment and the murder rate moving together in tandem. So the unemployment rate improved, the murder rate improved, and the growth. And that continued until the global financial crisis of 2008, which affected South Africa and the whole country. And of course, we also had political change in 2008.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad you're making that point, because that was also my observation, that at the time when the economy was doing very well, levels of people being employed rising significantly. I mean, between the period, let me say, late 90s until 2008, I think you've got more than 10 million South Africans who were employed for the first time. And And I think I agree with you in terms of how the two should be understood. The second question is that when I look at your paragraph 8, I may have read it out of context, but I would like you to clarify me. The very last sentence of, okay, anyway, paragraph 8 is made up of one long sentence, if I can read it that way. But the last few words there, the province accounts for more than 30% of death as a result of police action. What do you mean by that?
So this data comes from the Independent Policing Investigative Directorate. Their primary mandate is they have a broad mandate, but the two important things that they investigate are deaths in police custody and deaths as a result of police action. So the deaths as a result of police action doesn't mean it necessarily unjustified death, but it means that it needs to be investigated by IPID. And what we've seen over the last, well, forever, in fact, for as long as there's been data, is that KwaZulu-Natal contributes more to the deaths as a result of police action figure. We don't know whether those are justified or not, but contributes more than you would expect given the size of their population. So you would expect that the provinces would be in line with their population. Northern Cape would be smallest, et cetera, et cetera. But we have KwaZulu-Natal being something of an outlier, and this has been the case for a very long time.
Well, I think it's part of our history. If we had enough time, I was going to discuss with you what I think account for that. But the last question I want to raise is that I'm taking you back to that contentious paragraph 20, which was which resulted into a difficult conversation between you and some of my colleagues. But my question is in a different context. Paragraph 20 and 21, let me just tell you how I understand the point you are advancing. Never mind the statistics. Is that you have a task team in a particular province which is assigned to a responsibility to deal with politically related killings. And it does that work. But something that has not been properly investigated, now that's my point I'm making, something that has not been properly investigated, and maybe an institute such as yours and others may have to pay attention to. Why has it been difficult? Maybe difficult is the wrong word, but why has the intervention of the PKTT in reducing politically related killings has essentially not contributed as a deterrent to killings in general? I think that's a fundamental question that we need to interrogate, because I mean, the debate that was taking place here about the successes of the PKTT, I know it's a contested terrain, but the evidence presented before us seemed to suggest that according to those who had created the task team, the good work was done. But for me, that's not the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue arising from what we are raising is, why does it not become a deterrent? What is it that needs to be done differently to respond to the rest of the rising killings, as opposed to the one that were intended to be addressed by? I don't know whether you may want to have a comment on that, because for me, that's a curious area that I think we've got to interrogate. I mean, if we're to take this room as KZN here, where we are, and then we say that side there is the political side of KwaZulu-Natal, and there's a drop in the killings, that side. But there's a mushrooming of many killings this side because that's general killings. What account for that? So I think that's a conversation you may want to comment on. And that's my last question, Chair. Thanks.
I don't have the answer, but I have some theories. In the court case of the Khayelitsha Commission, we got the data for the whole country around the allocation of police resources. And what I noticed in the data for the rest of the country, and KwaZulu-Natal in particular, is that at that time, the per capita allocations of police to the former KwaZulu was much lower than the allocations elsewhere. So the former KwaZulu areas had lower per capita. When you look at the population there, you had fewer police than you would expect. And this is a similar pattern to what you see in the Western Cape, where you have some high murder rate areas with very low allocations. You see the same thing in the Eastern Cape, where the traditional areas have very low per capita policing and these very high murder rates. So it's almost as if the state has given up in those areas, and it has said we're not going to try in those areas. That is a possible theory. The allocations have changed over time, but the formula is still the same. And the basis of the formula is reported crime, and people who don't trust the police or who have lost trust in the police will not report crime. And so then that in turn leads to fewer police allocated to those areas, which in turn leads to less reported crime, and in turn leads to fewer allocations. So it's a negative cycle that happens. So on the face of it, it looks like a rational allocation based on crime rates. But when you understand that we have a still very unequal society where some people are in a very different situation from others and aren't able to report crimes or don't have trust in the police still, then you're going to have a very different outcome of what seems to be an objective allocation formula. And what we see with the PKT is a huge redirection of resources to one crime type. Now, in the General Masemola statement, 30 vehicles were taken away from the police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, including Port Shepstone, which is where I grew up. So, you know, we hear from people all the time that the police says we didn't have a vehicle. Where are the vehicles? Because we know from the figures that there should be one vehicle for every 2 people on duty for the whole of SAPS. There should always be vehicles. We as the state, as the government has provided enough vehicles. Why are they not vehicles? The reason is they are allocated to certain things and certain tasks, and so they are not available. So those are the kinds of things that we can do to maximize the resources we have. Make allocations that are sensible based on the murder rates in particular. Our deep rural areas are suffering terribly from high levels of violence, both in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, and here on the Cape Flats as well.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vessels. Thank you so much for returning. Those were the 4 speakers that we have noted at the resumption of the proceedings. We will then proceed to the next phase of presentations. I'm waiting to see if people are, if honorable members are protesting. I'm waiting to see.
Chair, you know we're protesting.
You must not only protest. You must,
Yeah, you know in your heart that we are protesting.
you must not only
feel us.
protest. You must march. I want to see you marching.
You can feel, I know in your heart you can feel when we're not okay.
Yes,
You
no,
have one
no.
question.
Listen, I have been looking at your faces. And even the way you look at me now, I can see that there are sentences written on that face. But those sentences are not meant for me, are meant for our guests. So there is no need for you to be agitated. We are in one meeting, we are one committee. But you must first apologize that when we agreed that we will come back at 14 hours, you were not here at 14 hours. You were not here 1 minute after 14 hours. You were not here 2 minutes after 14 hours. You were not here 3 minutes after 14 hours. Neither were you here 4 minutes after 14 hours and 5 minutes after 14 hours. The first person to come back was 6 minutes after 14 hours. And at that time, when the first person came in, we had unfortunately concluded the list of speakers. Can I see those honorable members who want to start by apologizing first? Thank you. Apology accepted, Honorable Matthews. Who else wants to apologize? Honorable James. And who else? Honorable Mlandu.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether I need to apologize or not, because I had actually reported earlier that I would be having another portfolio committee meeting.
Yeah.
Which went on.
I know you are justified. You don't have to apologize.
Thank you, Chair. At least.
Yeah. Yeah. And Honorable Vessels has also said that he will come back because he was with us. Let me see, because it does not mean that, Honorable Mnango, it does not mean that when you don't have to apologize, you want to speak. Can I now check those who want to speak? Is Honorable Matthews, Honorable Mnango, Honorable Sols, and Honorable James. Let me confirm that you are the last 4 hands. Agreed? Yeah. Let's take the speakers in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes you want us to apologize for things you don't want us to say during the people.
Yeah,
but let's continue.
Let's not say many things.
Yeah, you don't want me to say no?
You know, when you are a man, you don't always want a woman to speak.
Yeah. Just giving guidance. Okay. Thank you for Dr. Redpath at Asia for your presentation. How did you get here? Did Parliament arrange your logistics?
I drove in a car.
Did they call you and ask you how are you getting here today and whether you needed any assistance?
No.
So you just got a call to say that you must appear today?
They asked me if I was able to attend and I said yes.
And they didn't ask you anything else? Okay. And you live in Cape Town, so it was convenient. Okay. You spoke at length and largely your submissions is dealing with amendments to the various acts. We've had a lot. Do you know? I mean, you've been in the space for a long time. So let's say since 1994, more or less, how many amendments have we had to the various acts dealing with the criminal justice system?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but a great deal. But I think what has become particularly clear now is the way in which the legislation currently is, particularly the National Prosecuting Authority Act and the SAPS Act. The shortcomings are becoming more obvious than they were initially. And so, yeah, so there have been many, many amendments. I know that there's been
have you supported any of those amendments over the years?
Well, certainly all of the amendments would come from the Department of Justice or from
the
SAPS
question is,
itself.
have you supported some of
We
the
have made
amendments?
submissions, so often it's not outright support, often it's suggestion.
So I'm saying, though, the amendments that have been made over the years, have you been aligned with some of the amendments, notwithstanding what it is that you recommended that should also happen?
Certainly, for example, the making permanent of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, we would have supported. We would have asked for more, more independence, a clearer mandate. But it is a step forward that we have the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. So that's an example, yes.
So the reason I'm asking that is that there's been progression in terms of post-94 to now in terms of legislation and amendments to the various bills. And it doesn't mean that it must stop there. But my question is that has all these amendments that have clearly been, have been progress, reduced our crime rate or reduced corruption in the country?
So I think we have to distinguish very clearly between the 2000 to 2010 period and the post-2010 period. So there were many amendments that were in the wrong direction. So I thought you were talking about more recent times, but for example, the disbandment of the Scorpions, that was a huge step backwards for South Africa.
But when you say that,
the legislation for IPID left a lot to be desired. So yeah, so when we make submissions, we are presented with what Parliament wants to consider and pass, and we make submissions on that.
Okay, so has there been any research that aligns that either pre the disbandment of Scorpions, for example, the corruption was at a different level than when it was? Do we have any research or anything to support that? Because what we're finding is that there have been a lot of submissions. We ask for research or we ask for analysis, and sometimes yesterday we even had that racist Professor Hoffman who said we had Financial Times and referred us to Financial Times when we asked that. So I'm just asking, if there's not, it's fine, we can just move on.
So what I can provide you with is a recent report that we have done on commercial crime convictions. So that's particularly relevant to corruption. And what we can show is a very clear deterioration from around 2003 to 2019. So we used to have around 1,400 convictions of complex commercial crime. Now we're looking at about 300.
Okay.
So I can provide the committee with that report if they'd like.
All right.
To hear.
So there has been some decline. And the reason I'm asking that is that it's not the issue of amendments to legislation is not an issue. And I think we are missing the boat here because we have a systemic problem. And the more we just keep changing legislation, I don't know if it's helping to fix the problem. Our problem is that even if the current legislation, and I said this yesterday as well, and maybe you can do a short comment on that, even if the current legislation is implemented at even 30%, we wouldn't be having the problems that we are having here. So our concern here is that we just do another amendment, not saying it shouldn't happen, but we have a problem with implementation. And I think what's missing from the civil society is the issue on how do we deal with the issue of implementation of our legislation, of regulations, not just coming and just changing. We do amendments like very often here. So maybe just a very short comment on that.
So I would say that our problem is not implementation when it comes to the National Prosecuting Authority Act. Our problem is the legislation. So, for example, our prosecutors are not required to be lawyers. So they are, in a sense, a second-class legal professional. That needs to be fixed. We need to make the prosecuting authority a place where our young up-and-coming lawyers want to go and feel proud to go. Currently, that is not the situation. The directors of public prosecution serve until age 65. They can serve for 25, 35 years. That is a problem. It means that young up-and-coming people don't have something to aim for. We need to change the term for that. We need to have a clear, open process for the appointment of all the top people. We need to fix the salary structure, which has really pushed people out of the National Prosecuting Authority into institutions like the SIU who have been performing better. So I think that there are clear structural problems, and I'm happy to share a draft bill with the committee, in particular on the prosecuting authority. When it comes to the police, there is no provision for crime intelligence in the SAPS Act. It's
so
not
what
there.
I'm asking you, we're not disputing the gaps, right? The question here is that if we fix that, are we going to be able to fix the problem? Because I'm saying to you that, okay, let me ask you another way. Currently, do you think that legislation oversight of what we have now is done correctly? Because we have oversight here in Parliament. I'm saying, is it done correctly? Because if it is, I don't think we would be having many of the problems that we're having. Or are you happy with the implementation of the acts and regulations as they stand right now?
So I think that the oversight of Parliament, of this Parliament and the previous Parliament has been an improvement on the previous two parliaments. In fact, much of civil society decided not to engage with Parliament in those years because there was no point. Now there is a point. Parliament has improved. Parliament is working better. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, and I think we must not look for silver bullets. Obviously, the legislation is not going to solve all the problems. There need to be multiple strands, but the things on which Parliament can help are the legislation and the oversight. Improved legislation, improved oversight.
And that's where the problem lies. My colleague has asked you the issue of funding. So you don't know the people who fund your work that you are able to do research on, and you don't know.
The funding changes all the time.
No, but I'm just saying, you as an individual, you don't know. You have never done an assessment on who these people are and whether they have any other motives.
I know of one past funder, which was the Sigrid Rousing Trust. You don't apply for funding if they like what you're doing.
So no, what I'm saying is that an investigation into those same people who fund you, like who are they and what are their motives, what is their interest in our criminal justice system, etc. Just a yes or no, it's fine if you don't know.
So how it works is that
no, I'm not asking how it works.
The proposal goes out saying, do you have something that you want to do?
But Doc, I'm not asking that. I understand the process. I'm saying, have you satisfied yourself that those that are giving you money don't have any ulterior motives?
It doesn't matter if they have ulterior motives because we don't have ulterior motives. So, and the work that we're doing is good work that is towards constitutional law.
But that's what you tell us, we don't know that. But let's move on. There's a saying of Thomas Sankara, please don't roll your eyes. It's called, he who feeds you controls you. So there's many ways of a system being captured. Have you worked with any political parties?
I've worked with the ANC and the DA.
Okay, any others?
That I recall.
Why?
I haven't been requested to. It's always been on request.
Who requests? Who makes the request?
So what usually happens is somebody will approach the institute and say, we need assistance with X, Y, Z. And then we say we can help or we can't. If it's within our skill set, so sometimes it's not within our skill set, and then the work is referred somewhere else.
So obviously, if a political party is approaching you, they have their own agenda, right? Because even when I read through these submissions, it's very familiar to a policy of a particular political party, but I'm going to park it there. What I'm saying is that once we start, you get approached. A political party, when they come and they ask you for something, they want something aligned to their policy.
If it's in alignment
even
with
if I
our
come to
values.
you as the EFF, I can tell you that that's the way it's going to go.
If you had a request that was in alignment with constitutional law, governance, and human rights, I'd be there. I'm sure that you, as much as anybody else in the EFF, would like to see our poor rural areas getting
But you've
more
been a
police
bit
resources.
condescending now because nothing is just so black and white of you aligned. I mean, we can talk about a statement or a judgment right now and it can be ripped apart. That's why we go to court, but we can just even park that. So political parties too, the DA and the ANC has come to you on political party matters. As an institution, right, that is interested in legislation and legislative changes, regulations, etc., in the criminal justice system. Why haven't you taken it upon yourself? There's so many parties represented here in Parliament to have meetings with them, listen and engage with them, and then that makes you apolitical.
So we had an engagement last year, I believe, with was it last year, the year before? We frequently request engagements with the Portfolio Committee to assist all of them. We don't always get
But
the
I'm not
go-ahead.
talking about portfolio committees now. I'm talking about political parties, because in portfolio committees, political parties are represented. So you have either made attempts to have engagements with all political parties in parliament, or you haven't.
We have made attempts to engage with, so we don't make attempts to engage with political parties, full stop. Sometimes they approach us as either as a political party or as part of a broader interest. So for example, we were part of
You've given us a runaround question. My question was simple, right? You said you've had engagements with the ANC and you've had engagements with the DA, right? Because they have approached you. I'm saying that as an institution who is interested in the well governance and all those wonderful words that you have used, here in Parliament are represented political parties. That's where you need to start. I'm saying, have you made as an organization to meet with those political parties that are represented?
So to give you one example, the Dullah Omar Institute.
Yes.
Can I get, Chair, may I answer?
Aye, but you keep giving long stories.
Answer which answers your question.
Yes, Doctor.
We had a summit that was organized by the Dullah Omar Institute on coalition government under Deputy President Paul Mashatile. All the political parties were invited to that summit. All of them. Some of them chose not to attend. That is the kind of engagement we do, as inclusive as possible and with an eye on solving a problem that we are all faced with.
So you have not reached out particularly. It's fine. It went via government. Because once you bring in the deputy president of the country, it's a government program. It was not a direct, this party, can we meet and discuss that? I think you've spoken, just the last point that I want to make, you've spoken about inequality and the spread of police resources. What is the reason for inequality in our country? Just the main contributing factor to inequality in the country, in your view?
I'm not an inequality expert. There are many reasons for inequality. Right now, the biggest reason is corruption.
Okay. So, because I would think that what would inform your research would be what is the biggest contributor to inequality in the country. So if you're saying it's corruption, then that explains your position. And then the inequality, it's based on what? Is it race-based?
What the data shows is that the inequality is no longer determined. Race is usually a proxy for inequality. So if you are a poor person, you are likely to be a black person, but that is because of the composition of our country. If you are a rich person, it's no longer the case that you are likely to be a white person. It's now about 50-50. So the picture has changed.
No, I missed that. You're saying that the rich, it's 50-50 between races.
I do not have the figures at hand, but what we have made, the profile of the very rich has, and I think no one would argue with me, has changed in South Africa, and that's for the good. That is what should happen. It should be that that isn't a race-based profile.
Okay, but is it in line with the demographics of the country? So if you say, for example, that we have 10 white billionaires and 10 black billionaires, then that means we're equal.
Chair, I'm not sure what this has to do with the submission and the political killings task team.
No, but you made a statement. I'm talking about your issue. You spoke about inequality. So I'm trying to understand, how do you come here and you give submissions, you talk about inequality and the thing of resources, and you don't understand what is the main reason for inequality. Then you even say that the rich, it's no longer about, it's almost 50-50. So I'm just trying to understand what informs your research, but I think we got it. Thank you, Doc.
Chair, I think it's very clear what inequality is. It's maldistribution of resources where the resources are held by a small
But we
number
say
of
thank you, Doc. Don't undermine me, please.
You asked me what my understanding of
No, I
inequality was.
asked you, we finished. You answered that. I said, what was the contributing factor to inequality? You are done. You are undermining me now. Thank you.
Chair, I ask for your guidance.
Is there anything you want to say, Doc?
I would like the committee to engage with the process around the allocation of police resources, which I believe the minister is going to commence. We cannot continue with the situation where our very high murder rate areas have very low allocation of police resources. And I would like that to be on the committee's agenda. And those who are part of the Justice Committee, please engage with the ministry towards improvement of our National Prosecuting Authority legislation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bangazeta.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. I honestly do not actually have a lot of questions because I joined this process at the tail end of it. However, I've been able to read, certain paragraphs, especially paragraph 17 to paragraph 21 of Dr. Redpath's submission. Maybe she's going to help me understand, especially on paragraph 17, where she says the utility of PKTT must be judged, and I'm quoting, not in isolation, but by the extent to which it succeeded not only in securing convictions, but convictions which had the result of encouraging a broader climate of safety in the province. Now, I come from KwaZulu-Natal, and I was born and bred there. There is an area called Msinga, and people from Msinga are actually planting and cultivating insang, dagga. And I tell you, every time they transport their commodity to Gauteng, most of them get arrested somewhere between Msinga and Dandi. And there are loads of dagga gets, confiscated. And they are charged, they get convicted. But believe you me, transportation of dagga from Msinga to Gauteng has never stopped. So in my view, the effect of conviction for those people who are actually selling dagga from Msinga in Gauteng has not had any effect. Are you therefore going to say that the police are not succeeding to actually eradicate the problem of dagga in Msinga on the basis that their convictions actually have not had any impact in terms of the, scaling down the trade of dagga from Msinga? That's one. Number two, from the same area. The area of Msinga has notoriously been known for illegal guns, manufacture of illegal guns, or crash. And every month, the police would actually deploy to confiscate those weapons. Then they would come with hundreds of them. Those people get charged, convicted, and serve times in jail. But that has never stopped, the production of illegal guns in Msinga. My question is, would this be a fair, yardstick to measure the success or not of the PKTT on the basis that it actually has not created a broader climate of safety in the province? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Honourable Member. So my point is, in light of the resources spent on the PKTT, so in your Msinga example, if the police in Msinga were spending all of their funding on drug convictions, and just petty firearm theft, and not going after the kingpins who are importing the guns from Gauteng, Mozambique, wherever it is they're coming from, then you would be concerned because, as you say, there is no impact. It's not having an impact. And so while in isolation, while just looking at the particular work that the PKTT did, in just the particular cases that they took on and were successful on, in isolation, it can be described as excellent, as many people have said. What we're asking is, given how much of our scarce resources were spent on it, did it have a broader impact? Were they able to find the corruption underlying this phenomenon of political killings? Were they able to actually get to the source of the problem? And I drew an example with a similar intervention in Gauteng. Now, the interesting part of that intervention is that initially the police on their own were getting convictions and were looking like they were doing really well. And then there was a broader team brought in with the National Prosecuting and said, you know what, we've got to get the kingpins. It doesn't help to get the lower down people. And that is when the intervention started to have an impact beyond the convictions that they were obtaining. So yes, in isolation, I use the word in isolation, because when you're spending so much money and you are redirecting resources, that has to be justified. You have to be able to say, you know what, this is having a broader impact, and we would expect it to have had a broader impact because hitmen were being convicted, weapons were being removed. So it is indeed a mystery why it didn't have a broader impact. That's not to say that in the individual cases good work wasn't done, but given the scale of the resources and the allocations, is that justified in the broader picture?
Well, with the chair. Well, thank you, Honorable Chair, in absentia. Well, perhaps linked to that is the question of mandate. Because in my view, and of course in terms of the evidence that has been led here, PKTT was actually formed to address a specific problem in KwaZulu-Natal, that of political killings, not any other killings. And of course, in KwaZulu-Natal, there are lots of killings. Some of them are ordinary crime. People kill each other over a bottle of beer, And there is also faction fights in KwaZulu-Natal, which also contribute a lot to the murder rate. But here, PKTT was specifically established to deal with the issue of political killing. And indeed, as far as I am concerned, and most of people in KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from, they think that PKTT actually has gone a long way in actually reducing politically related killings. Why? Because they've been able to resolve long-standing political killings that have actually happened in KwaZulu-Natal. One, the killing of Mr. Makak. And they actually achieved conviction 9 years after he had actually been killed. They were still busy when there was an attempt to dissolve them, busy trying to resolve the first killing of a South African mayor from Nongoma, Mr. Scone. In 2000, he was killed. Up to this point, his killers have actually not been brought to book. But PKTT was hot on the heels of those people. How many years? Almost 25 years after that. They were actually asked to go and solve the problem of killings at the University of Port Hare. They moved in and then they actually solved the problem. People are behind bars. And they were requested by Gauteng to come and assist in the problems of criminal cartels. Mkhwanazi dispatched 10 of his best men, and Nhlanhla was arrested. Now, on the basis of all of that, then would you still have an argument to say PKTT actually was, successful? There is a claim of being excellent and that kind of thing. Many people believe that it was precisely because of that some people felt that PKTT must be dissolved because it was beginning to actually, making inroads in their own safe criminal territories. What would you comment on that?
So it's up to the government of the day to make its priorities. So, and that the priorities are expressed in the expenditure. So if government feels that the PKTT is successful and it is dealing with one of our priorities, which is political killings, and it is dealing with them well, then that is government's prerogative to do that. But then it must recognize that that comes at a cost, that comes at a financial cost, and it comes at an opportunity cost of dealing with other things. We do not have enough resources to deal with everything. So if government decides we as government are going to invest in particular on the killings of ANC and MK people in KwaZulu-Natal, and we're going to spend resources on this, as well as DA, EFF, all of those people in KwaZulu-Natal, and we're going to spend a particularly large amount of time and people. For example, even in the most recent year, I believe we only have 47 ballistics people. 3 of them were allocated to PKTT. So we would expect there to be these good results. So the question is this a continuing priority of this government? And maybe it is. Then you maintain the PKTT, you continue to allocate these resources, it continues to be a priority. But then let's be clear to the country at what cost that is and what other things could have been done with the money, that's a priority that you are clearly choosing over other priorities. And then if that is a successful priority, that is what you want to choose, that's fine. That is the prerogative of the government of the day. But but then be aware that it's not having a broader impact in the same way that some other interventions do have a broader impact. We've seen other interventions have a more widespread impact, and so you have to be aware of the fact that it's only having this narrow impact, which may well be excellent, but it's narrow.
The last one, Chair, is with regard to the import contained in paragraph 20, where you are actually contrasting the PKTT and the Gauteng aggravated robbery strategy, where you are saying that the PKTT, by contrast, although securing some convictions, has been associated with a worsening trend in violence and murder in the province. Now we're talking about murder in general. And to me, this is not, it's out of context if you look at the mandate of the PKTT, because it was not formed to deal with issues of murder in general. It was very specific. And you go on to say, during the life of the PKTT, the number of murders in the province increased from around, then you call the figures, by 2022, 2023. Now, again here, this is an assessment which does not actually take into account the mandate and the purpose for which the PKTT was formed. So what I feel that paragraph 20 is a very unfair assessment of the PKTT because it is out of context. If you look at the PKTT mandate, what would be your take on that?
So that's kind of the same point that I was making earlier, is that yes, it may have been successful in what it was doing within its mandate, but at the same time, other things were going on. And the mandate of the South African Police Service is to protect all citizens, not only to investigate crimes against politicians. So even if it was successful on this thing, you must, as government, the government should be clear that this is a priority that you are choosing over and above what is happening in the province more broadly. There hasn't been an explanation of what was going on in the province more broadly and why things over that time period, which is at the same time when the PKTT was operating. So it's not a reflection directly on the PKTT. It's saying that the investment in the PKTT, the investment by government, didn't have a broader impact or wasn't associated with a broader impact that we can see, obviously. Now, it may be that the murder rate may have been even worse without the PKTT. We don't know. But what we do know is that the trends were concerning at the time, and this is a priority that was chosen to follow and to look at. And so that's all I'm saying, is that in the context of the investment in the unit, we have to see, was that investment something that served everybody, or did it only serve a few?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Dr. Redpath, for your responses.
Honorable Scholz.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the People. Advocate, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Maqebula. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Honorable Member.
I can't hear you, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
I suppose that means I did well with the pronunciation.
Okay.
You've been left to sit there, and I thought it's important to also question you. Advocate, are you a whistleblower?
Both. Whistleblower and also.
What is the other one?
Members.
You say both?
Both, yes.
What is the other one?
I'm representing members on one hand, other hand. In fact, I was a whistleblower because I'm no longer working in the police now.
I'm struggling to hear you, Advocate. You are saying you are both a whistleblower and
representing members.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yes, yes.
But you are a whistleblower.
I'm still it because I still reporting the issues, even if I'm no longer working in the police. I'm reporting them to authorities. So I think I'm still a whistleblower.
You're still a whistleblower.
Yes.
And you're fighting for those that are negatively affected in SAPS or has gone through or are going through the same things that you have gone through. Is my understanding correct?
It's correct, Honorable Member. You can even see my face. I was not like this when I was born, but in the police, everything changes.
What happened to your face, advocate?
Victimization almost these years in the police make me to have stroke and have everything, my honorable member.
I see. Do you feel, and I want you to be honest, do you feel that our justice system and our legislative system has failed you?
That is correct, honorable member, that is correct. And another thing, they fail us by the authorities to act. This is one of the main things. At least some of the laws are better, but there's no one want to take accountability.
You say that you've experienced victimization because you have stood up against corruption and wrong within SAPS. I want you to help us understand how do they victimize whistleblowers? I want you to help us understand that, because we often don't talk about what whistleblowers go through. You must help us now. You have gone through it. You've then decided to spend your life defending those that has gone through the same thing. You've suffered physically with your health, but you're still fighting. And so I want you now to take this opportunity and speak your heart from a place of truth. Help us understand. How does this victimization happen against whistleblowers? And if I see that you are straying, and then I'm going to take you step by step, okay? But I'm going to give you that opportunity to respond to that. How does this victimization of whistleblowers in the South African Police Service happen?
Thank you, honorable member. Firstly, just to briefly start with mine. Once we identify that you try to understand the procedures that are not followed, firstly, they will open a criminal case against you. Once they open it, you go for disciplinary. They will rush you so that you must be dismissed before the criminal court case. When you find not guilty there, you're already dismissed. So, in the police, I can say there's no live policy to protect whistleblowers. I think it was national instruction that say if you report any wrongdoing, you must take transfer on your own. And furthermore, we have legal service. Every time you victimize and put a grievance and go to CCMA and Labor Court for victimization, there's no one can say, let's first investigate how this victimization took place. Who is behind this? What did the system just organize money, protect your commander who is victimizing you? They're even willing to hire even senior advocate. And when you don't have money, go on your own accord, you find that you get an affidavit having 100 pages. Then you don't have money, you can't do anything. So it happened to me. I went to Labor Court as a whistleblower asking for protection to say I must be protected until the investigation of victimization is finalized. But either commissioner or legal service, no one came to me. They just hire lawyers to say they must just defend it. So there is no one willing to help. Like my colleague Patricia Mashele, he had to run away and put away hiding because he was victimized every day. He was exposing the generals who are involved in stock theft and other places. But he was dismantled charge, then she was dismissed. It's no longer there now. He was dismissed. She did nothing. It didn't break any law, but she was dismissed. And if I know the history, at ESCOM, there are a lot of people that were whistleblowers. They were dismissed, they lose jobs. So I'm not sure I remember whether I'm answering it the way you want it, but
No,
you
you
can
are.
guide me, Chair.
You are, but we're going to now go into what you've submitted in your affidavit and what you've stated under oath.
Yes.
You try and make us understand how Regulation 9 has been used as a weapon to, in a legal way, victimize whistleblowers. Explain that to us briefly. How does that happen? What did they do in SAPS with Regulation 9?
Regulation 9, thank you, Chair. Regulation 9, although it's unlawful and illegal, but the police commanders hijack it to make sure that if I don't like you, maybe you undermine my authority. I'm just going to say you must be dismissed. So there's no formality. That is yours.
In your submission, you say what Regulation 9 allows for them to do is the commander would be the referee and the player. He'll be the
That is correct,
chairperson
yes.
of the disciplinary hearing. If he targets you, he brings you in, he hears your case and decides on the case.
That is correct.
And he's also part of the reason why you're there.
That
So
is
he
correct.
judges himself as well.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. That is correct. And there is a connection because if I don't like you, I like you, I'll send you there. If I like you, I might cover you. It's a lot of dirty games.
So that regulation has actually empowered victimization of whistleblowers.
That is correct. That is correct. Not only whistleblower, anybody who's unwanted in the police. Just send there.
In 3.4 of your affidavit, you say collusion by same white prosecutors and white police to cover up hit and run and culpable homicide case where Mr. Roberts White knocked and killed a black student, Kaya Ndimba, in Grahamstown in 2015. You then list the case number and then you say these are crimes against humanity. Why did you feel the need to mention that? What are you saying to us by, is this Mr. Roberts, is he a police officer?
No, thank you, Honorable Member. He was also a student at Rose, but what was making me to cry is that since I was there almost 15 years, every time, if a white person is involved, there will be a cover-up, there will be a thing that must not be investigated. If a black person, even if a lesser offense is taken, then it's dismissed. So it also happened to communities, not only in the police, ordinary people in the justice system are treated like that, treated like in color of their skin. Yes, Honorable Member.
And then when you raise issues like this, and that's how you get victimized.
That is correct. Victimized, and also a number of cases that were created against me. I was on papers every day saying top cop on charges, everything up and down. But luckily, some of the magistrates do not want to enter in that trap. For instance, there's one that was created in Cradle by some white police. But magistrate, there was a white magistrate who was not happy. He put them on. But why you bring a dead case here? So what I'm trying to say, not everybody is bad, but there are bad apples in the justice system.
So it's not just in the SAPS. It is also those rogue elements in SAPS works together even with the prosecutors.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. That's why I think on page, let's forget which page. When I wrote it to NPA, NPA responded to say, you said in your letter, every case open against a white person is just withdrawn without any investigation. He said, I'm going to appoint a task team to investigate. It was NPA Integrity Unit. So what I'm trying to say is like that, Honorable Member.
Then you speak about corruption and maladministration by police promotion panels where qualifying applicants are deliberately hidden and not shortlisted to pave the way for favorites.
Yes, Honorable Member, yes.
How does that happen?
As I explained, oral members, that you apply maybe 100, they long list you and check whether you qualify in terms of in that environment. Then they eliminate. When maybe they are 5 or 10, you take that score sheet form, then you check the most qualifying person in terms of service, in terms of higher learning degree, whatever, entry level 9, entry level 10, and also courses you have. This is where the problem starts. When they are doing that shortlisting on the paper, not yet called the candidate, if you qualify better and you are not on their pocket, they will just say rejected, reason, not have experience, not have the NPF level 9. So I make my own example by one of the panels.
But the point you're making is that even appointments in SAPS, in your experience,
Yes.
it's not based on merit, it's not based on qualifications, it's based on who you know.
Maybe the best word on corruption and maladministration, Honorable Member. And another thing, I represent these members on arbitration, and they won. And the report is that the panel members committed maladministration. But that report, no one take it to charge those panel members so that this thing must not happen tomorrow. It's just a continue every day.
They are protected. Those that victimizers, whistleblowers are protected, rather than the whistleblowers.
Yes, then the legal service as well is not helping us. You just jump to the victimizers and defend them and make sure that millions of rand are pumped from SAPS to defend them. There's not a single case whereby they stand up and say, this member do this. So before we do this, let's just investigate these panel members and find out why they do this, because they've got policies, they've got guidelines, but they disregard the guidelines.
You say non-implementation of arbitration awards. Are you saying that a whistleblower or someone that's been victimized goes through, wins a case, gets an award?
It's a different topic, Honorable Member.
Okay, help me understand.
Yes, can I explain?
Please.
Yes. What has happened, you go to arbitration for unfair labor practice or for unfair dismissal, you win the case.
Yeah.
Then it's fine. Then what legal service did, in terms of the rules, labor laws and regulations, you must appeal within 60 days, a referral act to labor court or whatever. So what they did, they just take and keep it there. After 3 months, after 3 years or 4 years, you want now to implement that arbitration award. Because the award is there, but they didn't want either to appeal or to implement it. Once you start implementing it, they will go back to court to say, we want the court to help us to stay this implementation, pending review, the one they were supposed to do 6 months, 3 years ago. You find that now they have to argue with this case of pending, this case of staying of implementation. That one is argued and finished, which is funds. Again, make a review application, go back to court and take another legal team, argue the same thing.
But this is within SAPS, this
It's within
labor-
SAPS,
All right.
within SAPS. But and even other departments, the arbitration or in court also, they just keep them.
So the person goes to labor court for recourse, as a remedy. The person wins, but then
Yes,
as
yes.
a legal strategy, they don't
Yes.
go and appeal.
Yes,
And even though they surpass the deadline, it takes 3 years,
yes,
and they use that
yes.
to further victimize the person who went to the labor.
Exactly. The example that I was making, such university, if you can see him, you can doubt whether his mind is working. Because
I see.
he won the arbitration right in 2019. Today is 2026, but legal service today, they have not yet said it for review. It's either you review or you implement. You're not forced. If you like to review, you can review. It's legal. But the time frames, they don't care. So the reason is that SAPS have got many police that are dismissed. So they don't have manpower to go to arbitrations. They keep on dismissing. then you find that some of the cases, they are very petty. Maybe you can advise, like the commanders are very instructive. Maybe legal service can advise, no, this one is not much, and this member is working well in the police. Let's tackle this one must go to pack. But legal service, every member dismisses, keeping the funds that they've got. Piles of files, not even able to take them to court because you don't have manpower.
You then make an example of a case where you want to show in practicality the racial discrimination at the police station. Let me first ask you, which specific police station is this? So that we don't create the impression what's the name of this police station?
Grahamstown, Makhanda, as well as those are police stations. So they are the cluster stations for those small stations.
Yeah. And you say that to prove this, and I want you just to briefly touch on it.
Yeah.
A warrant officer, the clerk, a white African, was arrested and criminally and departmentally charged for fraud and theft under Grahamstown case. And he was tasked to go and investigate a housebreaking case in Grahamstown. And the owner of the house trusted him and left him alone in the house. And then he stole a check of the owner and he went to cash it. And then he was arrested, he pleaded guilty, but he was not dismissed. Am I correct?
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Yes.
Don't worry about my colleague. You don't focus on my, she's just, because I'm saying white African.
No, it was a white police.
My belief is we are Africans here, whether you're white.
No. Thank you for that. Yes.
So don't be distracted.
Honorable Souls, you shouldn't have said things that I was saying on the side, because now we're going to enter a debate. Because you say things publicly, it means I must respond publicly. Let's not do that. And when I was engaging Honorable over here, I was not even on that subject matter. Don't do that, because we're going to just make this house go down unnecessarily, please.
No, thank you, Chair. I was
Honorable Matthews and Honorable Souls. What are you doing?
No, Chair. I was engaging with the guest and he was a bit distracted by the commotion, so I was trying to refocus him.
But there was no commotion. I can't help it if people want to look at me. There was no commotion. I said one thing and I moved on.
What are you doing, honorable members?
Yeah, Chair, if you were paying attention, you would know what was happening.
Do you want to confuse my guest?
Not at all, Chair. I explained my intention. I was trying
to. Maqewul, may you please remain focused. Must not be distracted. May we proceed?
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Advocate, you're saying that this police officer, warrant officer, the clerk, he went to investigate a housebreaking and then stole the check and went to cash the check and then pleaded guilty to having stolen the check of the victim, and then he was not dismissed.
He was not dismissed because the chairpersons are white police. They know exactly who must be. Yes, he was not dismissed. He's still there.
So your submission is that although he committed a crime,
yes,
and pleaded guilty to the crime,
yes, crime of fraud,
he was not dismissed because he's white.
That is correct. That's what I'm saying, Honorable Chair.
Is he still working at
He's still working in Grahamstown, yes.
I see. You also testify in your affidavit, you make a submission that you have gone everywhere. You've gone to all levels and you have not been assisted. I think it is in section 6.5. You say we also, as a last resort, as victims of racism, visited the office of the MEC for Police and Transport in the Eastern Cape. We requested a face-to-face meeting and were advised to compile an agenda. We did that. We were informed they liaise with the minister same day and we will be informed about the date of the meeting. You kept phoning, but you never got an appointment till today. Just tell us, as we conclude your session,
Yes.
who everyone did you approach as a whistleblower and someone that is helping whistleblowers and members of SAPS that are struggling? Which structures did you approach and you were not assisted up to this day?
I first went to Provincial Commissioner, Eastern Cape. Did not help me. Went to Divisional Commissioner, did not help me. Went to the office of General Nhlanhla, that inspector at that time. It did not help. Then I went to National Commissioner. Surprisingly, when I was there, I was given Brigadier de Klerk to listen to me, my complaint. Surprising, say no, before we listen to you, can you give us cases that were charged for? Because we're informed that were charged for many cases in Eastern Cape. So can you first give us those cases? Then I take my flight and come back. I said, no, I'm done. I can't do anything. I also went to the office of the president. On my own, office of the president, take it to National Commission. Another thing, honorable member, there's that gap. Because if you say these are the files, I go to all the channels. I'm in office Minister of Police, go, please help. What you'll do, just write a note, attend National Commission. If you go to president and having all the papers, we'll write a letter, go to National Commission. So they did not follow. As why we are here now, because we are not helped. And this thing that was bothering you, maybe it's National Commissioner, but they say National Commissioner, please attend. So to me, there's that very big gap. If somebody has got a file, everything like this, and sign from all these offices, maybe maybe Minister of Police can find a way himself, not to say go back to hell. So this is the crisis that we're having.
Yes. Advocate, you are showing us what many whistleblowers is going through in this country. And as I conclude with you, I want to say to you, thank you.
Thank you.
You are a brave man. And I'm sorry. We apologize that you have given your resources, you've given your life, you are physically impacted, you had strokes because of this experience, but you still got up today as another resort to try and get your story out there. And for that, I want to say thank you. Don't stop. I can't make any promises to you that it's going to change tomorrow, but I can say to you, it will change. It's going to get better. Don't stop. Make your light stronger. It's going to get better. You are a brave man. We salute you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have the last comment as well, Chair?
Please.
Okay. As a last resort, we're in High Court now in Grahamstown. We're claiming the government for 20 million. The case is on the 15th of May, constitutional damages, because they say Section 7 of the Constitution saying that the government have got a legal duty to protect and implement what we call. So we are in court now. We're not supposed, we wouldn't have to go to court, but there's no way to go. There's no way to go. Lastly, I even wrote a book called Unfinished Road to Justice. I thought it's going to be publicized well, but it was publicized in America, but not in South Africa. Just African to understand who are not in justice system, to know exactly what is happening on day-to-day basis. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols.
Uh,
Then we pass the microphone to
yeah, I
Honorable
still
James.
have questions for Dr. Redpath.
Yeah, no, we are passing the microphone to Honorable James.
No, but Chair, you have to explain that to me because you have not given me a time limit. My intention was to question both guests.
Yeah.
You didn't indicate to me. If you
The-
did, I would managed it in a way that
The
I'm
time
able.
that you have taken is more than the time that was taken by your preceding 6 speakers.
You did not inform me about that, Chair. And now I have questions for the second guest. If you told me, like you always do, I have a set time, I would have definitely managed my time. But for me to know that now I can't ask important questions. And as a matter of fact,
The reason why I did not inform you is because I very much believe in your abilities to read at what others do and you suit yourself.
no, we are not the same, Chair. Other members, Honorable Breitenbach just made a comment and she was done. Others asked 1 question, 2 questions. I can't be subjecting myself to that. I want to ask questions. And so for Chair to then say that I had to look at that and then determine I'll do the same, that's not correct. I would have definitely, if you gave me a time, I would have managed it within that block to ask both members.
Yeah, so, okay, do you want me to give you time?
Please, Chairperson.
I now give you 30 seconds.
To question Dr. Redpath.
Yeah. And
That is inadequate, Chair.
And your time starts now.
No, that's inadequate, Chair. I wouldn't be able to do it in 30 seconds.
Okay. May we pass the microphone to Honorable James?
No, Chair. Point of order. If you have opened up to me what the standard would have been, I would have managed my time. Kindly give me a set additional time and I will restrict my questioning just to that. But not to allow me to question is not acceptable, Chair.
May you kindly pass the microphone to the next speaker, that is Honorable James.
No, Chair, it's still in my time. I would like to ask Dr. Redpath the questions that I've prepared, please.
How much time do you need to ask her?
Given the situation, I will then just ask for 15 minutes.
50 minutes.
1-5. And I will restrict because as I said, when I started, I thought it will be like yesterday. Chair didn't say the rules has changed. Now I can't leave without asking the questions, but seeing that we are in the situation, I will restrict my questions to 15 minutes.
Yeah, you have used 40 minutes already since you started asking questions.
Yes, yesterday your approach was different, Chair. Yesterday you allowed us free rein to ask questions, spend time with the guests. I thought it was the same today. So I did not disobey your order. I was not ill-disciplined. I was merely taking as a point of reference yesterday. Today, you've changed it, but you didn't inform me. And now I'm asking, give me 15 minutes. I will leave out some of the other questions that I had for Dr. Redpath, and then we'll stop, Chair.
I'm not persuaded by any of the arguments that you are advancing. I'm not persuaded. I'm allocating you the time that you need, and I'm doing it not because I'm persuaded. So you don't have to advance any argument. May you use the time that you need.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair. No, but Chair, I think you are unfair to us as members of this committee. One, we have been obeying to your directives. here. When you say a member must stop speaking, we've been stopping without questioning your decisions. That's number one. Number two, Honorable Souls has spoken more than all of us here, for more than all of us. Despite the fact that he arrived late, yes, there was an apology. He arrived late, and it was not for the first time he arrives late. And then he comes here and want to dispute your directives. I think we are setting a wrong precedent if you allow Honorable Souls to continue despite the directive that you have given. He has been given a lot of time, and in his time, he made motivations, he read scriptures, he preached, and so on, instead of asking questions. And now he still wants to ask more questions, because we're going to demand the same privilege in our turn when we come back. And this committee will be nothing but a circus. It will be reduced to a circus. So, Chair, I don't agree with you when you want to allow Honorable Souls to do what he's doing.
Let me tell you one thing. When the day is at this age, I no longer have anything to lose. That is my attitude. The productive hours of the day are gone. So whatever amount of time you need, honorable members, I'm going to give you. Because my understanding is that we work as a collective. And even before you look at the chair, what the chair does, you must look at your fellow honorable members. If we allocate your time to speak, and then one of you speaks for 3 minutes, one speaks for 5 minutes, one speaks for 6 minutes, 7 minutes, it must be the norm. But if one of you is going to speak for almost an hour, and you don't want to raise those matters with your fellow member, you want to raise it with the chair, you are being unfair on the chairperson. I give you a chance, Honorable Nomvalo, to address Honorable Souls if you have issues with him, not me. It's not me speaking. It's him who wants to speak. Address him. I give you time to address him.
No, Chair, it's going to degenerate to a dialogue. Honorable Souls must know what is right and what is wrong. You are the chair.
Yeah, tell him.
And I'm addressing him through you.
Yes.
That is a principle.
Yes.
I can't be addressing him directly because it's going to degenerate. So I'm trying to maintain the decorum, Chairperson. What Honorable Souls is doing is wrong. He must stop it.
Okay. What is your response, Honorable Souls?
Honorable Chair, firstly, I was not late. There was an interview with the ENCA outside. That's part of our responsibility here. So I was not late. That's number one. Two, Chairperson, you did not allocate time. Every time you do allocate time, I keep to my time. Honorable Nomvalo didn't have 5,000 questions. He didn't have a scripture. He didn't have a motivational speech. So he finished in the time that he wanted to finish. Myself, I do have questions more than one. I do have a scripture. I do have a motivational speech. And if a time bracket was not allocated, I'm not wrong in assuming that what happened yesterday can happen today. But seeing that Chair says, no, I should end, I am now asking for 15 minutes. I have not done anything wrong. And so I can do what I want in my time. If Honorable Nomvalo has a problem with me being me, my faith, making that part of my time, that's his problem. I won't stop.
Honorable Skosana, your hand is up.
Chair, for the sake of time, I guess we need to respect what you were doing to all of us here. You know, you never negotiated with anyone. When you say stop, stop, and that's it. Whether I want to have another 2 minutes, you were not benevolent when it comes to that. Let's continue like that, Chair. Thank you.
But the process of that, Chair, was you have an allocated time and then you say stop at that allocated time. In this instance, there wasn't an allocated time. You
Chief
must
Whip.
just be clear about that. I was not disrespectful to the Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, can I make a suggestion in terms of how we should deal with that concern? Maybe let me qualify my suggestion by saying that I was not around yesterday. As a consequence of which I was not very familiar with how the proceedings were handled yesterday. But I learned later on, and I hope my lessons are accurate, that members were given an opportunity to go as detailed as they could to interact with the people who appeared before us yesterday. Now, earlier on, Chair, when myself and Honorable Nomvalo were given an opportunity to speak, the two of us made a mistake. But we agreed that the mistake we committed, I think Honorable Matthias is in the same boat as us. When we had an opportunity to ask questions, we only thought, for me, it was a mistake because I was not here yesterday, that we were dealing with one person at the time. And so we asked questions to Dr. Redpath, and we were not able to proceed to Advocate Mkhwanazi. Now, this is what I propose, Chair. In the light of what is argued by Honorable Sauls, the precedent that was set yesterday, the mistakes that were committed earlier on today, I want to propose that for us to progress, can I request that each one of us that may still be wanting to have questions to either of the witnesses or the people appearing before us that we have not asked, at least maybe be given 5 minutes. I want to propose that rather than getting 15 minutes and more, maybe just to be given 5 to 10 minutes, each one of us. We don't have to exhaust it, but in an event where one has got questions that will take up to 10 minutes, we take that as a compromise, Chair, because I'm afraid if we don't agree on any way to handle the current impasse, we might have a meeting degenerating for another half an hour, which would not be in the interest of the public. Thanks.
Okay, can I check before I make that decision? Can I check how many of you want to speak? No, Honorable James, you are supposed to be the last speaker. It's just that there is a delay. The delivery van is still stuck somewhere. So it's you, Honorable Matthias and Chief Whip. And can we agree that your questions are only directed to Advocate Mkhwanazi? No, both of you, Honorable Matthias, can I get that confirmation? I give you 5 minutes, the three of you. I give you 5 minutes each, except Honorable James. So can you conclude, Honorable Sauls, in the next 5 minutes?
I'll do so, Chair. May I also propose that for future, please be clear about the allocated time. Dr. Redpath, I'm going to use my 5 minutes for you to just clear up my understanding of what you're saying about the PKTT versus the general number of murders within KZN. My understanding of what you're saying is that you have the provincial commissioner, which is in charge of the PKTT, and the same provincial commissioner is in charge of the province SAPS. And what you have is a huge amount of money out of the government coffers is given to a unit, 450 million, and it's focused on this small section. And indeed, there has been success in the decrease of political killings in KZN. But in the same province, there are the murder rate and the numbers that you have given, 4,000 and increased to 6,000 plus. That numbers is factual and it is for the general murder rate. And so what you are saying is, if the same amount of investment or more can be given to our detectives generally in the entire SAPS, so that the murder rate that is increasing would then decrease, and then more South Africans are being served. But currently, the focus is on one unit, but there's nothing happening in the same province as it relates to the general numbers of murder. So how is it that the same person responsible for PKTT, political killings are dropping, but the general murder, which is actually responsible for constitutionally to keep the province safe, that is increasing? But there's less money given to the province and more money given to the PKTT and any other task team. Is that understanding correct? Before you answer, because we've got 5 minutes and then you'll just close. You point us to section 3, paragraph 10, where you say that in a report, not your opinion, in a report, the SAPS report that says the detective service capability of the SAPS has been under strain for several years with little to no growth in resources. Emerging and priority crime threats often require the diversion of detective service resources to specialized task teams. You are saying that's the problem. Is my understanding correct? First, your numbers are factual. You have never said that that numbers is for the PKTT. It's for the general murder rate in KZN, and it has increased. And secondly, the disparity there of more money given to task teams and less given to the detective service.
That is mostly a correct summary, except for the part that the people and the vehicles came from KwaZulu-Natal's resources. However, the overtime, accommodation, laundry, etc., came from the national budget. And I'm asking the committee to find out where exactly it came from and how is decision-making around that done. So yes, in general, I would agree with your summary of my position, but the question is more complicated. It's in an environment where things are rapidly deteriorating generally in KwaZulu-Natal. All of those murders also need to be investigated. So, you know, it's exactly as you said. What are the priorities? And if this is the priority, then let's be honest about it. If political killings are the priority, let's be honest about it and let's tot up exactly how much is spent on it and how much is not spent on other things. So yes, thank you. That was a good summary.
So essentially the misleading point is to say that the numbers that you've presented here is misleading. That is actually misleading. To say that you have given incorrect numbers is misleading.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you.
And we must just be very clear that you are not against the PKTT. And we must all accept that there has been success by the PKTT of political killings. But in the same province, other families are experiencing murders. The province is still unsafe. And the provincial numbers for murder has increased. And that is because there's no resources. There's no money being pumped into police stations that needs to reach the normal South African.
Agreed. That is a good summary of the situation. So it's not that there's no money, but given the size of the problem, there's disproportionate allocation to one problem, which is the PKTT, which on its narrow job has been successful.
Doctor, thank you very much for your work. I'm going to stop there. I wish I could ask you more questions, but thank you very much for your work. And just know that when South Africans are desperate for a hero, and when the hero comes along and you seem to be attacking the hero, you become the enemy automatically. But stick to your job, stick to the numbers, stick to the facts, and keep on highlighting the facts. Thank you.
What is the time now? Okay. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying badly to get.
Let's thank Honorable Souls for finishing his line of questioning. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. May we proceed, Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Salts distracted me with the hero part because now I'm singing the song in my mind. Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation and your input. It is appreciated. It is welcomed. The first question I want to ask you, based on your observations, if we call for a task team to deal with the gang and drug-related violence on the Cape Flats, would you also say that it's misplaced? That would be misplaced?
I would not, because it is a current problem that hasn't been addressed, and it is affecting a large amount of people. In fact, it's affecting the majority of the people in the Western Cape.
Okay, so if I understand you properly, you don't have an issue with task teams per se?
The issue I have with task teams is the lack of transparency around the decision-making on what gets to be a task team and how much is allocated to it. So if it is a priority of the government to prioritize the Cape Flats, then let that be known and let the funding of that be clear.
Okay. Why do you think there's been almost little or no will to deal with the gang violence, to establish a task team? I know there has been a task team allocated to the Western Cape, but we haven't seen the same results as what we have for the PKTT. Why do you think that is? And I think the task team for the Western Cape has been here for years on end. They've stayed in hotel rooms. Have you looked at only, when you were doing the study, were you looking at only the PKTT, or did you actually look at other task teams that were established just to do a comparison?
So that's exactly what I'm asking for. The only reason we know about the funding of the PKTT is because of the Madlanga Commission. So we don't know about, it's not in the annual report. We don't know what other task teams exist, for how long they've existed, how much money they're getting. And that is something I really would like the portfolio committee to get into. And we would really like to understand that. And it is a clear expression of the priorities of government, where you put your money. And we don't know what that is. There's that 8.5 billion that is unclear and unaccounted for in the SAPS budget, and we need to know where it's going.
So you agree with me that in a province, in 1 month, the month of October 2025, you'd had 400 killings, and it's not being addressed?
It really isn't being addressed. And what is particularly distressing for me is that it's been known since the Khayelitsha Commission that the allocation of resources to police stations on the Cape Flats is lower than the median. And although there have been some slight adjustments, it simply is not enough to deal with the nature of the problem. And that SAPS had to be taken to court for a court to tell them that having lower per capita allocations in high murder rate areas was unequal and unjust. And they still have not made sufficient allocations after all this time. Is extremely frustrating.
So do you think it's deliberate? at this point? Knowing what you know, you're the professional, you're the expert in this field, we've raised it, it's been to court. Do you think it's deliberate, the neglect on the Western Cape, the Cape Flats from this government? Do you think they have no will, and do you think it's deliberate based on what you know?
So up until about a year ago, I would say it was not deliberate. It is a result of the formula, as I think I explained earlier. And something like a similar situation happens to deep rural areas of Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. But about a year ago, the officials concerned began to understand what the problem was with their formula. So now they understand and they know. I think it was the formula looks objective, but when you crunch the numbers, it spews out very low allocations in Harare. At the time of the Khayelitsha Commission, Harare Police Station in Khayelitsha had the lowest per capita allocations in the whole Western Cape province, which doesn't make any sense if you know Harare. And so I think that they knew that the outcome was strange, but they believed their formula. However, now that the court case is finished, they understand the problems with the formula. Now there really is a need to do something different. We really need to shake up policing and do something different. And I believe that the current minister is starting a process of consultation on how that will be done.
Thank you. You made a statement earlier on, and it actually made my skin crawl a bit because I come from an activism background, and you said the focus shouldn't be on petty firearm theft. Am I correct? I actually wrote it down. That's what you said.
So what I was trying to use the example used by the honorable member. I think that any kind of firearm offense should be dealt with very severely.
Okay, you
but I
withdraw
was saying
that
if you are
statement.
only going to deal with the firearm theft happening from one person to another and not with the influx where the firearms are coming from, whether it's from the SAPS armory or from Mozambique or whatever, then the problem is going to stay. It's one of my key concerns in the Western Cape that the conviction rate for firearm offences is exceptionally low, and it's exceptionally low in Mitchell's Plain as well.
Okay, I pointed that out because that was your exact statement that you made earlier on. I'm glad that I gave you an opportunity
I wasn't
to clarify
meaning
that.
to minimize it. I was meaning to contrast it with the more, so yes, you must deal with it and you must deal with the influx.
Okay, so you agree that we need to have a dual approach, and that you agree that we cannot have a blanket approach when it comes to dealing with substance and dealing with all of these crimes.
Absolutely, and that's one of the problems with the SAPS formula is that it assumes the same way of dealing with Khayelitsha as you would deal with Johannesburg Central, as you would deal with Sandton. These are very different places that require very different policing, very different ratios of detectives to visible policing, et cetera, and it should form part of what changes.
The other thing that I wanted to ask you, the $1 million question that's been asked in this ad hoc committee 1 million times, and to date, I'm not even sure if we received a proper answer. Where does the budget come from for the PKTT? Did you get any information on this? Because there was a dispute not a dispute, we had Minister Beki coming here and saying he doesn't know about the N. And you had the Minister Nkunu coming here and saying, no, it was a national political killing task team. And that was the question that I asked the initial formation establishment of the PKTT. Was it specifically only to deal with killings in KZN, or was it to deal with killings nationally? And the one said it was national and the other one said it was provincial. But even though they said that, they couldn't tell us where this budget came from. Was it from the actual province? Was it from national? And if it's from national, from which pocket do you perhaps know?
So if you look at the annexures to General Masamola's statement at the Madlanga Commission, it's quite clearly detailed that it was an interministerial task team that decided on the PKTT after a series of murders in KwaZulu-Natal, and it was for KwaZulu-Natal. The when you then look at the budget allocation, the vehicles and the people came from KwaZulu-Natal. So the vehicles came out of the station budgets of the police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, but all the other funding for the overtime, accommodation, meals, laundry came from national and was managed at provincial level. So it came from national, but was managed provincially. That is what it says in the documentation, and I presume that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. I just have one question for the gentleman over there. Who paid for your transportation? How did you get here, sir?
There was arrangement from the admin of parliament that they will pay, but there was a delay of flights. Since I don't want to lose this opportunity, then I have to pay on my own and sleep on my own. But there was an arrangement that they will arrange everything, but I could see there was a delay.
So Parliament lied to you. They invited you here. They said they would pay for your logistics and your travel, and you had to find your own way.
Yes, they promised that they are going to sort the matter. I'm still waiting for now.
So how do you have to pay for your own flight tickets and
I use my own money from PE to here.
and accommodation?
I also sleep on my own. I have to organize my own Uber, my own accommodation, because I didn't want to lose this.
That's a disgrace.
Thank you.
I want to apologize for what you have been through and then being further exploited by the very people that's meant to give you an ear and support you, at least to get here. Also, one other thing we've heard, Honorable Salz has asked you about your background. What is your expectation from us as parliamentarians based on what you have told us?
My expectation, thank you, Honorable Member. My expectation is that this parliament must protect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, intervene in the SAPS to make sure that the policies and the abuse of power stops, and make sure that the people who are involved must account, because the main problem is that there's no accountability. I come to Parliament as far as 2009 to police committee, but at that time I could not get any answer. So I appeal now that you're all there, that please zoom into SAPS. Please make sure that whistleblowers, there's law that whistleblowers are protected. We're tired of burying people every day. We're helping government, but now they are buried, losing job, and they were like this, like me. So please, whatever I presented, I also try to quote some legislation so that they can guide the shortcoming.
Thank you very much for your contribution, sir. And once again, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, thank you so much. I think the people who are responsible for the administration of committee work have taken note of the concerns that are being brought to light now. Can we take Honorable Matthys?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the 5 minutes. I also just want to express our disgust, Chair, on behalf of the EFF on how Parliament has handled this. I don't think it's even correct to say that whoever's responsible for this, they have taken note. We must actually get a report on who was responsible. I'm so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed to be part of something that cannot disorder organized logistics. Like in my soul, I am even disgusted that we can be part of something like this. Parliament, one of the 3 arms of state, cannot even make sure a public submission representative can be here, be on time, and be treated with the dignity that they deserve. But us here in Parliament, each of us, we get transport from our villages here and home. And yet we have invited you here and we couldn't even do that. I'm embarrassed and I am very sorry on behalf of the EFF. And we will talk on the side just to make sure that you are safe today and you are able to get home, because clearly this parliament does not really care. We don't even know where the speaker is right now. Just your, on your input, and I'm sorry that I used most of my time. I didn't realize that we were supposed to have engagements with both of you at the same time. So you spoke a lot about the racism that you have experienced in SAPS, and Honorable Swords also touched on that. How do you think that must be addressed? Because racism it's so systemic. It's not even just in SAPS, even here in Parliament. Just yesterday, we experienced deep-seated racism from someone who came to do public submissions from that organization called Accountability Now. 3 times he just said that it's only the DA that can read and write, and we were subjected to that. So in your experience and from your experience in SAPS, systemically, how do you envision us dealing with the racism there? And I don't have much time. I know you've given submissions to say that the experiences of racism that you are having. Tell us, how do you envision that that can be dealt with? Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Your Honour Member. I think that the best way is for the Parliament to make special laws for the racism, to make special laws and to make sure that racism is a crime against humanity. The reason why I'm saying that, there's a recent case of, I think it's a Pania, those police who killed a student somewhere in 1982. They went to court and said they cannot be prosecuted because the time lapse, but the judge disagreed and said, no, you committed a crime against humanity. So those guys are charged now. I think they were found guilty already. I think the Parliament have to make special laws now for racism, so that it must be a crime. Because really, I agree with you, everyone is crying, but there's no action that is in place to make sure that we condemn racism. I think we need to make special laws for this. And those laws must have clear definition, so that the court must not say it's not well interpreted, but there must be clear definition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, thanks a lot, Advocate. I want to pronounce your surname properly. Maqebula, or not Maqebula. Pondole. Enkosi mkhuluwa. Thanks a lot. No, thanks a lot. And I think, let me join my colleagues in thanking you in commending you for being very determined that whatever obstacle is on your way, you want to appear before the Ad Hoc Committee. There's no doubt that the information you have shared with us, in which we have done an extensive research and gathering of that information, has got merit. We have to do something about many things that we have indicated here. Some of them, I was conferring with one of my colleagues that your presentation is largely a labor-related matter. And we do appreciate the fact that we are suggesting that certainly legislative interventions must be done to deal with some of those weaknesses you have pointed out. But where I need clarity from you is that, for instance, you made reference to the way in which the disciplinary processes, the disciplinary regulation 9, if I'm not mistaken, in which you were saying that it's essentially an abuse in terms of how it's carried out by SAPS. But in almost all instances where you are raising concern about its application, the matters have gone to court and seemingly courts have found in favor of SAPS. if I understood you very well in that case, what accounts for that? I mean, the extent to which you are so uncomfortable and raises concerns about how that regulation is both formulated and applied. What makes it difficult for the courts when matters are before them to say, but there's an injustice here being perpetrated by the department to its personnel? What accounts for this court outcome?
Okay, thank you, and I remember. The reason why sometimes they lose in courts is because, or SAPS win, is because the courts look to the side of unfair dismissal, not unlawful dismissal. So really, even the unions did not want to approach in terms of unlawfulness, although there is a decided case about unlawful dismissal that we had in the Constitutional Court that it was won. So honestly, as I do research, I find that all the unions, they only refer to labor court as unfair dismissal. Then the courts interpret in that way. But luckily, when there is a decided case in Cape Town, I think it was a month ago, where the judge of the labor court, the city, it's a serious violation not to allow a person to bring his own witnesses. But unfortunately now the courts, they've got a little recourse because it just say, no, it's fine, you were unfairly dismissed, whatever, but I'm giving you 4 months, so they must give an amount of 4 months. That is it. So there's that misinterpretation of them, that the labor courts have got that particular way. That's why we go to Bloemfontein to make sure that this thing must be declared unlawful and unconstitutional.
I see you have given a very extensive account of what was happening at Grahamstown. Is the situation still the same, or this account is limited to a particular historical period?
Thank you, Honorable. It's still the same because luckily when I was coming this side, my colleagues in Grahamstown, I think they just greet me and say, hey, we have got the same problem, because now what happened is that if a black person open a case against a white person, the white prosecutors will make sure that they push that case to be declined. They say it's still like that, but I don't want to call names, it's still the same. It needs serious intervention. That's why I think maybe we need to have a legislation now, special legislation to deal with this. It's almost 30 years now talking about this.
No, thanks, Advocate. I think, I mean, I was not here yesterday, as I said. I hear one of my colleagues saying that they were unfortunately subjected to one of the unrepented racists, from what she said. I don't know if that is a view of the committee, but apparently that's what happened. What I want to say is that it's going to take us a very long time for us as South Africans to resolve the problem of racism in our country, because it's embedded on many factors. Even if you legislate, it may not be enough. There's a variety of interventions that the state will have to make in order to ensure that at some point down the line, we defeat racism, because it's also associated with privileges. And I'm saying that's one of the factors, but there are many. But I think we do understand your concern, and I hope that even if it's not us in the Ad Hoc Committee, but there would be a way in which a portfolio committee of Parliament, whether the police or any other committee, will interface with that situation, maybe through other people who may not be here, whose concerns your presentation represented, so that we can find a lasting solution to the problem. But it's one of the issues that I am convinced it's not going to be solved overnight. It will entail a major struggle to deal with it and to eradicate racism in our country. And we've got to understand it in that context. And to understand it in that context is not being apologetic, but is accepting that the country has embarked on the journey, which is that 31 years old, younger than me, that journey. And countries that have succeeded to deal or to eradicate racism have done so after many years, not just even less than a century. They've done it after many years and they've succeeded. Some have not, but others have made progress. So I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with the fact that we need to look at the legislation, but equally, I think that we may need to have some of our colleagues in other committees, maybe paying attention to those areas when they are doing a portfolio committee oversight and all of that. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Can I make the last comment? My last comment. Thanks a lot. My last comment is that another thing that we need to look at, we need to check the mindset of the leaders, mindset of the managers, because the managers are given this job to the managers, but they undermine themselves. That is a challenge we're having. They've got good laws, but the managers, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Advocate Aaron said, do you have any? But maybe before you come in, because I want us to break at 5 o'clock. The issues that are raised by Advocate Maqebula must not be reduced to labor matters. This is a story of the plight of the vulnerable sections, the voiceless in our communities. When he started here, Chief Whip, he spoke about over 100 to 200 officers who, as we speak now, are out of service due to corrupt practices. And you can imagine how many women, how many children have been affected by these developments. So this talks to unresolved social incompatibilities that will need courage to confront and aggressively deepen and accelerate the transformation agenda. And you have pointedly said it, Chief Whip, that racism is not going to be defeated by the word of mouth. It needs a revolutionary resolve. We can legislate like Advocate Maqebula is suggesting. And of course, you are right. You are making a compelling case for legislative and policy reform, which we can't turn a blind eye to. But it will need extraordinary efforts beyond legislative and policy instruments. It's the geometry, Honorable Skosan, of power relations in this country remains skewed. And like we said when we started here, Chief Whip, we must swing the pendulum in favor of the marginalized and the disadvantaged. Look, we can say many things, Advocate Maqebula, in chapter and verse to praise your heroism. But the heroism that we must praise is of those families that stood resilient in the face of hunger, poverty, and deepening inequality for many years. I have not given myself time to calculate the years from which these cases were reported. If it's over 20 years, it means as we sit here, there is a child who was born with an unemployed father for over 20 years now, ejected from the civil service. And you can imagine where we need a government with a heart, we need civil servants with conscience. Because capitalist orientation by nature is contemptuous to an ordinary man. And this is a call on us, honorable members, to rise to the occasion. Whatever kind of set of recommendations we are going to make to Parliament, including those issues that have been raised by Dr. Ripa, Chief Whip, that South Africans are losing their lives. People are dying, people are being butchered on our streets. And very cold statistics. And in as much as we were investigating the dissolution of the PKTT, we must not turn a blind eye to, so that when we suggest the reform of the criminal justice system in the country, it must not only be about the protection of politicians, but about how do we secure the citizens of this country. I see your hand is up, you are itching, Honorable Skosan. I wanted to give the advocate to round up.
Yeah, it's just a minute, Chair.
Yeah.
On behalf as well of Umkhonto weSizwe and as a member of Parliament here as members, we want to say that we will make sure that the parliamentary staff must reimburse you for whatever you paid for, because you gave your best to come in here. If it was somebody else who had no resources, in other words, Chair, we only have Advocate Maqebula here. So he has shown dedication, that patriotism, you love this country undoubtedly. And let me quote Samora Machel in closing. If one day you hear the Europeans praising me, know that I have betrayed you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyela. When Advocate, I'm not saying you must speak. When Advocate Maqebula says he comes from Pondoland, I see you clenching your face to say, I know him, I know him. Do you know Honorable Sokanyile, Advocate Maqebula? Okay. Yeah. Advocate Arendse.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have been very patient.
Yes, and pondering about the Amapondo and the
Yeah.
Pondo
Yeah.
revolt of 1960.
Yeah, you can do the
And where the Mbekis and the Mandelas.
you can do the
So
alliteration.
he's in good company. I actually want to start with a question that either or both of Advocate Maqebula and Dr. Redpath can respond, and that relates to you tell us that policing is in a crisis, that's paragraph 2 of your presentation. And one of the factors that you mention is the failure, to quote you, the failure of the SAPS to discipline its own members to the extent needed. But then we hear from the advocate that from his side, as a former member and as a trade unionist representing dismissed and unfairly treated police officers, on the other hand, that there seems to be lots of unfairness based on various grounds, including racism and so on. In your research, did you come across any of these grounds and reasons that the advocate has mentioned? And then I also want to come back to Advocate Makabula with another question.
There's no doubt that there are serious problems with the disciplinary system. There's a great deal of inconsistency, abuse of the system. Some people are disciplined, other people are not. It's used as a tool of control rather than to create an effective police service. And it really isn't functioning correctly. And there is an argument that perhaps SAPS should not discipline itself. Perhaps it needs to be taken out of the SAPS environment, so that how it works at the moment is your colleagues are the presiding officers over you in the disciplinary system. And it's highly problematic. Presiding officers often then, after a long period of time, recuse themselves. And then the process has to start again. So the person who's facing the accusation suffers in the process, as well as whatever the outcome is. So the problem with the system is that very often the people who need to be disciplined are not, and then the disciplinary system is only brought into operation for the wrong reasons, much as you have already outlined.
Thank you. So Advocate, the reason why I also raises it arises in the context of the evidence of General Pashlani. What do you know much about? I don't want to summarize his case, but you aware of his case, General Pashlani? Because his initial dismissal was through this Regulation 9 procedure that you criticize in your statement.
Yes, it is true, Advocate. It is true. To explain more, General Ken was supposed to be sent there to this unlawful thing. He has to leave a court for an interdict. This is only place that helped him to be saved. He was all substituted there.
But
and General Berry, I think he's here in Cape Town.
Yeah. So just for your comment, because the matter was then raised, he had gone to arbitrate. There was that Regulation 9 process, which is done by a single brigadier, single person, and he said, look, he was denied representation, he was denied the right to Audi Alteram, which you mentioned in your statement. But then the matter went to the Labour Court, and he raised that, and the Labour Court said, no, but this is as a result of a collective agreement between SAPS and the unions.
Okay, let me put this way, Advocate. Labour courts are not keen to deal with constitutional matters. Once we go to Labour Court, the Labour Court don't have power to say, maybe. It is only now that they realize that, but before that, they didn't want to entertain arbitrators, but we were not given witnesses. They just looked to what we have alleged to have been done. Luckily now, I think I've got 3 cases, new cases now, one of Cape Town. They recognize it, but no man, there is unfairness here. Therefore, the members must be given a chance from now to do what we call to cross-examine witnesses. And in the bargaining council, I received an article from Kokba that SAPS also wanted to scrap this thing. They even say this thing was unlawful. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether I'm answering well.
No, fine, it's fine,
Because I
but
wanted to make sure that I answered because really we need help. You can see these young constables, they are like mad on the street. Even when I'm consulting them, I have to give them a time because they don't have a cent. They are hopeless.
anyway, the General Pashlani's matter went to the Labour Appeal Court.
Yes.
And that was argued in September last year.
Yes.
So hopefully that judgment will come and it will
But even
address
then,
some of the problems that you've raised.
yeah, maybe cannot have maybe when it takes now to constitutional court, it is when now they have to look to constitutional matters. Because Labour courts have a trend that they are following. That is a challenge that we're having, but we cannot. This is where it is designed in terms of the legislation.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these matters take a long time and your members have been dismissed. They're without work and they've got families and
Imagine as far as 2017. 2017.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Redpath, you raise a myriad of issues. For example, the important issue of the unfair, disparate allocation of resources, which I had the misfortune of having to raise with you in the Kalicha Commission of Inquiry, but I was trying to do my job because we did present those figures to you. And you made that a compelling case that the allocation of resources was grossly disproportionate and unfair. I think the example that you raised was the allocation to a police station at Camps Bay. For example, the Harare example that you even mentioned today. And you're saying today that it's still the case?
The only adjustment that SAPS has tended to make is that, as I mentioned earlier, on average, stations get 65% of their allocation of what the formula says they should get. So for those stations that have the top 30 numbers of murders, so this is usually the very big stations which have lots of people, they give more like 100% of the allocation. But the problem is the allocation formula is what is wrong. So even if you get 100% of your allocation, it's still not enough.
Yeah.
So they have made those kinds of adjustments with high murder number areas tend to get higher of their theoretical allocation, because there's the theoretical, there's the granted, and then there's the actual. And those are all different numbers, and they get smaller and smaller as they go down. So the initial problem is with the theoretical. The granted, they then adjust. Some get 100%, some get less than 60%. But the outcomes are unfortunately still in the wrong direction with high murder rate areas. And that is partly a function of the size of these areas. So if you have a massive area of 200,000 people, to have a reasonable allocation, you have to have hundreds of officers at that police station. So part of the problem is these very large policing areas. They need to be rationalized. You know, the ideal size is actually about 50,000, and then it would be easy to make allocations. So the number of people that are policed is a key part of the problem. And they have to recognize that when you have high murder, you're going to have to allocate more detectives because those must be investigated. So yeah, there's all sorts of aspects to, they have made some adjustments, but unfortunately the picture is still in the wrong direction.
Well, the picture you certainly paint in your evidence, this is deeply disturbing. The reduction of detectives from 27,000 in 2014 to 16,000. Just on the resource allocation, you mentioned that, and I'm aware of it, that you, or not you, but the matter went to the Equality Court. Did you say that the order granted in that court has not been implemented?
It's under case management at the moment. I think it's Judge Erasmus who is managing, and SAPS was given an opportunity to do certain things. The applicants then engaged with them, but unfortunately the picture is still that the adjustments SAPS have not made a sufficient difference. And so the order that the latest case management order is that the SAPS must engage in a public process, and the SAPS has asked for an extension till June this year to do that.
Yeah. Now, you've given us a number of factors, well-researched, supported by data and evidence of why you conclude that our police is in a crisis. But then we have General Mkhwanazi holding a press conference briefing on the 6th of July. And he then maintains he's had enough. His complaints haven't been heeded and what he's warned about. So today he's just warning all of us that, we need to do something about what's happening in the police. But he says, and I'm obviously just summarizing, that we're in a crisis because the criminal justice system has been infiltrated at judicial level, at prosecutorial level, obviously at police level, and we are controlled by 5 drug syndicates, 2 of which we are aware of so far in these hearings. And definitely evidence has emerged of this infiltration, also ministerial interference, and of course the directive of Minister Mkhunu that PKTT must be disbanded on the 31st of December 2024. Can one sort of house that under these factors that you've mentioned here today, or God forbid, it's actually something separate? Because what we also see manifesting here, because certainly we've listened to mostly high-level, very senior police officers and former police officers, is almost the infighting, the contestation at that level. And of course, we know how it affects the force lower down, the morale, the lack of trust, the indiscipline.
That's a big question. I think it's part of the picture. I think the extent of the corruption in the SAPS is such that, we've all been watching the Madlanga Commission, we've all been reading the newspapers. It's very hard to judge where exactly lies the truth. And I think the truth is that almost everyone has something that you can criticize them for, almost everyone in the system. And SAPS seems to have been the most affected by the state capture area. And most people who come from the SAPS environment will particularly point to crime intelligence as being the locus of that problem. We know that some effort has been made to clear that up, but it doesn't seem to have happened. And the corruption and the misallocation of resources is almost certainly part of the picture. If we have money being spent on things that is not helping the crime situation, then it's a loss for the country. It leads to the policing not being as effective. And I think I alluded in my presentation earlier, in the early part of our democracy, spending on the police was associated with improvements on various measures in policing, but also with a reduction in the murder rate. Now, the more money you throw, it's not having an impact. It means something in the system is not working. The money is not going to where it needs to go to get good new police officers, good new detectives, to encourage and retain the good people, for the gangsters who somehow managed to get in, to get them out. So yeah, it's definitely part of the picture. As far as the prosecution goes, I think it's not so much corruption as just a very slow way of operating the courts and the prosecution. However, you can't say there aren't any, and one is too many when it comes to prosecution and the courts. And so we have to be vigilant. We have to be watching all the time. And yeah, and the problem is that the bedrock, which is SAPS, is in a really difficult situation right now. And the solutions are not going to be overnight.
The SAPS Act does make provision for the appointment of a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, isn't it?
The SAPS Act doesn't make provision for the division of crime intelligence. It talks about the detective service. It talks about visible policing. There is no mandate for crime intelligence in the legislation. There's no description of what it must do, who must work in it, how it must work. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's what I also mean. There's mention of it, so there's the appointment in, of course, more recently, General Khumalo. But in terms of the content of that position and sort of oversight provisions.
What the responsibilities are, et cetera, et cetera. So there is the General Laws Intelligence Act, which brings it in. But I think that SAPS crime intelligence is fundamentally different from those other intelligence agencies. And the SAPS Act needs to cover the whole of what SAPS is doing in a coherent way.
Yeah. And the appointment of the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, that appointment is made by the National Commission, just help me, the National Commissioner?
I think it is the National Commissioner, yeah.
And the Minister appoints the head of the Hawk. And the President appoints the National Commission. Okay, that's another debate. Thank you to both Advocate Nkabula and to Dr. Redpath. Thank you. Honourable members.
Yeah, thank you so much, honourable members. We have come to the end of engagements with the two presenters. I want to thank you so much. Advocate Arendse, Dr. Redpath, and Advocate Mkhwanazi, all the way from Pondoland. Yeah, that is the land of Mama Winnie Mandela. Commissioner. I want to thank you so much together with your delegation. I hope you enjoyed your stay with us. When I saw you whisking your team out, I just felt we need to give you a proper goodbye. Are you joining us tomorrow?
If scheduling permits, we will be able to attend, but we are following online. And
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the honorable members.
Thank you so much. You can be released and safe travels wherever you are going. Advocate Mkhwanazi and Dr. Redpath, you are equally released. Yes, can I check with you, Advocate Arendse? Are we ready to proceed with the two witnesses? Are we ready? I mean, after this session that has just ended, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Honourable Chair.
How much time do you need to conclude the presentation of evidence tonight?
I think 20 minutes to half an hour each.
Yeah?
20 minutes to half an hour each.
20 minutes to half an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a break? Then we take a break and come back at 5:30. So I'm going to allocate you an hour for both of them. So it means in an hour we should be done. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hlongwane, are you ready?
I'm ready, Honorable Chair.
Um, in your evidence, are the statements that you are making against or about certain institutions or positions or names of people?
I do, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Let's do the administration of oath. SC, can I check that? Can I confirm that the witness that is appearing before us is the witness we expect?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, we have Tiani Lincoln Hlongwane before us. He's drafted presumably his own affidavit, which I see was commissioned and signed on the 25th of January. That's a few days ago. And then there's also another document before you, which is part of an email that he sent, Honorable Chair, to your secretary on the 27th of September, but that's not in affidavit form.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hlongwane. We are going to do the administration of oath. Let me make the following remarks before I swear you in. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigates allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The evidence or information that you are going to present here shall help the committee in its investigations and also the oversight work that Parliament does. The allegations include, amongst others, the unlawful dissolution of the political killing task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leaders within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. Mr. Hlongwane, in extending his invitation to you, the Ad Hoc Committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. Hlongwane, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirmation or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
I take an oath, Chair.
May you please follow me as I dictate to you. Will you say aye and state your names in full?
I, Dian Lincoln Hlongwane,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
The advocate has said that your time is not exceeding 30 minutes.
Thank
So
you.
I'm going to wish you good luck and come back to you by 10 minutes past 6.
Thank you. Mr. Hlongwane, you are no longer in the employ of SAPS. And I think you did appeal your dismissal. I'm not quite sure where that is, but you were employed in the division crime intelligence at the time as a brigadier, and you were the section head of finance and administration services, the secret service account, which you also describe as the slush fund. Is that right?
Indeed, advocate.
Yeah. You drafted your own affidavit, I take it. I'm not sure whether you had the assistance of legal representation.
Indeed, Chair, I drafted my own affidavit.
And you had it commissioned and signed. We only met very briefly, I think, during the break to discuss some aspects of it, which I'm going to raise with you. Can I ask, did you, in that position that you were employed in, did you have security clearance?
I was appointed without the security clearance. I applied for a security clearance and I passed all the stages of the security clearance. And I believe my security clearance was recommended to the divisional commissioner at the time, Mr. Peter Jacobs. And I do not know what happened. So, and maybe I may add, security clearance is not worth the paper it's written on in the police.
But anyway, was it the requirement of your job that you had security clearance? Because especially dealing with the so-called slush fund.
It's a requirement of every member of the police, especially in senior management, to have security clearance.
Now, the honourable members will have before them, there's certainly the copy that was handed to me, Honourable Chair, is an email which you sent on the 27th of September to the Honourable Chair's PA or Secretary. Have you don't have that hard copy before you?
Chair, I do not have the hard copy before me, but indeed I did send it.
Can I just ask Mr. Ramona can you also give the witness a copy? Just so that we are on the same page, and I think it will assist honourable members to navigate their way through what appears to be a substantial document. Yeah. So Okay, so right on top, there's that email that I referred you to.
Yes.
So I just think so that we discussed this also briefly during the lunchtime, so that we can at least get this out of the way. Now, if you go to through that email, then on the, what's it now? It's double-sided. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
On the last page, on the second last page, on the last page is your name.
Yes.
And just the page before that, paragraph 3. You say that I request that if Jacobs, that there is a reference to General Jacobs,
yes,
is confirmed as a witness of the ad hoc committee, I'm provided his affidavit to rebut with hard evidence any claims that he may make, as well as give context to assist the committee in the execution of his duties. Next paragraph, I will be very happy to assist the committee in countering the testimony of Mr. Jacobs. And you make some remarks there.
Yes.
And then in the next paragraph, first line, lastly, I need to state that I'm not requesting to be a witness and do not want to be one, but I'm happy to appear before the commission to counter Jacobs' testimony. Now, I mentioned to you that General Jacobs, as far as I know, is not on our list of witnesses to be called. So it's in that light that I asked whether you have a myriad of complaints against him and about him. We certainly, as evidence leaders, although you say we haven't made General Jacobs aware of your allegations, but you say that you've also copied him and Honourable Member Cameron with your evidence or with your affidavit.
Yes, Chairperson. And I think the issues are contained in my affidavit. I think I had subsequent exchanges with the administrator, and my name was on the list. If you can recall, Chairperson, of the additional people that were going to submit evidence. And as a South African, I decided that let me rather participate in the process, and then so that my story can also be heard like any other South African.
Now, obviously, I also lead evidence subject to the direction of the Honourable Committee. But since you do say that you want to rebut whatever evidence or testimony General Jacobs would have given us, and he's not appearing. He's not going to appear.
Chairperson, General Jacobs was nominated by Mr. Ian Cameron in one of the sessions, but subsequently, of course, he did not appear. But that is a non-issue because as the chairperson was reading the purpose of this parliamentary inquiry, it's to deal with issues of criminality, political interference, corruption in the justice system. So I believe that, the issue of General Jacobs is neither here nor there at this point, because as you say, he did not appear. So I'm here, I'm appearing. And as a South African, I want to contribute to this process so that Parliament, the committee, when it reaches its whatever decisions, whatever recommendations, or whatever it imposes on the executive, I am one of those people that have participated in the process.
No, we do commend and thank you for making yourself available. I would just, and not to speak for myself and obviously not for the Honourable Committee, would just be concerned that these allegations directly concern or mainly concern General Jacobs. He may or may not be aware of the allegations you make against him. And it would be better to ask him to respond to the allegations that you make, because we certainly won't have the capacity or the space within the limited time available to us to call him to give evidence. And whether the Honourable Committee should obviously note the contents of your affidavit.
Chairperson, the Honourable Committee can decide. I can't prescribe what the Honourable Committee must do. But from where I'm sitting, as I say, that the issue is not necessarily about General Jacobs. The issue is the system that I think really needs to be, changed for the betterment of the people of South Africa. I'll give an example. Crime intelligence has been unstable for as long as I can remember. Maybe after the departure of General Nhlanhla as acting divisional commissioner, it has been unstable ever since. So the issue is not necessarily the person, but the system, how we appoint even the people that are, given responsibilities to be divisional commissioners. And Jacobs happens to be those people who have been divisional commissioners. And I was there when he was in the space. And I may say that it is not only General Jacobs that I discuss in this affidavit. There is General Ngobo, who was also divisional commissioner. I made mention, I think, of General Mkhwanazi, who was divisional commissioner, acting divisional commissioner.
How long were you in this position?
Technically, okay, I was removed from the position, and I've spent about close to 6 years.
6 years.
Without any position, without working. And I think it's there in my affidavit. And this is as a result of the protected disclosures that I've made, which some have resulted in arrest of people. But in the main, my removal had more to do with the ANC conference. So yes, I've been.
Which conference?
The one that elected President Ramaphosa in Nasrec, 2017. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Can we agree, or certainly we had this discussion during the lunchtime, the direct allegations against General Jacobs, and in the limited time we have available, focus on what you regard as the problem areas within that part of crime intelligence where you were employed, but you didn't seem to have some designated position.
No, that is fine, Chairperson. What I'm saying actually is that I was employed as a financial services head. So I was responsible for agent administration. I was responsible for funding intelligence operations and the like. So as a result, I uncovered, so much corruption, and I was removed by Jacobs on a temporary basis, which only takes 90 days. And then after that, I was transferred to a position which does not exist at Crime Intelligence. And then subsequent to that, I was dismissed for being absent from work for more than a month. And I must state as well that, I was dismissed by junior members of the police, which is unheard of in the police. So I drafted an extensive affidavit that talks to issues of corruption, the procurement of the bulletproof vests, corruption and fraud relating to social media monitoring and Dullah inscription service. And I know that you've discussed these matters when Mr. McBride was here. I talk about the fraudulent and corrupt appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo, the current divisional commissioner.
Yeah.
Yes, and I talk to abuse, chronism, and corruption by Lieutenant General Khumalo. The use of SR vehicles.
You also mentioned under, I'm now moving on, Honorable Chair, honorable members, to the thick affidavit.
Yes.
And there's a contents page. You talk about judicial corruption and or misconduct. That's at page 47. And what is of interest there that you actually mention some names?
You're saying, sir?
I say you mentioned some names of two judges.
Oh, yes, I mentioned names of two judges. As I say that, from the fallout of the ANC conference in Nasrec, I was requested to release some monies by the then National Commissioner, General Kehla Stole. These monies were, apparently going to be used to buy a grabber machine, but the grabber machine was much lower than the monies which were required. So I refused, I refused to accede to that request. And after the conference, then my life changed because, I was subjected to serious occupational detriment. And one thing I may add maybe is that General Stolle, for instance, had promised the politicians, the condition of his appointment was that he was going to use some of those monies to fund this conference for one of the factions in that particular conference. So this is something that is under investigation, and I think Mr. McBride also touched on this particular ANC conference. And I may add that General Stolle went to the point of even constitutional court because he was refusing to release some of these documents. When I think IPID was challenging him to release the documents, and he ended up in the Constitutional Court. And in the Constitutional Court, he says that the minister at the time, Mr. Fikile Mbalula, was the one basically who requested him to buy this thing because there was some security risk.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you on what authority, on what basis did General Stolle, who was then National Commissioner, did he request or ask you or instruct you to make the monies available for the grabber?
Yes, I was called to a hotel in Pretoria called Courtyard Hotel. And I met the supplier there. One of his two of his lieutenant generals, General Fuma and General Tsumane, were in that particular meeting, as well as General Ngobo, who was the divisional commissioner for crime intelligence at the time. And a service provider called Mr. Inban Kistia. And he's been arrested now. He's going on trial soon. So I was tasked to basically process that transaction for 45 million, and I refused, but I gave the generals reasons why, it can be done. And then the following day, to cut the very long story short, in fact, I went to see Brigadier Clearly at the time, legal advisor for crime intelligence, to seek advice. Then he advised me not to get involved and to just, as I already did, just to tell the generals, what the problems are with that transaction. But we went to see General Stolle the following day. We met at the police college, and the general insisted that, this transaction must go on. If it meant that we speak to Mr. Melusi Mlandu at the time, finance minister, then we should do that, and then the transaction was eventually stopped by the IPID because we reported to the IPID that there's this thing that is going on.
Did you report? Did you say we?
Yes, I'm saying we because I know my colleague, Brigadier Clearly, spoke to IPID. I also spoke to IPID. We spoke to IPID separately.
Who was then the executive director of IPID?
The executive director was Mr. McBride, Mr. Robert McBride.
And did you speak to him personally or directly or to one of his other colleagues?
I spoke to one of his other colleagues, but from time to time, of course, I will talk to him. But on this particular one, I spoke to one of his colleagues, and I also reported.
Who was that?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Soko. But I also spoke to, before then, Mr. Nkabinde, who just responded, with, he said, Wololo, So, but later on, we discovered that he did not send that message. He did not, relay the message to the management of the IPID.
Okay. So, and that disclosure to IPID, was that a formal complaint or did you regard that as a protected disclosure?
The issue at the time, Chairperson, was to stop the transaction because the pressure was too much, and the only people that could stop that transaction, because already they were investigating some other matters relating to crime intelligence. The matter that I just told you about, that is in the courts right now. So they were the most reliable people at the time. So we thought to ourselves that, well, I didn't speak to Brick about reporting, but I spoke to the IPID people, and then they dealt with the matter. And maybe to add, I also spoke to the Inspector General of Intelligence. Yeah, and he was a very effective Inspector General. And
Who was it then?
Dr. Dintwe. Dr. Dintwe, yes. Yeah, so the transaction was stopped.
So the transaction was stopped, or were you stopped?
The payment could not go ahead, could not proceed to be paid to the.
Without your.
Well, without my approval, of course, but after IP wrote to General Stole, because he wanted something in writing, he decided that no, we can't go ahead because the IP has instructed them to stop.
Now, that evidence information that you're giving us, certainly from what you're telling us, is within your direct knowledge.
Yes, it is within my direct knowledge because I mean, the main actor there. Everybody else got involved because of me. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just asking because we with the limited time that we have. Honorable Chair, can I just check with you? I was going to half an hour with this witness and another half an hour with Mr. Mlandu. Did you say 6:15? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Because some of the other matters that are raised in your affidavit, and from the index we can see there's like 36 other topics. I think we have not quite agreed, because it may still be raised by any of the honorable members, but in relation to Jacobs, because we're not calling him,
Yeah.
and because he needs to be made aware of these allegations, not going to deal with it. And a number of those items are on your list, but just one or two of interest. As I said, you mentioned the judicial corruption and misconduct, which is at page 47.
Yes.
From paragraph 149. And then, and this is in the context of a matter that came before the High Court. And then at paragraph 154, you mention the names of one acting judge.
Yes, sir.
And one judge, permanent judge, heard the matter and delivered the judgment without you. And then you say, I strongly believe that the two justices were briefed to frustrate me further by ensuring that this matter does not come to a conclusion. I do not know whether the justices have been bribed to conduct themselves in this particular manner and do not want to speculate, but this is judicial corruption and or misconduct. There is no case on record in South Africa where a criminal appeal was ever heard without the involvement of the respondent. It is also clear that the two justices did not read the record of proceedings because they would surely have reached would not have reached such a verdict, despite the fact that I was not involved in the appeal process. The witnesses of the state completely exonerated me.
Yes, Chairperson. As I say, that as a fallout from the Nazareth conference, I was arrested and detained. I went through a trial which lasted for a very long time. You know, the allegation was that I had given instruction for money to be transferred into a personal bank account, and then that I have backdated a deviation letter, and therefore it was fraud. So a short story is that the money usually in crime intelligence, people apply for advances for whatever purposes, and they usually receive the money in cash. The reason, for obvious reasons, I mean, it's an intelligence environment. And the money was to be used for an executive management meeting for 3 days. So the applicant asked for the cash to be transferred into the advance cash to be transferred into her personal bank account. And it was not even my initiative. But then I agreed as the section head to say one of my subordinates asked if the money could be transferred into the account. I said yes. So the treasury regulations, I think 15.12.3 say that all payments above 10,000 rand must be made through electronic transfer, and failure to do that is a financial misconduct. So there was nothing wrong that I have done in terms of the money being transferred into the personal account instead of being given in cash. And the issue of deviation as well, the irregular expenditure framework, I think updated irregular expenditure framework at the time required that if there is a potential irregular expenditure, you can either correct it or backdate it. I mean, not backdate, condone it, as long as you do it in accordance with the accounting standard that is applicable. So that accounting standard that they use at the Secret Services account says expenditure is incurred on the date that okay, the date of payment is the date that expenditure is authorized on the financial system. So the date of payment had not yet occurred. So hence I backdated to correct the possible irregular expenditure. So those were the charges against me.
Is that the 50,000?
Yes, and then
But you were then, yeah, because we need to move a bit.
Okay,
with
sorry.
speed.
Sorry.
You were acquitted.
I was
In
acquitted.
fact, you were discharged at the end of the state case.
Yes, I was.
That 174 discharge. In
Correct.
other words, there was
Yes.
not even the state that led any evidence against you. And you say at paragraph 149 that Lieutenant General Khumalo was very upset with your acquittal.
Yeah,
That
no,
seems.
before he responds to that one of General Khumalo, there is something he wanted to say about his employment situation. I think you cut him before concluding.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. Do you still want to say what you wanted to say about?
I think I can, for the sake of time, Mr. Chairperson, I mean, Honorable Chairperson, I can say at the end of, if you are.
No,
fine.
I'm just saying at any stage, if you feel there is something that you want to say, we must not put you pressure because of time.
Okay, Chair.
You get it?
Yes, Honorable
Yeah,
Chairperson.
I'm just saying because the SC is trying as much as he can to get the juicy stuff out of you.
Yes.
Oh, but if you feel like there is something you want to say, don't feel suffocated. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Okay.
Mr. Shlangwani, yeah, you want to leave that other juicy bit to the end?
Chair, yes, indeed. I got a call from one of my colleagues my senior colleagues actually at Crime Intelligence, who was in a meeting with General Khumalo. And he relayed the message to me. This was before the appeal by the state. He relayed the message to me to say, this man is very, very angry about your acquittal because he believes that you're going to have to come back. And I must say that, when I was temporarily transferred, I was not transferred for the issue of the 50,000 because it was heard in the disciplinary, internal disciplinary, and I was acquitted even on that way before the trial. So, but yeah, General Khumalo was not happy about it because he did not want me to go back to the Secret Services account, and he felt, and even in the court papers, because we had court applications, but I'll discuss that later. Even in the court papers, he said that I cannot allow him back at work because the NPA is appealing his matter, and I do not want him to interfere with witnesses. But the state has closed its case already. So, and ironically, Chairperson, when General Khumalo was arrested for what many believe to be HR matters, although HR matters are also in the Corruption Act, are covered in the Corruption Act.
That's the arrest by the
IDEC.
Yes.
Yes.
IDEC.
Yeah. So ironically, he wanted to go back to work because he says no, his rights were being infringed. But you know, with me, he did not want me to go back to my position because he knows that, you know, when I was there, we were able to run that account to the best of our abilities, but ensuring that it funds the legitimate operations. And whenever there was an issue of corruption, I did not hesitate to open a case so that, you know, they are investigated. And IDEC has a lot of those cases that I've opened.
Okay. I'm not sure, but perhaps one of the honorable members will establish this, but I'm not sure that we heard from the executive director of IDEC, Advocate Johnson, that cases other than that HR matter was in fact pursued by them.
Chairperson, maybe if I may say, the case that one of the cases I referred to, I think Mr. McBride spoke about it when he was here. The cases of Daldalas and Ribja of iView integrated system, where General Pahlane is one of the, excuse me, is one of the accused. And I do have a lot of respect for him, but you know, he's one of the accused.
But that didn't go to, just clarify, didn't go to IDEC. I mean, subsequently, there's been the matter is going to a criminal court, before the criminal courts.
Yes, it went to IPID initially, and then and it was uncovered by me, by the way, in the course of my duties. It went to IPID investigated, and when Mr. Bekicele came, you know, the whole cases were taken to IDEC, and mainly because with all due respect, you know, they were going to be neutralized. And if you want me to elaborate on that later on, I can do that.
Okay. Now, clearly there's some, or there appear to be, from what you're saying thus far, some sort of bad blood between you and Lieutenant General Khumalo. You also have a section in your affidavit at section 18, honorable members, on the contents page, fraudulent and corrupt appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo. That's at page 76.
Chairperson,
just before you proceed, how much of what you say or allege do you have direct personal knowledge?
Chairperson, maybe if I may say first that the bad blood between me and General Khumalo is in there. I don't have any bad blood.
Yeah, no, I just said it appears, and if it's not the case, then I'm quite happy with your answer.
Okay. So, Chairperson, I was approached by, as one of the senior managers, by the individuals who had direct knowledge to this issue. And they complained about, you know, how, you know, they've been they were put under pressure to grant General Khumalo a security clearance. I spoke to Brigadier Cili, the legal advisor at the time, and only to find that some of the members spoke to him, and he made a complaint to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And the Inspector General confirmed these allegations that are contained here. And the Inspector General
And who's the Inspector General now?
Mr. Imzia, is it? Mr. Fazal Imtiaz.
Imtiaz.
Yes.
Is that now you refer to, is that what you refer to on page 84, paragraph K? There's reference to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence investigated the issuance of the security clearance of Lieutenant General Khumalo and made a finding that it must be revoked, which meant that Khumalo no longer had the security clearance certificate and was not supposed to be at Crime Intelligence as Divisional Commissioner.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, and I must say that Honorable Julius Malema asked him when he was here about the security clearance issue, and he indicated that he has 2 security clearances. So, Chairperson, I want to submit that, it's impossible for anybody to have 2 security clearances. The reason is that he's one from the one that he received first from the police was fraudulent, and the IG made recommendations that this security clearance must be revoked because it's fraudulent, and state security must, because he's a divisional commissioner. So in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, the head of the service, in this case, the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, is the only one, or his delegate is the only one in the police that can grant or revoke or refuse a security clearance. So because he was a divisional commissioner, his clearance could not be done by the police anymore, and then it had to go to the state security, and then of course he subsequently received a security.
That's what you say in the next paragraph.
Yes.
That you learned that he received a new security clearance from the State Security Agency on 24 September 2024.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairperson, yeah. That is why he said he has 2 security clearances. Yeah.
Did you, this finding or the outcome of the investigation by IGI and the findings, did you see that yourself, or did you have access to it?
Chairperson, I worked in the intelligence space, so a whole lot of things, come to my attention as one of the senior managers in the intelligence space. So I think that is how I'm going to answer it.
And just under this heading, you talk about the fraudulent and corrupt promotion and appointment of Lieutenant General Khumalo. Again, can I ask, is this from your own personal experience, or is this information received from third parties or gleaned from other information?
I'll answer it this way.
But the reason why I ask you,
yes,
is also that it will be apparent from your affidavit from paragraph 264 on
Yes.
page 76
Mm.
through to, sorry. It's quite a lengthy section through to page 84, paragraph J.
Yeah.
That it's a mix of information you received and some almost legal submissions.
Chairperson, I'll answer it this way. If you check paragraph 270, page 78.
278.
Page 78, paragraph 270, page 78.
That's on page 80.
Yes, on page 78.
Oh, page 78.
Yes, sir.
Paragraph
270.
270, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. good
Yeah.
measure.
So if you check here, Chairperson, I'm talking to the regulation here, what the regulation says, how and 270 and 271, how an appointment of a person, a senior manager, outside of the normal advertising process must work, you know. So, for instance, the promotion has to be done, of course, with them, you know, with the minister in terms of the regulations, 47M and 47N. And the person, there must be exceptional circumstances that warrant a deviation from advertising the post of, you know, Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. So this post was not advertised. General Khumalo was just appointed without the advertisement of the post. And I believe that it is the same with how he became a Major General. So for the position of Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, I continue to say that he did not have the experience. And you will see when we discuss later, if we're going to get there, he did not have the experience in the intelligence environment, in senior management. And he only served a year in crime intelligence. I think when General Mkhwanazi became an acting national commissioner, he appointed General Masemula as acting divisional head for crime intelligence. And General Masemula brought...
That was now already in 2011, 2012.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brought the then Brigadier Khumalo as acting component head for counterintelligence, you know. And I indicated how he left that post of acting component head of crime of counterintelligence. So he just has at most 1 year experience at senior management at crime intelligence.
Okay. Okay. So your submission is at 272 that the appointment of General Khumalo was in contravention of the employment regulations. He was appointed, you say, without the post being advertised. And you say, you allege that it was motivated by favoritism due to his friendship with Mr. Bheki Cele and the current National Commissioner, General Masemola.
Yes, there were no exceptional circumstances, as I already indicated, in terms of the regulation 47N of the SAPS employment regulations 2018. So it could only have been favoritism.
Okay. So you currently, so you were acquitted of those charges, fraud and theft, at the end of the state case. But that was then appealed. And,
Yeah.
and it came before the two judges that you mentioned, and the appeal was upheld. And your dismissal was confirmed. I don't understand how that could be the logical outcome of you facing charges.
Yeah.
You acquitted. The acquittal is appealed. Two judges upholds the appeal. What happens to your job?
Okay. So Chairperson, what happened in this matter is that NPA was pressurized to appeal the matter. And they took advantage of the fact that, you know, I was self-represented in the trial. What happened is that the matter was heard without my knowledge, and the judges, as I would expect, you know, of, for lack of a better word, of sober judges, would have indicated that, look,
Did you know the matter was set down for hearing?
I didn't even know.
And you were, so the matter was heard without you being notified that the matter is going to be heard, and two was heard without you being present or being represented.
Yes.
To present any
Chairperson.
counter arguments.
Yes, yes, Chairperson. And what happened in this situation is that, you know, I was served with a notice of appeal. And the notice was, you know, interestingly served at crime intelligence offices. And then I communicated with the advocate, the prosecutor on this matter, Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And I think if you are interested, we can speak about him a bit. I know Mr. McBride also spoke about him. Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, I sent him an email to say, please, if, you know, you want to serve me something, you know, just touch base with me and I will come through, or, you know, either way, you can, you know, my home. I mean, they arrested me. They came to my home when they arrested and detained me. So, Mr. Mkhwanazi, you know, acknowledged the letter, but, you know, things still went to crime intelligence, the record of proceedings. But then when it came to the matter being heard, I received absolutely nothing. And by the way, Chairperson, I was not dismissed by junior employees for this matter, because it was in the internal hearing. I was acquitted as well. So the matter that I was dismissed for is that I was not at work for, excuse me, for more than a month. Yes. So it was a board of inquiry, and I talked to it here, how my
You were dismissed for desertion.
Basically, yes. And wrongly so, you know, the act as well as the regulations that govern that were not even adhered to, because there's no way that, you know, in the SAPS, I'm considered an employer. There's no way that an employer could be dismissed by you know, his subordinates.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I probably underestimated the time I would spend with Mr. Shlangwani, but if you want me to pause there, I suppose the honorable members will pursue some other aspects of his affidavit or his evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just round off with one aspect?
With him.
With Mr. Shlongwane, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I thought you have come to an end, so I wanted to check with him if there was something he wanted to say.
Yeah. It's just the, can I refer to page 123, paragraph 432?
Okay. 120.
Maybe work from that bundle that you got from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. 123. Yes, sir.
Page paragraph 432.
Oh, okay.
This is about the 250 agents, ghost employees.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Paragraph. Sorry.
You say that when giving evidence in the ad hoc committee, Lieutenant General Khumalo claimed that he had resurfaced the infamous 250 agents that were appointed during Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's era. And I submit that this is not correct, as not all of the 250 officials that were employed were agents.
That is true, Chairperson. The 250 employees, the infamous 250, were not all agents. Majority of them were just, workers. What happened in the system is that what they will normally do. So if I want to, after that 250, and that is where members of a certain infamous family were also appointed in the 250. But majority of them were not agents, but were related to other family members of other senior managers. I worked with a whole lot of them, if I may also add, Chairperson. So, and I say, it's true that the general resurfaced some agents, and we give him credit for that. But my belief is that the real hero of the story here is the Inspector General of Intelligence, Dr. Dindwe, who was pushing General Jacobs as well as General Mkhwanazi, the late General Mkhwanazi, to say these people must be resurfaced. And what happened subsequent to that is General Mkhwanazi tried to resurface those people. Unfortunately, he passed away before the resurfacing process could be complete. To also give credit to General Jacobs, he resurfaced some of the people, and General Khumalo then came and resurfaced, most importantly, the members of a certain infamous family. So I give him credit for that, but it's not, yeah, correct.
Then just lastly, you do reference very, very briefly at item 32 on page 147, the tender of 360 million to Mr. Matlala.
Yes, sir.
But it seems to be just the one paragraph.
Chairperson,
at paragraph 543, and even though the pages seem to be a bit mixed up when one goes to, it seems to be just the one paragraph.
Chairperson, I would like to read maybe and I'll explain why. I would like to read the section 2 cap A subsection 1.
You say that prospective suppliers for significant tenders like the one won by Mr. Nhlanhla would normally be vetted by crime intelligence in terms of section 2 capital A1 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act.
Yes, Chairperson, I submit that, and I'm just trying to, if you can bear with me just a minute. I want to go to that particular, and I'll explain why this is the case. Paragraph 2 cap A subsection 1 says the relevant members of the national intelligence structures may conduct a vetting investigation in the prescribed manner to determine the security competency of a person if a person is employed by or is an applicant to an organ of the state, or is rendering a service or has given notice of intention to render a service to an organ of state, which service may give him or her access to classified and intelligence information and intelligence in the possession of the organ of the state, or give him access to areas designated national key points in terms of the National Key Points Act. So in this situation, Chairperson, I had everybody, trying to wash their hands off this matter of Mr. Nhlanhla. And I had in this committee when questions were asked, and as well as the Matlanga, to say, but this person, did you not know that there are these things about them, before you could give them a tender? So I'm saying that during the era of General Pahlane as acting national commissioner, if I may recall, crime intelligence did, although they may not have received, for all, tenders, but did receive, requests to vet the potential service providers. And so
well, you're stating as a fact.
Yes, I'm stating as a fact.
Mr. Nhlanhla wasn't vetted.
Yeah, I'm stating as a fact that there was no such
And this
vetting.
tender, did it make provision for him? Because from just listening to what you read, you would need to be vetted if you're going to have access to classified information.
Yes.
Did you know, or do you know whether in the course of winning this tender, that he would have access to classified information?
In the course of winning the tender and rendering the service, he would have, access to confidential information about, individuals. Because remember, he was doing.
Would it be classified? There's a difference.
Well, information of employees, and I think General Khumalo summed it well in the Matlanga Commission to say information of employees, personal information is confidential. So that is classification, level 1, of course. So if you were to receive personal information of because he did, he was working with personal information, like, if you have BP, you have this and this and that. That is personal. So that is something that should have been done.
Thank you, Chair. That's for Mr. Hlongwane. I'm not sure if you want to add anything before I move on.
Maybe not for now, Chairperson. Yeah.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the manner in which evidence was led?
Yeah, I was quite satisfied, and I must say that I'm honored because the first time I saw him, he was at the Heifer Commission. And I was still quite young then, So it's good to be in front of him.
So you.
What do I look like, Marumo Morani now, after the year for commission?
Yeah, you do.
So you marvel at the opportunity of rubbing shoulders with the veterans.
Chairperson, it's always great to be amongst the presence of great people. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can we move to the next witness?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members.
Let's deal with the presentation of evidence. We'll come to clarity questions. Okay.
It's a proposal, Chair. I just want to propose, Chair, with what the Iani Songwani has presented to us. It's huge, Chair. It's going to be very difficult for us to take them both like the others who had, what is it, the 10-page and so forth. And, so my proposal is that I don't know with other members, but I don't think we'll be doing justice to Tubazane as well, that we are going to continue with the way we agreed yesterday to say we are going to do both. Like, as you have seen, other members were not even aware that what we are going to do today, we are going to have both. The other advocate, if we have Advocate Maketula, I don't think we have done justice to him as well. My proposal is that let's do Hlungwani today and perhaps Dubazane tomorrow, if we have to be frank. I thank you, Chair. That's our proposal. Thank you.
No, let's allow the next witness to present, then we'll take decisions thereafter.
Sorry, Chair, you're directing that we should proceed.
Yeah.
With Mr. Mlandu. He has indicated, though, just between us, that he could be, or he is available for tomorrow. I tend to think also that there's a mass of information and it's a substantial affidavit that Mr. Hlungwani has deposed to, and a number of contentious issues where he will be challenged, I'm sure. And given that it's still relatively fresh and not clouded by other issues that will arise from Mr. Mlandu's evidence, that it may not be fair to either or both of them to deal with them this evening. And if we could maybe make an earlier start tomorrow and or just for the rest of the evening ask questions of Mr. Hlungwani and at least get him done.
Okay. No, it's fine. The evidence that has been presented here is too much. And you, from where you are sitting and your experience, you can concur with what I'm saying. It's a lot of evidence. And I do not know if members have had enough time to go through this evidence. And from where I'm sitting, I'd also considering the overwhelming presentations that are being made here. I was of the view that at this hour, I need to give my members a rest so that they can have time tonight, to go through these documents. And when they come back tomorrow, they are refreshed. And I'm saying this in the light of what Honorable Skosana has said, that we must not be seen to be half-baking processes, but give members time to prepare. And during the day, I made some observations that, when you are overwhelmed with information, you sometimes miss other things. The Chief Whip and Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Skosana, after they had spoken, they realized that they could have said other things, but because they are overwhelmed by information, they missed the boat. I don't know what members are feeling. What is the feeling of members that we must call it a day now and resume tomorrow, so that we can have enough time to interact with this? Chief Whip.
Chair, I want to support that suggestion. It was always my view from the beginning when we received the volumes of documents that we would not be in the position to have a meaningful engagement with the two gentlemen tonight. But when you said the evidence leader should do his part, and then we engage with the information tomorrow, I was comfortable. So if he also thinks that he can deal with the other issues tomorrow morning, I think we should accept that. So I want to support, was it Skosan? I don't know whether it was Skosan, but I want to support that we adjourn and come back tomorrow, except that, Chair, you may need to verify with all of us who are here how many of us are going to be here tomorrow, given the fact that tomorrow was originally not indicated as one of the days at which we have confirmed witnesses to do. Now that we are doing a confirmation on our own here and now, I think it will be fair that we should confirm the availability of honorable members.
Okay.
Thanks.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, Chair, we agree with the proposal, but this is how we supplement it. Well, we were feeling during the evidence leaders' time of leading evidence that we are rushing him a little bit, considering the amount of this statement. We would recall that the previous statement, which was long, that we had, I think, when they were leading evidence, they took almost the whole day with his colleague. So I was really asking myself when we were giving him 30 minutes, if really he's going to conclude his business within that 30 minutes. So we supplement this by saying, Chair, the evidence leader at least must finish his part today, if that is suitable with him, if he is ready, so that tomorrow is going to be for members only, so that you will be done with him. I don't know if he's ready, because my reading is that he was rushing, and he even said that some of the aspects will be further taken by members. So the assumption is that he did not finish doing his job, unless he says he's satisfied and he's done. So that is our...
I asked him that question, and he said he was satisfied with the manner in which evidence was led.
So tomorrow is going to be members only. He's done with his part.
Yeah.
No, if that is the case, then we're fine.
Okay. Honorable Cameron.
Chair, we have a challenge for tomorrow after the changes. After yesterday, we said we wouldn't continue. Flights and everything have been changed, so it makes it a bit more challenging. We agree with the approach mentioned by the Honourable Skosana. If we can possibly, well, as I understood him, that we can possibly finish with Mr. Hlongwane tonight, or at least allow the leading of evidence to be completed. But all of us will not be able to be here tomorrow, unfortunately, Chair.
Yeah, no, Mr. Hlongwane has completed the presentation.
Yeah, so possibly we can put questions and complete that tonight, then it's at least one part that's finished.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we agree with the recommendation that, yeah, we come tomorrow, and that we do the second witness with the evidence leader, and then tomorrow we engage the witnesses individually. And I just think, just for guidance, so we can also be better prepared. I mean, we've got a whole stack of documents from the witnesses. But there were so many changes on which witnesses were appearing, so it was also difficult for us to know who's going to show up today because, but it wasn't just them as well. So if we can just have more clarity so we can prepare better. But in the case of tomorrow, if it's just going to be these two witnesses,
It's going to be
we'll
this
be
two
able
tomorrow.
to. Yeah, but I'm just explaining why today it was a bit messy because we didn't know who was actually going to show up. And who was on the program is not here today as well. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed. That is a valid point. Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would support the proposal that has been actually advanced, that the evidence leader finishes today and then tomorrow members actually start interacting with the witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Sauls.
Chair. I've expressed this before and I'll express it again. I'm very, very concerned about the fact that there's this rush. It's this atmosphere of rushing. And I don't understand why. We've always said that we are not a sub to the Nhlanhla Commission. But we are running through this process like tomorrow is not coming. I feel like we are not giving enough attention to our work. We've also committed that we'll even come on weekends. But now we're having discussions about not being available on a weekday. And this is concerning to me. I agree with the proposal for questioning tomorrow. With that, I want to supplement it with re-asking the question that I asked the last time. Chairperson, can we please revert back to how we did it when we started, where you gave us an allocated time, but the testimony of the witness did not eat on the time. This allowed us to probe and cross-examine properly. It made us feel, or at least myself feel, that we are doing justice to the work. So if we're going to go through these documentation and prepare tomorrow, we can't come and then we have to rush through questions and we haven't really probed in detail as we would want to. So maybe also, because it wasn't done the last time, maybe Chair, you can put it to the House And if the House majority feels that we shouldn't, and then I think I'll rest. But at least put it to the House, whether or not there's agreement that we should go back to our initial model. Thank you.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In principle, I agree with the proposal that we continue tomorrow. I do also agree that especially the current witness, but also the other witnesses' statements and affidavits are lengthy, and I also agree with the sentiment that we couldn't actually prepare as we should have. So I don't think it's going to be fruitful to continue tonight. But on a personal level, I also have to tender my apology for tomorrow, and it's not because of willy-nilly not availability on a weekday. The changing of schedules does make it very, very difficult, Chairperson, and we all have other commitments. We're chairpersons of other committees, we're members of other committees, we have other responsibilities, and because of the uncertainty with regards to tomorrow, I committed to certain other obligations that I have been postponing, and I can't now change that, so I tender my apology, but I do agree. And I also agree with the Honourable Souls to revert back to the way that we conducted it in the beginning with the answers of the witnesses not eating away at the time. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
I support the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can those members who are here tomorrow please raise your hands? Okay. The meeting will still have a quorum. Honorable Cameron, how many of you are ready to ask questions now?
We are all ready, Chair. It's just two of us. I don't think the Honourable Kala Barnard has questions. It's just myself and the Honourable Klopper.
Okay. Yeah, I think the rest of the members will continue tomorrow. And it's fair, members, that we must allow the two speakers to ask those questions. And then we close the meeting, we will proceed tomorrow. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to disturb you. Chair, I have a concern here that I would like to raise. When you check on the statement on page 55, there's about 4 or 5 pages where the complainant is complaining about Honorable Cameron. So I don't think it's fair, Chair, where Honorable Cameron will stand to question the complainant now, or even in this regard on this statement. I think in some of our terms and references that we spoke about, where Honorable Adams and the other Honorable were subjected not to be part of this committee because of such. So I don't know whether we can look at this matter, Chair. Sorry if I'm taking you back. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we discussed that matter a long time ago. We went past it. The decision of the committee has been that, including the legal opinion that was given, that there is nothing preventing members of parliament and members of the committee to participate. There is no restriction in the rules of parliament that if there is anything that has to be done post this process, is for parliament to go back and look at its rules and everything. Honorable Souls.
No, Chair, firstly, you must remember at that meeting, it's not all the members that agreed with that approach. So I just want to reiterate that we still believe that it's a conflict of interest then, and we maintain now it's a conflict of interest. Two, Chair, you seem to have overlooked my request to have an understanding of, as of tomorrow, when we come as members to ask,
Yeah.
what will be the model, what will be the approach of questioning?
We will announce that tomorrow when we start.
Are we gonna make a decision on it, or you're just gonna make an announcement?
Yeah. That is what you said in the terms of that the chair has the discretion. And if you don't agree with my discretion, you are always allowed to persuade me. I'm not a difficult person, you know.
Definitely, Chair. I'm just wondering why we cannot do it.
No,
now.
I'm reading the mood in the house, and I always know what you want, and I will give you what you want.
Okay, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, I think the legal services maybe needs to assist us in this regard, because if my memory serves me well, the agreement or the position that we took as this committee is that in relation to the matter of Honorable Kolapanat, when the committee deals with a matter involving her, he will be excused. He will be excused. Only at that time, we said we are not going to apply a blanket approach of saying he is excused on the basis that he was mentioned by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We said only at that time when we deal with a matter involving her. So I don't remember us taking a position, Chair, that you have alluded to, but the legal services is here. They must not be, because now they are quiet as if they are not the ones who gave us that advice. They must speak. Andy, let's speak.
There is, Andy, are you laughing at the intention to overthrow the chairperson? Manifest intention. Honorable Skosan.
For me, Chair, I'm going to make another proposal again. That tomorrow, as you know, we're supposed to have Mkhwanazi. Unfortunately, for whatever reasons, which he said to us, which doesn't make sense, but it's a debate for another day. If other members are not here, Chair, like Honorable Malema is not here, and other members tomorrow are not here, we are going to continue with the work which we're supposed to do here. And those who are not in here, it's unfortunate that they are not in. But to allow other members, because tomorrow are not here, we are setting a bad precedent. Because tomorrow I'm going to say the same, that because I'm not coming, can I ask a question to today? For me, let's maintain, Chair, that if a member is not here, it's unfortunate. They will forfeit their chance of asking we witnesses or our guest here. That would be my proposal. But to say that people, because tomorrow they are not here, they must ask, I don't think it's fair, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Souls.
No, on that one, I disagree, Chair. I think, I feel that the members that wants to ask today, because of those reasons, although I disagree with us not being available on a weekday, or not us, the members, my colleagues, because we've committed to be available. This is priority. But notwithstanding that, I think it would be unfair not to allow them to ask questions today.
Well, look, we must be informed by theories of reasonableness. And I said it here when we started on Tuesday that from the report that I got from the Secretariat was that there were going to be many apologies on Thursday. And they were informed by you as members that the portfolio committee of, what did you say, Wona? Did you say justice? Was having an oversight, and 4 members of this committee may not be available. So once that information comes to the fore, members make their own arrangements. For instance, if we check all of you now, you may find that you have already booked yourself out of Cape Town tomorrow evening or on Friday morning, or you are planning to do that. If tomorrow, this time, I say to you, I want to hear on Friday, you say no, but it's not possible, Chair, because the understanding was that we are concluding on Thursday, isn't it? So let's be reasonable. I think the point that I think Honorable Nomvalo may be correct, which he may have to, which Andile may have to remind us. What was our decision on that one? Because I remember we said members can recuse themselves from the committee, but Honorable Nomvalo is making an addition to say further than that, Chair, this is what we said. Is that the correct reflection, Honorable? Mr.
I'm not honorable, Chair.
Yeah? No, I call you honorable because I see a conspiracy between you and Nomvalo to overthrow me.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Honorable Nomvalo is correct, Chair. If you can go to our opinion, we even isolate the point in which Honorable Kola Panat should not be partaking in these proceedings. It's 4.1.14. So I think the principle is that you are correct, Chairperson, in terms of the recusal principle and the rules. But the issue is that if you are directly, implicated, you can't also be participating in that particular aspect.
To what extent is Honorable Cameron is he directly implicated by the statement of the witness? Because that is what we must do, so that we also do not unfairly disadvantage him.
Look, Chair, I think for good order, but of course, I think Honorable Cameron can also be given an opportunity to state, his views. But as I said, Chair, if the honorable member, certain allegations have been raised against him.
Yeah, that is the part. That is the part that has not been said. Maybe what we should do is to allow the witness to hear if he indeed implicates him directly, because that that is also qualified. It says directly implicated. Can we hear from you? Is the evidence implicating Honorable Cameron?
To an extent, of his conduct as a member, as a chairperson of the committee on policing, it does. I'm just making a remark about him and what he did to me that offended me, and I did send him an email after that particular incident. But I'll talk to it when the time comes, Chairperson, if you want.
No. We want to understand, because we must determine if we must allow him to ask you questions or not.
Okay.
So if you can give us the details of your interface and how do you have him directly implicated in a...
So when I was dismissed, I think it was in the papers that I was dismissed, and I think it was framed as SAPS crime intelligence whistleblower dismissed, something like that, And he responded in his, is it Facebook, you know, and he made comments to the effect that, look, it's more like good riddance. He's not a whistleblower, you know, and given my knowledge of how he is involved with some people in that environment, how some people are feeding him information in that environment. I took offense about that because he is a member of the portfolio committee who should be impartial. And you know, when he's in the, I mean, when he's a chairperson of the portfolio committee, he's not just representing a political party, just like yourself, chairperson. You are impartial, you know, and you are seen to be impartial. So when you get involved in issues that you do not know about, especially matters in crime intelligence, because there are some people who, for instance, I'll give you another example that is here. A whistleblower, Miss Patricia Marshall, I think she published some it was an information note to the National Commissioner, and there were 3 members. I only remember the name of Honorable James and Mr. Cameron. And those 3 members, there was an issue of them.
Honorable Cameron.
Oh, yes, Honorable Cameron, my apologies.
Because you must also be seen to be impartial.
I agree, Chairperson, thanks. So, Honorable James, the SAPS crime intelligence indicated that, you know, they were to have this security threat assessment done on them. So they recommended that, look, the other 2 can have their security threat assessment done by state security, and rightly so. But on Mr. Cameron, I mean, on Honorable Cameron, they decided to do the security threat assessment, and they made some recommendation, which I think it's here on this particular. So, and my belief is that it is because the reason they did that, because crime intelligence is not supposed to conduct security assessment on a threat assessment on members of parliament, you know. The reason they did that, it was because he is the, you know, he is their ally in the committee, you know. And he's been consistent in attacking members outside of that particular faction, for instance. You know,
Honorable Cameron.
Honorable Cameron, yes. And I'll talk to that when we deal with the issue, when I'm dealing with the issue. So, and I do not have any social media, chairperson. So somebody brought it to my attention that this is what Honorable Cameron is saying about you. And I do not know Honorable Cameron, you know. I only know him from certain matters. When he was young, I would like to believe, you know. So that is the situation. So I even sent him an email.
So where you stand, you justifiably feel that he's preconceived about you.
I do, chairperson, but I do not have an issue with him cross-examining me or whatever the case might be, you know. I don't have an issue with that. So
Yeah.
I'll just let you as the chairperson.
But it's not about you, it's
Yeah.
about the South African public. A person of interest or any institution can question the fairness of our process.
I hear you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll just leave it to you and the honorable members. But for me personally, I have nothing to hide or anything like that. You know, I'm free. I'm willing to answer any question that will be posed to me, in any manner. So I'll leave it to you, sir.
Okay. But I think let's give Honorable Cameron, let's hear him out, and then I will announce how we move forward.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think just a few points to start with. Firstly, regarding the potential conflict of interest, there are other members on this committee that, for example, laid criminal charges against people that we've questioned, but still continued with questioning. When you asked the witness just now, Mr. Hlongwane, whether he had any evidence, from what I see, there's no evidence here. In fact, Chair, if you read some of the bits of the statement and you read quite, just general bits of his entire affidavit, one of the first things he says is that Ian Cameron, who has a history of bigotry and racism to attack me and other senior police officers in exchange for gratification in the form of bodyguards and possibly other stuff. Now, Honorable James and I had this discussion earlier when she asked me, how could I be sitting on the sidewalk at a coffee shop this morning with everyone driving past? Isn't there a security risk? And there are many more examples, Chair, where the Mr. Hlongwane, as well as the said person that he mentioned earlier on social media, amongst other places, indicated that I had illegal blue light protection. And I jokingly said that they must be so undercover, I haven't even met them yet. So, Chair, there were allegations made that, in my opinion, are wild allegations. And I would also like to say that if I look at the statement, it's important that the witness knows that he could be charged for perjury, for lying under oath. Because if we look at the statement, specifically point 544 on page 155, there are specific factual errors there, amongst others that I was a student when he got to know me at the University of Pretoria. Now, he just told us that he doesn't know me. There he tells us that he does know me. I've never met him in my life. Yes, I did welcome his dismissal from the South African Police Service. There's no reason why I cannot welcome that if I've got a certain belief. He may not agree with that. I didn't continue to say a word about him. And I've been receiving, and I can send them to the committee, but I've never responded to him. There are probably 4 or 5 emails where I keep getting called names by Mr. Hlongwane from a UK Yahoo address, where he tells me how incompetent I am at my job. Now, we might differ on opinions, but I don't think there's any reason for me not to question, especially with regards to all the factual blunders in his affidavit that I can disprove within seconds. So I don't think there's any conflict, Chair. There are many questions that I want to ask that are completely unrelated to the baseless allegations that he makes against me. And generally speaking, in the police, people know me of all creeds and cultures, and I've never been accused of any of the things that he says here. And I believe the majority of the people in the committee also know that. So, yeah, Chair, I'll leave it to you. If there's an issue with me questioning, might gladly share my questions with the Honorable Kola Barnard or with the Honorable Klopper. I must just lastly say, Chair, that the utterance made about bigotry and racism, I do take exception to, and I want to again remind the witness that lying under oath is a criminal offence. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. He had said that he doesn't have any issue with you questioning him. And I hear you saying that you don't have any problem sharing your questions with the Honorable Kola Barnard. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Can I persuade you to share those questions with Honorable Kola Barnard?
Gladly, Chair. If she's comfortable with that, then I will
Yeah.
gladly share them with her.
And I want to thank you so much for your understanding. This is how we should conduct ourselves in circumstances where eyebrows may be raised. Honorable Souls, I see your hand is up.
Apologies, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I just want to close with a sentence. Something that I noted that I didn't mention in my response is the mentioning of a threat and risk assessment that was done on myself and my family.
Yeah.
And I want to put it on record here tonight, as I've done previously, is that I don't know if Mr. Hlongwane was responsible for it, but the information note on that threat and risk assessment of myself and my family was placed on social media in December of 2024. Now, all of the members sitting here, I've spoken to the Honorable Skosana about it. Several members in this committee know about it. It not only places me at risk, but it places my family at risk.
Yeah.
And Mr. Hlongwane must understand me when I'm warning him tonight that if he ever mentions my family again, he will have a significantly tough time in his future. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
You are not threatening him, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair.
You are not threatening him. You just say.
Not at all, Chair. I'm just saying that
In the event things like this happen, you will look for any recourse available within South African law.
120%, and there is quite a bit of recourse. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, may I please respond?
Yeah.
Briefly. You know, I haven't distributed, as I say, I'm not on social media. The honorable member made statements about me, you know, the fact that I'm not the whistleblower and all that.
Mm.
He does not know that I'm not the whistleblower. He is not the authority on whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is legislated in terms of the Protected Disclosure Act. And I have not been making wild allegations against him. I am making allegations against him here. And I'm saying, Chairperson, I stand by the allegations I'm making here in the affidavit that I make. And I don't know where he was reading, but
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
You stand by your statement.
I stand by it,
The
Chairperson.
members will engage with you.
Yeah.
They will probe you and check if the validity of your statement. I don't think it's a problem. Look, what gives me comfort is that he has agreed that he will not ask your questions. And I don't think it's a problem. Honorable Sauls.
Chair, this is extremely shocking to me. Honorable Cameron and others are treated with kid gloves here. This is procedurally wrong. I want to state for the record again, what we just saw here. Honorable Cameron is the judge here. He is stating, he's making an allegation and saying he wants to advise the witness. He must not lie under oath. He's saying the witness is lying under oath. The witness took an oath here. The Honorable Cameron, procedurally, we should hear the witness. That's allegations. This is allegations. If Honorable Cameron wants to say it's a lie, he should take the stand there and show us the lies. I said from the beginning, the terms of reference of our committee says that if there's an allegation, we should test the veracity of it. We said if General Mkhwanazi named someone in the committee, they must go and clear it up by sitting there and clearing up the allegation. Similarly now, we have a witness before us that makes strong allegations here. Chair, you allow Honorable Cameron to respond to that by saying the witness is lying.
No.
He should have had an opportunity to do that on the stand as well. I maintain it's on the committee and yourself, Chair, but I just want to reiterate what we said right from the beginning.
Yeah.
These members, the members please allow me to finish, Chair.
Yeah,
Members
I agree with what you are saying, but there is a way to conclude what you are saying.
But allow me to conclude and then you guide me, Chair. You are not allowing me.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying and then you will tell me if you disagree with me. The witness must be questioned by the committee first, like we did previously. And when the committee is satisfied that there is something of a probative value, then the committee will go back to its meeting the same way we decided on Honorable Kola Barnard and Honorable Adams, that they should take the stand. For now, without questioning the witness, we cannot decide. We will decide later, Honorable Souls, you are right. But let's question the witness first and satisfy ourselves that there is something of probative value. Do you agree with me?
I disagree, Chair. The terms of reference says if there's an allegation, you are saying we must first test the allegation before we take the decision to say that someone must come and answer. We didn't treat the other members that has to come, that are honorable members, to sit on that side. So I'm asking once again, what is so special about the Honorable Cameron and others? They must be treated the same way. I'll read this here. Paragraph 50-50. The witness says, in his role, Cameron has struck an alliance with the Masemula, Kumalo, and Mkhwanazi and Jacob's faction. That's a very strong allegation. Who must respond to that? We must give Honorable Cameron an opportunity to clear it up, but on that side, not here, not on this side. That's procedurally wrong. In the first instance, when General Mkhwanazi mentioned Honorable Cameron, we should have done that. I was outvoted, it's fine. But now you see the conflict of interest. From this side, committee member is saying to the witness, you are lying under oath. Where's the evidence to make such a thing? Then he goes further, and in the presence of the chair and us, he threatens the witness. And chair must come in and then provide context of the threat made. Because the way it came across didn't come across as the way chair afterwards had to provide context. But we're treating it with kid gloves. It's irresponsible to do that as an honorable member. And we are allowing it. That's procedurally wrong. For the record, we still maintain Honorable Cameron and others whom there is allegations against must also take the witness stand to provide them an opportunity of a right of reply. They must totally recuse themselves and be witnesses there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, I hear that, Honorable Souls. And that is exactly what I'm saying to say, let's deal with the questions on the witness. The matter will be decided by the committee when to schedule him for appearance. Agreed? Honorable Matthys?
I mean, I was voted out the last time, so I'm not even attempting to say agreed. I'm just saying, as long as I've stated it for the record, I disagree with the process, but I know I'll be voted out. I will be outnumbered by the vote.
No, don't write yourself off. Honorable Matthys.
Chair, we are in this position because number one, before the witness started, our legal team should have known that there was that the witness, and it should have been brought to our attention in the beginning, number one. So that's also something that was wrong from our side. Number two, Chair, we've never ever, and it's not done, where two people, where one person says something, it's like having General Bekele here and Sabia here, and then they start responding to each other. It's not done. What you just allowed Honorable Cameron to do should have never been done. It's wrong, Chair. It's procedurally wrong to do that. And then he even goes ahead and threatens the witness. And he did, in just some nice English words. It shouldn't have been done. He must go and he must come and give his testimony. There's no problem. So we shouldn't have allowed that. It's even intimidating the witness as well. But we wouldn't have been here if those statements were read beforehand, and we would have known, and Honorable Cameron could have been recused from this proceedings. Or he could have sat here but not engaged the witness as we did with Honorable Collard Barnard. And that has been what we've been doing. It's very, very unnecessary. But having said that, I agree that we proceed with the questioning of the witness, and maybe in our next admin meeting, we will decide if what should happen and whether Honorable Cameron wants to be a witness here. Thank you.
Look, honorable members, you need.
Just a correction. Also, the point that Honorable Cameron made, that some of us opened cases, our case was opened based on this committee, not because of anything outside of that, because Parliament failed to go and deal with the matter of a witness that was lying under oath. So it's not two of the same things. Thank you.
No, what I'm saying is that it is always going to be very difficult to take certain decisions, and we must not be seen to be arbitrary, especially that certain experiences are unprecedented. And that is why law and policy will from time to time be subjected to review. Law or policy is made when it is being implemented. And again, law or policy is implemented when it is being made. So that is the kind of the understanding that that we should have. But we must not be arbitrary. We are a democratic state. We need to get the totality of facts before we arrive at any decision. Yeah. Honorable Collard Barnard.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will indeed present Honorable Cameron's questions. Mr. Mkhwanazi, you have repeatedly stated that your transfer was disciplinary in nature. Is it not correct that your transfer was in fact imposed as a result of a court-ordered bail condition specifically prohibiting you from having contact with 6 witnesses who were stationed in your office?
Chairperson, before I answer, can I please say something? Just a minute. Honorable Cameron, well, I'm not intimidated. Second thing is that, you know, I've never mentioned this family. And if he doesn't mention my name, I won't mention his name. So, and I don't feel threatened, by the way. So my apologies, Chairperson. I'll just continue.
Honorable Skosana.
No, Chair, I just wanted clarity. How many minutes are you giving us? Not necessarily that I'm take the time. which
Yeah,
you're going
that one I said I will announce tomorrow.
No, but now remember, it's honorable.
Yeah,
So today there's no time.
there is time,
How many minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, when I was arrested in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, June 2018, I received a letter of temporary transfer on the basis of the arrest, notice of temporary transfer. I responded to that letter and I was not transferred. I went through a disciplinary hearing with the members that were, witnesses. And I was acquitted and I continued to work with them. So my temporary transfer came about. I was suspended about 3 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken, twice in a row. And because of failure to dismiss me, I then was transferred, temporarily transferred. It had nothing to do with the case. And I do have proof that I can supply to the honorable members.
In the absence of the chair, I'll just continue, shall I? You have alleged misconduct against General Jacobs. Can you confirm that no criminal case against General Jacobs was ever taken to court and that any departmental matters were withdrawn?
The departmental matters, you must ask why were the departmental matters?
So I said, were they or were they not withdrawn? That was the question.
Okay. I wanted to give an explanation. I thought maybe you're gonna need an explanation. The department disciplinary matters were withdrawn as a result of General Stoller having been dismissed from the police, not because there was nothing against General Jacobs. There are, in fact, reports that have not been tested in a disciplinary proceedings. Furthermore, the issues of criminal cases. The criminal cases are under investigation as we speak. So the NPA will have to make a decision.
You continue to refer to a sexual offense allegation dating back to 2010. Is it not correct that this case was withdrawn, yet despite this you continued until as recently as last year to accuse General Jacobs of sexual harassment?
It's not sexual harassment. It's alleged rape. The case was investigated improperly so, and the NPA did withdraw the case. The victim has been trying to seek justice as far as I know, and withdrawal of the case means nothing, if I may say. And I want to give an example. There was a General Mkhwanazi before him. General Mkhwanazi's case was also withdrawn, but then it was also reinvestigated. And after that investigation, the NPA proceeded and he was convicted. Yeah.
Are you aware that there are WhatsApp messages in which you repeatedly referred to General Jacobs as your rapist and used other vulgar and defamatory language? And do you deny sending those messages?
General Jacobs, he did not tell you why we had exchange of SMSs and whatever. But I want to say to you that the gentleman was intimidating me to a point of even threatening my life. Because I stopped corrupt activities relating to him. Subsequent to that, he also brought, will send people to my house, people with a background of the security branch, to intimidate me. So what was I supposed to do when I reported him to almost everybody, including the presidency, and nobody did anything about that? So what do I need to do? Do I need to then sit back and be harassed, or maybe the committee can assist? But I don't regret it. And if he feels that the matters are defamatory, I mean, he's free to go to the courts. And I need to add that he opened 2 disciplinary cases. He made complaints about the very same thing that you're talking about. The first one, I was acquitted at investigation level after giving my side of the story. The second one was adjudicated, and then it went to the CCMA to be heard by somebody independent. I wrote for a number of times, and I do have evidence, to both the police management as well as General Khumalo to set the matter down. It never happened. General Jacobs did not want to have these matters adjudicated by somebody independent. So I do not know what else to do. And I still welcome, I still say to him, if he's listening, that go to any court of law and institute civil proceedings. And then we're gonna deal with the matter. And the judge will have to make a judgment in that regard. But I cannot be threatened, and then when I report the threats to my life and nobody do anything about it, and then I must just keep quiet. I will not do that, and I won't accept any disrespect.
So you referred to others' misconduct, yet were you not aware that Chile was convicted of shoplifting and that General Khumalo was later falsely implicated in the same incident, despite evidence that he was not involved?
What shoplifting?
Exactly. It didn't exist.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the question is. Who is convicted of shoplifting? I've never shoplifted. I don't have a criminal case against me.
I don't think there was any, I never said you had been charged for shoplifting or any such thing.
But who was shoplifting?
Brigadier Chile.
Brigadier Chile. He's not been convicted of shoplifting, if I may say.
Actually, he was.
Where? Which court? Which court?
Chair, this is very difficult because now I have to, the Honorable Kola Barnard is asking some of my questions. So maybe go on to the next and I'll explain it later so that you can finish.
Chairperson, there's no shoplifting conviction against Brigadier Cili. What happened, if I may say, is that Brigadier Cili made various protected disclosures, and there was a retaliation against him. He went to one of these big chains, what is it? Grocery stores, if for lack of a better word. And he paid 800 in cash and some difference for an air fryer. So the lady decided to keep the cashier decided to keep the 800 for herself, and then he paid the air fryer with other items. The difference for the for the air fryer. So now when he left the store, he was stopped by security at the store, and the security said, no, but you didn't pay for this particular item, and they detained him. This matter at the moment is currently with the National Director of Prosecution. They are making a decision on whether to prosecute or not. So I don't know where this thing comes from. Yes, he was fired in an expeditious, the Regulation 9 that you were talking about, you know. So, but that was it. There's no conviction. And I don't believe at all that there will be a conviction, Chairperson. And for your information, Chairperson, the man had just gotten his bonus that particular day. And this is, over 100,000. So why would you have over 100,000 with you and then decide to steal an air fryer? It doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. I think between them, they will have to sort it out. On several occasions, courts requested that you confirm whether you'd made a protected disclosure in accordance with SAPS national instructions. Can you confirm that you did not submit such a disclosure and that you're now using this as an excuse for your current position?
Chairperson, I even have a triple SBC ruling that this person made protected disclosures in terms of the Protected Disclosure Act. The Protected Disclosure Act has several avenues where you can make protected disclosures. You don't have to make a protected disclosure to the SAPS in terms of the national instruction of the SAPS. And for your information, and this is fortunately there are competent lawyers here. For your information, legislature is not subordinate to national instruction. And national instruction is a policy of the police, and it's adjudicated, or it's written in terms of one of the sections of the Protected Disclosure Act. You don't make a protected disclosure only to the employer. You have various avenues, including Parliament, in terms of Section 9 of the Protected Disclosure Act. You can even make a protected disclosure to a member of the executive. You can make a protected disclosure to a legal advisor. And just to close the matter, in terms of section 210 of the Constitution. We have, as crime intelligence, we have, what do you call this? As crime intelligence, we have an oversight, and that oversight is the Inspector General of Intelligence. And the oversight, in terms of the Intelligence Oversight Services Oversight Act, is the institution that we go to make protected disclosures, because the matters that are dealt with are matters that are sensitive, are matters that are classified. It's there. We have to go there. Nowhere else. Nowhere, not to the employer in terms of the national instruction, but to the oversight. And I encourage people to read the Intelligence Services Oversight Act, and they will see there.
Let's then speak about the courts. You've approached the court 6 times. You've lost every case with costs. And given this record, on what basis do you now come before the Portfolio Committee, this committee, or any committee, claiming innocence and systemic victimization?
Chairperson, I don't know if people were listening. I did not come and claim any innocence or claim victimization. As I said, when the advocate was leading me, that as a South African, I'm here to submit my experience and the road within the environment where I come from. And the issue of losing 6 cases with costs, it's not entirely true. Here's the thing, Chairperson. When you take matters on an urgent basis, you are asked, they deal with the agency, not the merits of the case. And I did not succeed on agency. So what must I do? Must I not go to the courts? I will go if I feel that my rights have been infringed. So that is the issue, Chairperson.
The allegations, much of the information that you present to the committee was not generated through your official duties, but rather from third parties, information from other parties.
I don't know what that means, Chairperson. I worked in the environment. I have knowledge of what is going on. So I do not know whether in this committee one must, when one members report issues to you, you have to close your ears because you do not have direct knowledge. The matters were verified by me, and they are true to the best of my knowledge. And another thing, Chairperson, General Mkhwanazi was here, he also gave a lot of information about things that he had from third parties. And this question was not even posed, but I saw, people being friendly with one another when they were asking each other questions. So I don't know why it's a problem that when I come here, and I don't know which most of the information that is being referred to, because most of this information, is to the best of my knowledge, true and factual. So I don't even think that the question, is relevant for the purpose.
All right, let's move on. You allege that General Jacobs exposed an undercover agent Is it not true that you yourself sent a WhatsApp message to Tio warning him about agents, rather contradicting your claim?
I'm not saying Jacobs. Okay, here, let me take it a bit, Chairperson. There was an investigation against Jacobs by a team in Cape Town. He made complaints.
Look at the honorable
Okay.
member so that
He made complaints.
you have eye contact with her.
Okay. He made complaints about this particular case. About this particular investigation against him. On 28 November 2018, I had a conversation with Jacobs, and I did not initiate it. We were here by Holiday Inn Hotel here in Cape Town, CBD. And he told me that he is there are people that are investigating him. And these people are bringing up old cases against him. And then he told me that, well, he's busy with them. And I'm not going to use the word he used, but he said he was going to F them all. So I didn't care about that. What happened is that I found serious abuse of funds, serious corruption and fraud relating to these agents. And because they were working for Jacobs. And then I reported the matter to my supervisor, General Nhlanhla, to say there's fraud here. And there was no disagreement about the fraud being committed by Jacobs. I then, after that, I spoke to Jacobs as the head of crime intelligence to say, no, but this needs to stop, okay? And then after that, it didn't stop. There were problems. And I do have documents here, Chairperson. The documents that I have are not classified regarding this matter. I reported the matter to the Inspector General of Intelligence after that, when these things did not stop, because I did not want to sign for those things. The Inspector General of Intelligence, because they are looking after 3 intelligence structures, they were taking time to investigate this matter. In fact, it was the last of the queue. And then, as head of counterintelligence in the Western Cape, as the person who has the counterintelligence function in the Western Cape, I reported to General Tio. General Tio, in fact, if I may say, he had a security clearance. And another thing is that in terms of the paragraph 3.4 of the what is this? 3.4 of the MIS document, it says you cannot use classification to hide corruption, maladministration, and criminality. And this is the criminality. And I must say further, Chairperson, that I just lost my thought process for a minute, but let me complete this part. I must say that crime intelligence has a code of conduct that says if you encounter fraud, corruption, and malfeasance and whatnot, you must report to the relevant authority. And this relevant authority includes your supervisors, like the Tios of this world. And I knew that when I spoke to General Tio, he will do what? He will, confront Jacobs about this. And lastly, Chairperson, the Inspector General of Intelligence later investigated these agents. There was nothing, absolutely zero on their file. And they also discovered fraud, corruption that I also discovered. And just to close it, ma'am, Chairperson, General Jacobs, I wrote a lot of letters to say, because this matter is a very serious matter. I said, look, let us resume this disciplinary so that we can deal with these matters. You know what he did? He ran away. He ran away. That is not that is not saying that to you. And I must say, lastly, the agent himself also ran away from this matter because the proof of fraud and corruption is there. I could not open a criminal case because it's an agent that we were dealing with. So General Jacobs, what he leaked was a budget of the Secret Services account, which is secret. You will know because you are in the JSCI. It's a Secret Services account budget. He leaked it to Miss Mariam Tam in the media. You see? That is serious. It's very serious. So I had to lay.
Could I just interrupt 1 second? Would you just confirm for me, this General Tio, is he the gentleman who was arrested for kidnapping and assault GBH? Same one?
General Tio, let me describe him a bit before we.
I just need yes or no. We don't have time for descriptions there.
Okay. So here's the thing, ma'am. What you might not know is that the same NPA that charged him has been begging him to say.
Really, I need yes or no. We have to move on, please.
Okay. Well, I don't know what his charges are, but I know he was
Kidnapping
called to the
and
court.
assault GBH.
You know, I do not know, so I would not say. But because you did not want me to elaborate,
We don't have time.
Okay, ma'am.
I fear.
Okay.
Are you aware that discussions were held with the DPP to reinstate your matter and that the allegations you're now making are potentially serious and false?
Which matter are we talking about, ma'am?
All right, we'll come back to that. Apologies. So you were informed that you cannot be removed from the case because Secret Service funds were deposited into your account. Do you deny those funds were deposited?
You know, I've never taken money from the Secret Services account. I am the one who's been opening cases left, right, and center. And I am the one who has been, an obstacle to corruption. So I cannot take money for myself, and then now, I then also open cases against others. I've never taken money from the Secret Service account. I never received such amount that you are talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to Section 34, is it not correct that the court gave you an opportunity last year to file your appeal by December 25, and to date you have failed to do so? Surely if you were that confident in your innocence, you would have pursued it timeously.
Yeah. The matter is at the court at the moment. And if I may say, Section 34. Section 34 is very clear that Section 34, subsection 2, I think, it says the Board of Inquiry, the National Commissioner may, and I'm not quoting verbatim, the National Commissioner may, appoint a certain category of members to obtain and lead evidence into a fitness of a member. And then furthermore,
I just wanted to know if you put in an appeal or not.
No,
I gather you did not.
No, I'm still coming, ma'am. I'm still coming. Unless if you just, no, well, that is my business, but for your information, I did put the appeal that you're talking about. And I do not know where, this information that, yeah, I did put.
Okay, your criminal case involving General Mkhwanazi's wife and Bridget Pechle resumes on Monday. Can you confirm that while your appeal was postponed to March, the criminal proceedings do continue?
Please come again, ma'am.
Your criminal case
Yes.
involving General Mkhwanazi, his wife, and Brigadier Pechle, that resumes on Monday, correct?
I don't know when it resumes because, as I said, that I was saying here that I was acquitted in terms of Section 174, and a judge, two judges, had the matter without me knowing. And I may add, ma'am, that Chairperson, that it's the first case in the history of appeals that an appeal is heard without the defendant. The matter was subsequently, excuse me, the ruling, for your information, was subsequently rescinded by the senior judge in the High Court. So I don't know what we are talking about. And Chairperson, I can provide that rescission judgment.
So how do you reconcile transferring 50,000 Rand of Secret Service funds into private accounts and then appearing before the commission to speak about corruption?
Chairperson, it's very important for members to acquaint themselves with the rules of this, the PFMA especially, because they are oversight over the PFMA matters. So I would say that in crime intelligence, when somebody applies for an advance, they receive it in cash, okay? And then the person that we're talking about, the applicant that we're talking about, she applied for an advance. And instead of receiving it in cash, she said, can I please have it in a form of, transfer to my account? And I read here, maybe if I may, if I'm allowed, I can quickly go to Regulation 15.12.3, if I'm not mistaken, of the National Treasury Regulation, which says, Chairperson, that all payments above 10,000 must be made through electronic transfer. So failure to do so is a financial misconduct. So there was nothing wrong that I've done. The culture in crime intelligence, if I may say, is that monies are given on hand rather than through transfers. So the Treasury prefers transfers, you see?
No, you please stop speaking. Honorable Top. Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Sorry, if I may ask Member James, if you could just move slightly to your left. Just to your left, you don't have to move completely. Mr. Mkhwanazi, in paragraph 45, you speak about former Minister Bekitele. He had a secret call to Inban Kistia, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Someone as you describe as accusing and defrauding South African Police Service. And again in paragraph 556, you speak again about former Minister Bekitele and had no moral, and you mentioned that he had no moral authority
to lead the organization. In your opinion, do you think that the former minister was involved or is involved in corruption in or any other handed dealings?
I do not know how to answer that, Chairperson, but in my experience, the minister, the former minister, was meddling a lot in procurement matters. And it must be because he had an interest in that. And indeed, Mr. Inban Kistia, a call was made to him. I don't know what was discussed. And as I said, that I'm the one who uncovered the corruption over that matter. But I do not want to come out and talk about and confirm or deny the corruption about the Minister Kele. But I do have a case actually that the IDEC is investigating against him. So yeah.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Thank you very much. And the only reason I ask is it was in the statement, you know, about his moral character. You mentioned it's widely suspected within crime intelligence that General Sotole might have agreed to purchase those grabbers for an appointment. And just after that, you speak about General Vuma in the position of Deputy National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Tsumane as the position of Deputy National Commissioner Detection. Were these appointments, according to you, usual, or were they also part of this agreement, in your opinion?
Those were General Stole's allies, close allies. What happened there is that General Vuma, for instance, before this issue of the Nasrec, she was talking to Inban and them while she was still a major general, which she did not have any authority to do so because she was not even at CI. So General Mtiba, I know for a fact that he refused to do this thing because of the he did not want to involve himself in the corruption. General Stole was more accepting, and what happened on is it the 13th?
Sorry, so if we can just keep them quite short. I think we've got
sorry.
less time as well then,
My
the Honourable.
apology.
I would just want to move then, because you did speak now about the NASREC, and in paragraph 5051 is where you start speaking about ANC's NASREC meeting. And you mentioned that there was influence to favor President Ramaphosa. You went on to say that you were painted with a black brush by Minister Mbalula because you didn't want to release the money. You carried on to say that General Nkobo was also in bad books. That's what he was saying to you. Do you know why he was in the bad books?
Chairperson, I want to correct this a bit. I think it's a typing error. General Ngobo told me that, I was members of crime intelligence, went to the minister and painted me with a black brush. And he was also under pressures. The pressure was the procurement of the pressure was to release money for the procurement of the grabber, and there were allegations that were being made that President Ramaphosa is supported by international intelligence agencies and whatnot. So that was the background, basically.
All right. What made me pause by this statement is that when you said that Minister Mbalula painted you with a black brush for not wanting to release funds. It appears, if you have to look at that statement, that the ANC was expecting to receive money through this mechanism. And now it was you that was standing in the way of this. Are you saying, is my analysis correct? Because I'm working from your witness statement.
Yeah.
And do you think that they'd received money previously through this mechanism?
Chairperson, I would say that, it's members in the ANC, not the ANC, as I understood it. They wanted money for this thing. And, for fear of being, harassed and victimized further, I asked that I do not answer that question whether money was used before or not,
So you're reserving your right to answer that part?
Please.
So you would implicate yourself?
No. With me personally, I've never agreed to anybody taking money from the account. That is why I come here and speak freely, because I know there is nothing that somebody will come and say.
So with all respect, we want people to speak here freely. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
This committee was set up for that sole intention that people can come and give evidence. I understand why you can't speak, but also silence is also an answer. So I'll pause there. You said you didn't want to answer. I won't probe further on there. I would want to move on to paragraph 58, which also speaks to the ANC conference. In your statement, you spoke about crime intelligence buying grabbers. It's huge amounts. I think 7 at 10 million each, 70 million approximately. You were just speaking about it in those terms. What your statement does when reading it, it creates this picture that this whole meeting in section 58 or paragraph 58 was in particular to the ANC conference rather than to South Africans at large. Because the whole meeting that you speak about is how the ANC wanted you to do this and it had to do with the ANC conference. You don't mention anything about these grabbers further being utilized by anybody else, but you do highlight the benefits it should have for the ANC. You go on to speak about, just a few paragraphs further on, about a 45 million then the purchase that occurred for the iView grabber. The ANC specific discussions does not sound like standard procedure to me, and I'm sure it doesn't sound like standard procedure to any South Africans. So it begs the question of how much money is then spent yearly on ANC private conferences under the guise of, well, the president's there and we need to protect him.
Honorable member, I will say that the 10 million for each grabber was, a budget the CFO then, General Nhlanhla once did. But the 45 million was stopped before it could be paid. And I would not say the ANC, but I would say people in the ANC, because I don't want to, just like in the DA, not everybody is bad. So I would say people in the ANC wanted that. And I know because subsequent to that, there were people who supported me a lot and they are members of the ANC. So, I cannot say the brand ANC as it were. I would say people in the ANC. And I mentioned the people to say these are the people that wanted this thing to happen.
Do you have any pending criminal cases currently against you? Just yes or no is fine.
Okay. I would say it like this. I've got a section 174 acquittal, and which is being appealed. So I do not have any criminal case against me.
You mentioned when Honorable Barnard was questioning you, you did not claim innocence. I wrote it immediately down. When she was speaking to you, you said, I don't claim any innocence. I wanted to know what you meant by that. And I've said this a few times to many people that have sat here.
Yeah.
The problem is that many people that are implicated come sit here, but every single person denies everything that is said. No one accepts accountability, but at least you mentioned you didn't claim innocence.
No, maybe Honorable Chairperson, maybe the question, I may not have understood it. I am saying, Chairperson, that I am not in any way corrupt. I've never, as I said to you here, I've never taken money from the Secret Services account. And I may add that, you know, I'm a professional accountant, a chartered accountant. SAICA would have stripped me off a long time ago because they do not want their members to be associated with corruption. So I've never taken money from anyone. I've never gotten involved in any procurement matter, whether to talk to a supplier or to request for quotation. I stay away from procurement matters. I only focused on finance. So even, maybe let me add lastly, I've never even influenced or instructed any member of this supply chain management in the Secret Services account to favor or choose any supplier. I don't get involved in that.
Thank you. And I must just state there's many CFOs of many public institutions that are corrupt, that have the same credentials as yourself. And I think they would sit here. And Chairperson, my last paragraph is a closing remark, and then I will be done. And in closing, so the country is burning with corruption. We've heard of rogue units in SAPS, allegations against the NPAs, allegations against crime intelligence, drug cartels. We've heard of money, 500,000 being paid over to Becky Cele, which she subsequently had sleepovers at Katmatlala's home. There's been conversations between Minister Mchunu, Matlala and Brown Mokhotsi. But in explanations today, you explained yourself out of all the questions, you worked your way out of them. At some point, you were talking about air fryers. And at part of the response earlier, how you were hurt, your feelings were hurt by messages online when you were suspended. And I really would think, sir, that you would come here and confront the realities that are destroying SAPS, destroying the lives of ordinary South Africans. And I thought you may possibly come tell us who are these cartels, who in the SAPS are specifically responsible for all these wide-made allegations, and possibly tell us which ministers and politically connected people are corrupt without fearing that you yourself might end up on the end of the gun, if I could call it that, and I don't mean it literally. But you were fearful to give me answers. Unfortunately, sir, I didn't hear any of that, and neither did any of the South Africans. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, my record speaks, you know, as I was saying to you, Honorable Member, that, you know, corruption matters that I have uncovered in my work, I reported in terms of Section 34 of the Corruption Act. And my personal belief with regards to cartels, having the privilege of having served at crime intelligence and funding intelligence operations, I do not agree with the definition that has been put in this committee as cartels. In fact, the definition and the people that are being spoken about as a cartel, we, and I'm saying we because I was funding the operations, we're dealing with very, very serious people that were neutralized, international, that are the real cartel. These, in my view, are street criminals. And that is why you are able to find their WhatsApp messages all over the show. So we dealt with the cartels, international cartels. We neutralized them, and the record is there. Honorable Kolabanat is part of the JSCI. She might know some other things which are not public, but I do not agree with the cartel as it is defined in this particular.
Chairperson, if I may, I just want to thank you for your response, and I will gladly carry that message over to the millions of people getting killed in our streets, the millions of people that have access to drugs, that we don't have real cartels here, only international ones. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end. Thank you so much, Mr. Thungwane, SC, for leading the presentation of evidence, and members for the work that has been done today, the support staff of political party caucuses, staff of parliament, and members of the media who are unstinting in their presence. We have come to the end of today's proceedings. Can we have everybody here tomorrow, exactly 11 o'clock? Thank you so much. You may stand up and leave the chambers.